but yeah, it's an antique Chinese cloisonne or enamel, but I would be more inclined to call it a Canton enamel. But it is, and there's some enamel loss here too, see. So, but it's highly unusual, much more detailed than the Chinese enamel works that we typically see. Even factoring in the enamel loss and the condition, I probably would put the value at somewhere between $400 to $500, just because of how unusual it is.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Patrick Simmons.
Yeah, it's definitely enamel rather than cloisonne.
Okay. Because when I opened it up, it looked like it was cloisonne.
Yeah, they use that term, and the cloisonne is kind of an enameling process, but that's a higher quality enameling process. All right, yeah. Oh, it'll be.
Well, thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah, thank
Kim.
you for coming.
Sorry. You all have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, you gonna stick around and watch for a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, stick around and watch for a bit. We'll keep we'll talk. No, you
May I
can.
take-
Yeah. Let's take a look. So, what can you tell me about your painting?
It's been in my grandmother's house for years. Then it went to my mom's house and then to me.
Okay.
Do you
And
mind if I put the mic for other people to hear?
sure. Should I repeat myself? Yeah. Okay. So what I know is it went to my grandmother, then to my mother, then to me. The only thing that they ever said is it looks like a fjord that my great grandfather used to fish out of in Norway, but we don't really know anything else.
Okay. 13 and a half by 23. So it is, what we do know is that as far as the actual size of the painting itself, is it doesn't fall within our measurement system. So it is in the metric system. It doesn't measure a nice 14 by 20 or 16 by 20 or what have you type of thing, or 14 by 24. So and actually the date, you said the date of the frame actually matches the date of the painting as far as era. So in this, what they call the pie crust frame, which you often see in the Northwest photos and all types of pieces this time, this frame is actually, if you said it was reframed, I don't think it was though, because, well, yeah, it was.
It seemed like it was, it seems over.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's actually a perfect fit for the painting, but yes, it does obscure a little bit of his signature, the artist's signature. Let's look at what we can see about the artist, but it does fit the period of the painting.
I couldn't find anything on the artist online. When you try to research it.
No, they don't have a name of the. We can't. Can we see? No, we don't have there's no name of the ship, nor can we see any country's particular flag flying on it either. So it would be so something like this, an artist would have done to keep it kind of general for a nice, beautiful painting for decorative purposes. It doesn't appear like it would have been commissioned, so sometimes we'll see paintings of ships, like you were mentioning, that'll be identified on the back, which often meant they were commissioned by, the captain or the company that owned the ship. This is a very general, with no identifying traits to it.
Just after you're done with this one. We're live streaming, and it sounds great.
Yeah, I see what you're saying about the artist there. No, it looks to be like Haglund, or is it? We'll try something for a second. What's that first name? Looks like it could be an S. Yeah, they did obscure that first name. Let's see. We'll take a look in our database and see if we can find something. That one.
It's like scrolling through 10,000 pictures to find that, needle in a haystack.
Like 12,000.
Yeah, there is a lot of artists that could come into that.
Outline,
Haglund, you don't think it's a G?
could be a U.
I took it out of the frame once and took a picture of the signature. That's been quite a while when I could just research it, but we couldn't find anything on it.
Yeah. It's either HAU or HAG.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was a G.
Go one more page and see.
So Grant's searching the multiple art databases that we have in search of the artist, and sometimes signatures are difficult to read, as you can imagine. Grant's a pretty good decipher, but unfortunately this is framed and the frame is covering up part of the signature, which makes it even more difficult. We do have one of our staff members, our Director of Marketing and Communications, is a signature sleuth, and she, with good clear pictures, she's usually able to always figure it out. So sometimes it's a challenge, and he doesn't get stumped often, but he might be stumped here on number, what, 3?
Yeah. Well, so there was, as you can imagine, there's so many millions of artists in the last 300 years that not every artist reached the notoriety to what we call listed, meaning they're listed on art sites with secondary market results. Yeah. So then what we have to do is then we just have to look at it as as what it is, as a nice decorative oil. Appears to be Scandinavian by the name, it looks like. So, and typically something like that subject matter would sell at auction somewhere in the range of $300 to $500. I agree with you. I don't think I see anything for that on that artist that kind of changes it. With being an artist that was, a good artist, but was perhaps maybe not ever a famous artist.
We have a couple questions.
Mm-hmm.
So what date do you think this might be from?
Oh, it's dated 1927.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I just come continuing to look, but just not seeing anything.
And then it's got some condition issues in the corner.
Yeah,
Is that?
that small of condition issues, in my opinion, is typically not to address them.
Okay.
A painting can, to some people, goes down significantly in value when it has restoration. So to me, when the damage is so minor, I like to leave. I like to leave them.
Okay.
Leave them alone.
Yeah, since it's handed down in her family, I think we were planning to keep it. Just wanted to know if it's worth, restoring or.
You're talking about just that there.
And then there's
The craquelure. The craquelure is so minor.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say at this point, I wouldn't do anything to it to alter it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I would just leave it because you're going to have, it's going to be very costly to have it restored. And I don't think that's very, very light craquelure.
Pat Doyle, if you want to make your
And
way
just
up to the
a touch
stage with
small,
2
I wouldn't
tickets.
do it to have, because then, like I said, once it's been cleaned and repaired. But I mean, if you're never going to sell it, I understand that. But to me, it really doesn't bother me that much. But it would be, if you wanted to have it repaired, the craquelure is not going to go away, really. So they would be able to touch up the hole. They'd be able to clean it, and then they'd be able to put a coat of varnish on it, so it'll be preserved forever. But yeah.
Do you have a recommendation place to go
I actually don't know anybody right now. The person who did my last painting has retired, and so I don't really currently have anybody right now.
If you find anybody, let us know.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna just, can you scooch back just a little bit? They want us to move back just a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Is he the 9:15?
Nope.
9:10? Okay.
I have two
Mm-hmm.
photos. I know that they're common, but this, I know for a fact, came from a one-room schoolhouse in Gig Harbor, Washington,
Mm-hmm.
because my parents owned the school. And the school was built in 1883 is when it opened,
Okay.
and it's like 6 years before Washington was a state.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what we have here, we have an antique lithograph of President Lincoln. And so we can tell by examining the print itself with the magnification that it's a lithograph. Now, this one, he mentioned the school opened in what year?
1883.
1883. Typically, now if we look at the frame, which we can see from the back, that this is the original dust cover paper on the back, that typically this, that lithograph and the frame that it's in are going to be more likely to date that print at about 1910 or 1915, which would make sense for the schoolhouses and other people to all, you know, especially if they had a school that was named, you know, Lincoln, after Lincoln. But that's a lithograph, but it could be earlier and placed in this frame at some point, but it could be from 1890 to 1910. But typically when I see this lithograph, and if they're dated, sometimes they're dated on the bottom, sometimes they've been trimmed to be framed. They're typically between 1905 and 1915 when they really started mass producing the
What is a
lithographs.
lithograph?
So a lithograph is a stone plate print. And the George Washington is the same. And in fact, look at they even framed them at the same time. So the technology of lithography wasn't really around and didn't really take off until the late 19th century. So as far as to see any print works of George Washington that were either done during his lifetime or shortly thereafter, they're all stipple engravings or steel engravings. The lithography process wasn't around yet. So when you see the lithographs, if you're looking at an antique lithograph, you know, you're typically looking at maybe somewhere around, you know, 1895, but more likely 1905 to like 1915. When you see lithographs, if you see a George Washington print, and again, it's a black steel etching or mezzotint or stipple engraving, and you see that on white paper, and that's when you know it's an older piece that's either from his lifetime or again older than, or, you know, up to the mid 19th century. Yeah, when you see the lithographs, those are typically going to be around 1910, and the presidential lithographs like that sell. You know, they mass produce those. That's when the print process, they got it down pretty good. They mass produced those, and those I see those trade hands with collectors for about maybe $75 to $100 a piece for the lithographs.
Does the schoolhouse still exist?
Yeah, my parents donated it to the Historical Society, and then the Gig Harbor Historical Society moved it from where my parents owned it down to the museum down there, and it's opened. They restored it. They had to get their own pictures of George and Abe because I got them after I found out they were going to get rid of the school. So, but they conduct school classes in the school. They have kids come in and have what it was like to go to school at a one-room schoolhouse with kids from first grade to 12th grade.
That's so cool.
So that's what the school was.
What's the name of it?
Midway School.
In Gig Harbor, Washington?
In Gig Harbor, yeah.
So if anybody is going to Gig Harbor over to the Sound, that would be a really cool place to go look at. I love one-room schoolhouses. And you can think of these, that they were hanging there. Thank you so much for bringing those in. Great pieces of history.
Yeah, I think so.
And I love that the building was saved.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Randy Hedegaard?
Yeah, the actual, while he's coming up, the actual engravings that were of George Washington that were done during his lifetime would be a big find. Those are very scarce. They do exist. Yeah, but they're worth thousands of dollars when those do pop up.
Did these start out like, was that tin plate?
Stone. Yeah, stone litho.
Thank you.
Hello.
This is Randy. What did you bring today, Randy?
I brought a picture from my wife's. She got it 30 years ago. I know very little about it after that.
Oops. Yep. So this is R.C. Gorman. R.C. Gorman is a very famous Southwest artist here in the United States. Let's see what is. And this one also, as we were just talking about with the last pieces, this is a lithograph. Yeah, they're not an original. We look under the magnification, we can see the little dots. So again, this is a mass-produced print. R.C. Gorman was particularly famous in the 80s and 90s. Let's see. I believe Gorman was based out of Arizona. New Mexico, actually, so R.C. Gorman had lived in Arizona, California, and New Mexico in his career, passed in 2005, but was very, very prolific in, like I said, in the 80s and 90s. And so this one I think is dated 1980, right? Down on the right?
Yep.
Yeah. So this one's dated 1980, and this would have been a print that was sold on its own, not part of a portfolio set, but just, sold on its own. The portfolio sets were typically smaller, and I was going to see if we can see what her title is. Let's see her again. Can I see it again real quick? Okay. Sometimes we can find quickly the. Let's try one more thing in my. Here, let me see it one more time. Let's see. Yeah, turn the other way. Yeah. So a quick search. Sometimes often the artist would title their images. And this one I'm not seeing yet though. But these were mass produced, as I mentioned, being a lithograph, they were mass produced. And so Gorman on the lithograph like this is, because of the fact that it's a lithograph and it's mass produced, is going to sell to a collector for somewhere between $50 to $75 because of the amount of, because it's being mass produced and then it's not pencil signed or numbered. So sometimes the artist, as part of their livelihood, sometimes they would take the lithographs and then actually sign them again. Sometimes they would sign them and number them, which then they would charge even more for that than just a numbered one. But you do see these sometimes where the artist would just sign them in pencil or pen and then either gift them or sell them, for more than the regular lithograph. But this one just being a plate sign. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marcy?
Where are you going to be again?
50 to 75. Our next event is going to be in Kalispell, and right now the next one we have is going to be in Kalispell in September, October. But if you watch the, do we put it on our website, or you can sign up on our mailing list? Do we make it?
Oh,
No.
I forgot to. Yeah, if you wanted to sign up on our mailing list, you would get notification.
I'm sure we'll do something else this year before Kalispell. Okay.
It has 8 plates. I only brought 2, but it
Okay.
has 8 plates that go with it.
Want to tell us a little bit about what you brought?
I don't know anything about it truthfully, except for my mom scavenged it from her elderly neighbor in 1978 and gave it to me.
Okay, a scavenged piece from a neighbor. And it's China. And it's marked on the back.
Carried it around since 1978, and I'm so curious.
There you go.
Okay, let me check one. This. The pattern. Okay, we're gonna look for the pattern to see if that can, because but often these companies made so many patterns. Let's try this.
When researching China or flatware, sterling sets, et cetera, the most important piece, number one, is to figure out that pattern, because as in anything, one pattern could be worth a lot of money and the next pattern could be, eat your, hamburger off it on Thursday night because it's just basically just dinnerware. So he's looking for the actual pattern right now.
Yeah. Because unfortunately, because of trends, there it is right there. Yeah, so after all of that, there's the pattern. So after all of that fancy research, this China has the roses in the end, and creatively enough, it's called the rose pattern. So, yeah, that's great. So they didn't go for anything fancy. They just went ahead and called it the rose pattern. So I wanted to give you look up the pattern for you, because unfortunately that's the only good news I have.
So I don't have to carry it around any longer?
No, so as a result of the fact that the young families aren't using these anymore, and there's a glut of this available in the world, the China like this doesn't have any value anymore. So,
Shows the other one I was going to.
yeah. So so Taylor Smith Taylor, this is who made this. It's often what we call is an eggshell, and that's just because of the kind of the color, and it's not as thin as some other eggshell, but you'll see people often call this eggshell opposed to ironstone. Ironstone is the English China that's a little bit thicker and heavier. So sometimes they'll call this eggshell because of the color and the thinness. But it is a very small market of collectors. And so when you see this set out, you said you have how many plates?
8.
8 plates and then the server. Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising to see at an antique store to see all the pieces out for like $45.
Wow. Okay, clam chowder for dinner tonight.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
Yeah.
I will now. Oh my gosh, I've carried
Yeah.
it around so long, just curious.
I have people that call me that have their entire wedding sets of china from the 50s, and
I've been just giving away like.
and because the young families and young kids they don't use it, it just has no.
Well, that's very good to know. Thank
Okay,
you so
thank
much.
you.
I hope you come back again.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Patty. It's okay. Yeah, we didn't bring anything formal.
There's no exceptions today, it's all filled up today, if I waited around till.
Yeah, we would have to talk to them out of the front desk.
Okay, so do you do lighters anyway, or is that jewelry?
Oh, it's like.
I do like it.
They said you're full, I got some DuPonts to really.
Oh, not yeah. Well, if they're okay, I'll stay. If they're okay,
Okay, I'll stay.
ask you.
Really nice. My father asked me some, like James Bond lighters are really cool.
I'd love to see him. Yeah. Okay.
Sign.
Oh, I know her. Yeah. Okay.
Now the glass broke and
Mm-hmm.
it's been, I don't know if I should put it in a different frame.
I got this. Okay. good.
Oh, hello. This belonged to my aunt that lived in the Ballard area, and this artist used to take watercolor pictures of florals and ships, and I think it's really cool, and I've had it, that the glass is broke and it's been just hanging around forever.
Yeah, I'm very, very familiar with this artist. So I was born and raised in Seattle. I was born and raised in Ballard. Yeah. And so, yeah, and then living in, and then being in the auction business for 35 plus years, I'm very familiar with Elizabeth Warhanick. So Elizabeth Warhanick was a Seattle artist. She passed away in 1968, and she had basically two types of paintings she would do. She's known for her floral still lifes, and she's known for her harbor scenes. The harbor scenes were typically done like in Lake Union and down in that, in Ballard, but typically by the fishermen, fishing boats like this is here. About 20 years ago, most of her paintings that popped up were the floral still lifes. And now we've seen some of the harbor scenes come out too. Just by nature of the subject matter, her harbor scenes of fishing boats were more popular than the still lifes. This is, I think Gina showed this to you already.
It actually says Seahawks on it too.
Yeah, so this is an original watercolor. This is probably done in the 1940s, was when she was most active. Again, so she did oils and watercolors.
Yes.
Yeah, and you'll see an equal amount of either one. Her oil, of course, the oils are almost always worth more than the watercolors when you take the same subject matter and compare them. This one, though, can be reframed and would display beautifully. I don't think that water damage is too extensive on that side.
And it did have glass at one time.
Yeah.
I kind of salvaged it from my mom's garage.
Yeah, her work is very sought after. I would definitely encourage you to take this one to a frame shop and reframe it.
Would you take this
Everything. Yeah, I would.
And you wouldn't use the same frame?
Nope. No, because see, the materials are so much different these days. So first we talk about the mat, and this mat is full of acid, being from that period. The backing board is going to be full of acid. So you're going to definitely want to change on any piece of art from like the 40s, photographs or artwork. You're definitely going to want to change all of the materials. And in this case, I don't think that the frame really lends anything. And this will give you a chance to match the frame more to your decor, your colors in your home. I would just take nothing but the watercolor to the frame shop and pick out a new everything.
So would you go to a Pacific frame shop or?
Any frame shop
Any frame
that
shop.
has a good inventory.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you'll typically, what a lot of collectors will do on this one is you get to pick out your color of matte, but then you get to pick out your frame too. And a lot of collectors prefer an original watercolor like this to be like in a gold frame, similar to a painting. But again, it's up to your decor. But it's going to really benefit from the materials and how nice it's going to look being reframed. So the watercolors of her harbor scenes are about $400 to $600 at auction. If you look online, you'll see the oils are $1,000 to $2,000. But in the watercolor, I would say this one, and when you have it matted, they may want to take the matte a little farther, or it may kind of blend in enough with it doesn't. But it would be, this watercolor would sell for $400 to $600 at auction, just loose, out of all these materials. Yeah. And then I would, if it's something that you like and to keep it in the family, I would take it in and have it all redone, and it'll be beautiful.
It's very pretty.
Yeah, and because of you might even want to, because it is a work on paper, so it would be totally acceptable. You might even want to, because of the little bit of the bubbling here, because from the moisture, they, at the very least, they could probably maybe stretch it out by hand and tape it down. And then if they needed to, they could even mount it, which would be okay with a watercolor on paper, to have it be nice and flat. They could mount it to acid-free board, which is perfectly fine with a work on paper.
So if I ever wanted to sell this, what would I do?
Yeah, we sell works like this.
You do?
Yeah, yeah. You could grab a card of ours.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. If you didn't want to, and if you didn't want to do that, because then what we do when we sell these types of things is we take them out of all of the bad materials. We sell them loose to the collectors, who then take them in themselves, because you got to remember, every collector has their own taste on what color they would use, what type of frame.
It might not
Right.
appeal to
Right.
someone else.
Right.
And
Exactly.
I just found it hanging around forever.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, you could talk to Gina about that. She could tell you. Yeah.
And I have your card.
Yeah. Mhm.
Oh, okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Or if you decided you wanted to talk to Gina about leaving it here today too, you can talk to her over here. Yeah.
Amanda Christensen?
Yeah. Yeah. We could take it today if you wanted to. So Elizabeth Warhanick, when she comes up, was also one of the Seattle artists who sold art through her lifetime at Frederick and Nelson. So I don't know if anybody who lived in Seattle for any time, but Frederick and Nelson actually had a very high-end art gallery
Yes.
back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s.
And her sister was an artist that drew Dick and Jane
Mhm.
books.
Mm-hmm. And so a lot of her oils that you see come onto market have the Frederick and Nelson labels on the back. Yeah. So it was one of the very few department stores, I guess, with Gump's being another one of them in San Francisco. But it was one of the very few department stores that actually sold, one of a kind original oils that were high end that had its own little gallery. Okay, let's see what we have up next. What'd you bring today?
This is called a mechanical paradox, and I know absolutely nothing about it. It was given to my husband and I as an engagement gift about 20 years ago. And there is a book underneath and a date and price tag on the back from whoever bought it.
Where's that? Under?
Yeah, you can lift the whole thing out.
It'll look like this. Very cool.
That's very
Yeah, very nice, very cool. Yeah, first thing we're gonna do is look on this one. So there have been companies, yeah, there's a marking there. 79. Mhm. Yeah, so there are companies, we're gonna do some more research on this, and I'm gonna be able to find out a lot about this, but there's, on items like this, on compasses, the gimbal compasses and things, there were companies that were made in England that were making pieces to the exact replication of antique instruments, but they're making them so high end and such good replicas that they're very collectible, opposed to when things transition. So the first companies then that made these types of brass reproductions of compasses and other instruments were in India. That started in the 80s. This is before that. And then before things then were made in China and things, but India was next to do these types of things. This is the, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, this is, yeah, he's from England. They did compasses.
Yeah, I mean, we will take time today, but there's no pressure, there's no obligation for any means. But some people, they just, like, I'm not gonna do anything with it. And it does need to be framed. And to do it right would cost a couple, $300, I'm sure, at least.
I probably just assumed leave it.
Yeah, we would take it completely out of it, because what it's in isn't doing it any favors. So
You could just get rid of it.
we just basically.
Yeah, so this one, we see that this was sold, this was a very high-end instrument, and it does have on the bottom, it was purchased in 1979, it looks like. It had a retail price of almost $2,300.
Maybe the right buyer was on the auction.
I've actually not seen this one before.
So we can put it into the next auction, or we can.
It has all the reprint of all the schematics in the back of the manual, which is really cool. So this was made to the exact, so this company in London, and again, like I've seen their gimbal compasses and things, they made this to complete specifications of the original drawings. So this was a highly intricate and time-consuming instrument for somebody, which why it doesn't surprise me it had a $2,300 retail price.
The buyer pays the shipping to them, so there's no additional cost. And all the money sits in a trust account, PBS Bank. So it's all.
Check one other site here too.
Like an escrow account by house, so all of the funds that we have coming in go into that trust account.
It does have the manual, because it's not something you see all the time.
Just give you a receipt or a picture. But yeah, I think it's kind of cool, but I don't have fishing or anything like that in my
Yeah, it's pretty rare. I have only like one that's not even the same that comes up. Let's see. Yeah, so they did they individually serial numbered these, and there was not a lot of these that would have been made.
I'd rather have somebody that really likes that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Go ahead and fill in your name, address, email, and this is who I write the check to.
Okay.
And then where I mail the check, and then your email and your phone number.
Okay.
And what we do is
Okay, so
once
here's
we
one
get it
here
on
that's-
in the auction, we send you a link. It's actually 5 links because we're on 5 different internet platforms. And then you can pull it up and see it. And we have a $15,000 large bed scanner that we scan all of our,
Yeah.
our material that's flat. And so
This is really cool because I've not seen one of these before. So as I was mentioning, the company in London that made these, it says right here. So this is based on the original mechanical paradox that was from 1755. On this one, James Ferguson lived 1710 to 1760. It's Jeffrey Bell is the maker on this one. Let's do that.
Do you have a ticket? I want to take it. Should I start a list? And then they do the appraisal and then they come up and pay after? Because they're out there waiting. Oh, they're here? Yeah.
Yeah, I think we
Does
can-
that,
It works for
I'll
us.
rewrite
We can
this.
trust people. I mean,
I hope so.
yeah, I would think.
Okay,
Yeah.
because there's Gina coming up. She hasn't showed up yet, so that might be.
Take a picture too. Cool. So this is really cool. So this is probably, I mean, as far as scarcity, this might be the rarest thing we see today. And it's, one picture here.
Yeah, I actually got 2 things that she didn't tell us that we had to have 2 appointments.
What's the other thing that you brought?
It's pretty cool.
Isn't that funny?
So here, this is how important this type of, it's called an orrery. And this is how rare an original one of these is. The ones we have, the Smithsonian has one. That's all the pictures here coming up. The Smithsonian Institute has one. And there's one here. No, that's the only, so the original one's in the Smithsonian Institute of one of these from, and here I'm looking at, I'll show you. So here are some that are in the $5,000 to $10,000 range, right here. Let's see if we have, if Bell made one. Yeah. So this one, the maker on this one, oh, here it is right here. So here's one that sold. So on ours, the price does come down substantially because of the, so Jeffrey Bell is the maker on this. So again, this was made in the 1970s. Here it is in the box, same thing. Now this is back in 2013, one sold for $484 US. I think now being 11 years later and seeing it how these just don't come up for auction. Let's just check one more time to make sure. That there's one for $250. I'm surprised on that because of how intricate they are. I think it would be somewhere between $500 to $800. Yeah, that it would sell for at auction now. I don't know if that $22.95 on the bottom really was what they paid for it or not. Yeah, but I would say it now in 2024. I would say $500 to $800. Yeah, it's really cool.
You found more than I was ever.
Mm-hmm. It's a orrery, ORRERY. It's an instrument by Bell. There's the two of them right there. Yeah, same ones. So that was on a subscription. That's a auction database.
If Robert wants to make his way up to the front, Robert Kearns?
That's cool. Just goes in like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I have to line up.
Oh, I moved it.
No, how do we have to line it up? Do you remember?
Oh, yeah. I have to go.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's the notch there
Yeah.
for the, there's a poke over.
No.
I think you gotta go kind of under.
Oh, yeah.
And then
There it is. Okay, thank you.
take one in.
Yep, okay.
Thank you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate the information.
Okay, Robert, I need a ticket. Okay, right.
Okay.
So in that case of that scientific instrument that are the originals, which date to the 18th century, start at $5,000 to $10,000.
If anybody parked in the roundabout, you need to move your car. So if you're parked in the roundabout versus the actual parking lot, you'll need to move your car right away.
So this one being a high-end replica from the 1970s, that's what the price reflects the difference there in the 5 to 800. Okay, what can you tell me about this today?
This belonged to my grandmother, and she was born in 1888. She came over from Scotland and brought this with her. And there are 6 cups and saucers, and we're just kind of curious. I've had it forever.
We've probably had it for 52 years.
Yeah, we've had at least 52 years.
Yeah, that you got it and show,
Starbucks would that be?
but she didn't tell you anything about it.
She did not. She did not. But I've had it in her hutch that I also inherited from her for years.
Yeah. It's an interesting mark on this one. And where did she come from?
She came from Scotland.
Yep. Okay. So this is interesting, and this is a nice lesson today that we don't see very often, and is that this, if you've looked over the years, you know, at your China, at relatives China, usually always says a country on the bottom. So that was kind of international export laws have been around for, I guess, 150 years or so now, plus, where people would mark it. That was for customs departments and things like that. So the international export laws. Well, this one is just marked foreign. I haven't seen it very often. Most of you probably haven't seen that. That foreign mark, that was Japanese export only for the United Kingdom market exclusively. So it was, they explain it exactly as the foreign mark was intended for the United Kingdom market instead of made in Japan. The other thing, though, we can tell from this is that the age is, now when did she come here?
She came in 1900s.
Do you know what year? Probably was it the?
I don't know.
Yeah, because this typically, this type of china, this enameling looks to be post-World War II. Yeah.
No, she came in before.
Way before then.
So sorry. But, you know, she always said that she brought it with her, but
Mhm.
maybe she didn't bring it with her. I don't really know.
Yeah. Yep. Unfortunately, because the company didn't mark it, they just have marked it foreign. That's all we know is that it was made specifically for the UK market out of Japan, and it's typical of the. We know too from the motifs here with the birds and the flowers that it's Japanese. It's interesting because I would be very, very surprised though if this was any earlier than World War II, than post-World War II, and then even based on all the types of material, enamels used here.
Is that hand painted?
Yeah, it's all hand enameled, all hand painted and hand enameling.
I don't know how she would have gotten it. Did she have a travel bag? No.
So I suppose it could be 1920s. Does that sound,
That would fit.
yeah.
My mother was born in 1914.
14, so 30s, okay.
So
Yeah,
she
I mean, it could come in, it could be 30s, 40s. It could be, it appears to be more like post-war Japan, but it could be a little earlier. But we do know for sure that the mark that this is Japanese for the UK market. So maybe it would date a little earlier than it appears to be. But the Japanese market for all porcelain has been very soft for going on about 20 years now. When Japan had their recession years ago, their market for their antiques and collectibles never really bounced back. There's a few exceptions, but not many. So there's just not a whole lot of monetary value in a set like this. How many pieces are there?
There's 6 cups. and this.
And that, yeah. It would, this is something that in an antique store, I would expect to see out for the whole set for maybe $150.
Well, it's priceless to me.
Sure. Yeah. But it's interesting. That's an interesting
She said
thing.
it's priceless to me.
You very rarely see is that foreign mark was exclusively for Japanese produced items for the UK market. Mhm.
Gina Garcia, make your way up.
We've actually tried to.
Push it up.
Mhm.
I think she's our no-show, so if we want to.
Yeah. So the site I use for the Japanese
So,
marks
wanna
is
go
called
with that order?
Gothenburg, and that also tells you all the marks for Satsuma and things like that.
And how do you spell that?
It's just
Oh,
G
we're behind the desk.
G-O-T-H-E-B-O-R-G.
Yes, still door 19.
Yeah.
If we can catch back up. Okay, perfect.
What was that again?
And then,
G-O-T-H-E-B-O-R-G.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Margie and Ted Plattner.
Just Margie today.
Okay, Margie, here's your ticket.
Hello, hi.
So my item is the baby grand piano, which obviously I could not bring
Right.
with me today, but I did.
It's a baby grand piano, and she thought it would be best to not bring it.
Yeah, and it's a player piano, obviously.
Player, right. So the piano's been in our family for 72 years plus.
Same.
And this was my father's hobby, and I grew up listening to the piano music every night after dinner. We lived in Cleveland, Ohio. Now we're out here in Washington. And I tried to research the numbers on the inside. Oh, and I have pictures. That's what I need to show you. I tried to research the numbers on there, but couldn't find anything, so.
Okay, so they have the family has a player piano. There's all the rolls for it.
I have
4, 5, 6, 7,
6 boxes of rolls with approximately 80, 85 rolls in
Okay.
each box.
Okay, wow.
So
A huge
it's,
collection of the rolls for it. And here's the piano, okay?
There are pictures of, pictures of that's the piano.
So the piano's been with you, you've had it for 72 years in the family.
Right, and maybe longer.
Mhm.
It was there when I was born, so now I'm 74, so.
And they moved it with them from Cleveland to here in Washington State.
Anyways, so that's the condition. I mentioned the condition a little bit, and their numbers are over here. It says Baltimore, Maryland, but some of the numbers I can't read.
Oh, the serial number's right there.
Yes.
92095, let's see. 5, okay, let's take a look. We can find the serial number for you.
Sadly, no one in my family wants the piano. So
Yeah.
I think it's time to part with it.
Yeah, so we have, well, I wouldn't say that we necessarily have, to do with so many less people playing the piano, but to do with the fact that everything's gone electronic. And so there's pianos, obviously there's electronic keyboards that are so sophisticated they can replicate a piano sound. And so there's a few pianos that still sell. Some of the player pianos, of course, Steinways and things like that. But the
This is the Canali and it's Ampico. And 90% of the rolls are Ampico, but I do have some other URS and other items.
interesting, the different eras weren't working. There we go. Okay, so she had mentioned how the family has this at least 72 years in the family. They brought it when they moved from Cleveland. Was it 92095? It's right there. Okay, so the piano itself, as we look up the serial number, look up on that. The piano itself, the records aren't specific to the exact year. The piano was manufactured between was manufactured in 1923 or 1924 is when it was manufactured. They have the serial numbers in 5-year blocks here, and with that number being close to the top end, it's going to be probably 1924, possibly 1923. Let's see, and then we'll see if we can find, unfortunately, the piano market is so soft. Well, that didn't save for me. And it still works good?
The player does not work.
Needs to be serviced,
Yes, and it needs to be tuned, but that's normal for a piano.
We need a little servicing and tuning.
That's right.
Yeah, well, let's see, that was in 2007. Yeah. So there's an example of yours right there. Yeah. So unfortunately, the bad news is that I'm looking now in just the last 10 years of the same piano, yours coming up, and they're either not selling or they're selling at the most at $1,500 is all.
And with the rolls included?
I was just looking at the piano itself. We can take a look if the rolls have, it's a.
If you just have one or two, that's not really a consequence, but if you have, and when we moved here from Cleveland, we sold half of the rolls. They're heavy, the piano's heavy, and you have to pay by weight.
And unfortunately, I'm looking here at the auction records, and the rolls themselves are selling for only $3 to $5 each.
Which on some of them was the initial price of them.
Yeah, and that just shows us how technology replaces so many things.
Right.
That pianos, for the most part, pianos are on the verge of extinction, except for the professional musicians that are playing, the Steinways and Baldwins and things, Yamahas.
Suggestion how I would find someone that I could either sell it to or that they'd be interested in.
I would just maybe run an ad to get some, but I don't know of any. It's been years now that I know of anybody. I know that the local thrift store in our neighborhood, they had last week somebody was offering a piano for free, a beautiful upright piano. So it shows the sign of the times on pianos.
And out here, it's different than back east. There were so many places and people interested.
Yeah.
It's kind of a different set.
Yeah.
I just did like this marketplace online on Facebook. Yeah. That's
Mm-hmm.
probably your best bet.
Okay, we are looking for Jenny Barasa.
Thank you so much for these pictures. That really helped. I know. So, yeah. Thank you so much.
Does anybody have any questions while Grant just took a quick little break? He'll be back in 2 seconds. Anybody have any just general questions? No? Okay.
Oh, wait, so Grant gets back to us.
One of the questions we get asked all the time, we're from Seattle, and Grant's born and raised Ballard boy, and 7 years ago decided to get out of the big city and move to Davenport. And we get asked every day at the gallery, people pop in and say, what brought you to Davenport? Well, initially Grant would tell the story about, the city and yada, yada. And then he decided that was just too long of a story. So now we just tell people witness protection. It gets a chuckle. Pardon? Oh, in Seattle, Magnolia. Yeah, it's Ballard boy. I became a Ballard girl, but after we got married. Okay, do you want to tell us about your item?
Oh, I have no clue what it is. A neighbor gave it to my parents about 65 years ago. They said they were going to come back and pick it up, and they didn't.
Okay.
And both my parents are passed, and my brother said, not a chance, and put it in my car. So here we are today. We don't know what it is or if it has any value at all.
Okay. Yep.
I'm from Magnolia.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Not born, but raised there. Lived there for all my life.
Yep. Yeah, this is wonderful. So this is Japanese. This is Meiji era. So this is pretty typical. So this is mixed metals. So that's what we have: bronze, we have gold, we have copper. So this is a very, it's fancier than most of what we'll see. And we can also feel the weight, extremely heavy. So this is an urn. Yeah, this is a covered urn. And it even has, the liner here too. But this is, so by Meiji era, on this one, this is going to date somewhere between 1885 to 1895 on this one, yeah. Now, the one thing on this one we have to acknowledge is it has been polished. And how long have you had it?
It's been with my parents since I was probably 8 or 9.
Yeah.
My mom's never polished it.
It's really, and you can see,
Dusty, probably.
yeah, you can see here how it has, see the darkening here? The dark spots. So somebody polished this really extensively, and like you said, it could have been decades ago. But this 150-year-old vase, if it had never been polished, would be like chocolate brown. Just see how the top is kind of, yeah. It should be kind of a golden brown or a chocolate brown from top to bottom. So somebody really polished it. And you can see up here, look at how clean it is up here. Look at that. We're down here though, couldn't quite, there's the patina that's still wore into there. So somebody had really harshly cleaned it. I mean, there's no scratches. They didn't use like steel wool or anything, but somebody really aggressively cleaned it. And so it has not got its patina back. And again, being 150 years old, it should be like chocolate brown from top to bottom. But it is a very high-end piece for a Meiji era urn. Let's take a look at the bottom. They're not typically signed. And again, this age of a piece, they didn't have to mark them for export laws. They would sometimes sign them, not always. It has all the little carved details in here. Yeah, it would be wonderful to see what this looked like with all the original patina. I'm not so sure how the repatinization process, what the verdict is on how that really turns out, but you can see like on the little gold flowers, not all of the darkening came out, but yeah, that's what it is. It's a Meiji era, Japanese Meiji era, bronze or mixed metals urn. And the Japanese market, we just talked about it a few moments ago. The Japanese market never really recovered after their recession. And it's been about 15 to 20 years now that the Japanese antiques just haven't sold for what other countries' items sell for. In this market, it's probably, I would say, at auction. Yeah, it's really surprising how much this market has dipped to what it used to be. I would only expect that to sell at auction for maybe $400 to $600.
Really?
Because of that Japanese market, so it continues to be so soft. Yeah, we just had a beautiful big Japanese vase a couple months ago, remember? And it had the original patina and just so $300 is all or something. Yeah, the Japanese market. Yeah, very soft. So it's such a well-made piece and it's a shame, but that's just the state of the Japanese market for Japanese antiques.
We went far off when my father passed away. We had to list everything down. We put 1,800 on it for his estate.
Yeah.
But that was 4 years ago.
Yeah, I know. And there's years ago it was
If
easily.
Hal
that-
Kirshner can make his way to the stage. Oh, and it looks like Diane, possibly if you're related, it looks like, same last name.
You know, how do you get rid of things like this? How do you sell them?
Yeah, we auction things for people. Yeah, we put them on multiple online platforms worldwide. Yeah, so we sell things like that. Yeah. You have a card. Yeah, and the thing about an auction is things can always go for more too, depending on the interest in things. It's a very well-made piece. Yeah.
Who knew?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so
Yep.
much. Yeah, please watch this drop off.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I heard purchased at a garage sale.
A garage sale find here.
There you go. Looks like your map broke, but that's okay.
The mat's good.
Okay.
Be careful. We're quite a ways away.
Okay, so we have this is looks like a French aquatint, definitely a European. Is it plate signed for the name? On the back. Okay, let me take a look if I can find the artist for you. It's signed in pencil. They didn't sign very neatly for us.
What is an aquatint?
So an aquatint is a colored etching.
And what is an etching?
An etching is a steel plate print. So they basically carve their artwork into a steel plate. Then they dip it in ink, apply it to the paper, and then they color the image. And this one, let's make sure it's not a lithograph and see if this one, let me look again on the magnifier.
This is part of why we remove things from frames when they bring pieces in for auction. Almost all print work is removed from frames so that we can do close inspections. And is this one mounted, Grant?
It is, yes. That's one of the issues with that one that's going to lower the value is that it is mounted. So typically these etchings like this, prints, these were always on just art paper, thin art paper. And in the case of this one, it's not uncommon, but the framers likely who did it is that they mounted this on mat board. So you can see the black lines here where this started out. In a piece like this, it's much more colored than there is than an etching. So there's an extensive, they call it an aquatint because of how extensive they have accented the etching itself. You'll be able to see the lines, the black lines throughout that were kind of the basis of it. And then all the colors that were added that kind of make it, so it's kind of almost like a half original, half etching, but they call it an aquatint. And it is signed in pencil, but it's really hard to see. We're going to take a look here and see if we can figure out who the artist is. Yes. Typically when we see these most of the time, they're French, but not always.
Somebody sent that returned. They wanted me to give it to you. Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, we don't get mail at our, cities. They don't give us mail at our physical address.
And it's this person here. Let's see if this is who the artist was. And it's typically the age on something like this is usually around 1920s through 1940s, but more commonly the 1920s or 1930s. Sometimes it can take a long time to figure out the names. The artist has signed it in pencil, so sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's not. Yeah, this one's. It's signed and numbered. It's numbered on the bottom there. But that's a tough signature to make out. And then sometimes they sign them in the plate too, which makes it a little easier because then sometimes that one's signed a little better. The question is that third letter, is it a G or a D the way they did it? It sure looks like it's a G, but. Did you see that one, Gina, to see? I mean, that's another one of those mystery.
Yeah, H-U-G-A-U-R.
Yeah.
Don't have any following.
There was a lot of this art, a lot of these artists.
Or H-U-Q.
Yeah. Now, we do have issues with this one in the fact that it is mounted, and it's not an artist that I recognize, and I know a lot of the French and European are, yeah, it's, yeah, pencil sign. So this is, the toning is from the, so the very edge here, the dark line on the edge is matte burn. So we can see where the matte was with this, with the paper that's here, that it had a matte that was glued to it. And so then the darkening on the very edge is from matte burn, from the acid in the matte. And then the toning we see here, where we have the different colors from the matte board to here, that's toning, that's damage from light, is what that's from. And we call that toning. So, and then this is also mounted to matte board. So it's in this condition, so it's gonna, and this is gonna date from the 1920s or 30s, in my opinion. In this condition, it's probably worth about $75 to $100. It's not an artist I'm familiar with, nor an artist that I could readily find. I'm usually really good at figuring out the artists, and I know a lot of these artists, but in this case, let me check one thing. Let me just try if there's anything on that one monogram, let me just check.
While he's doing one final check, is Diane Kirshner here yet? Yeah.
But
You
unfortunately,
can make your way up to the stage.
Unfortunately, being mounted does really hurt a lot. But not bad for a garage sale find. Oh, there it is, maybe. Try one thing. Oh, there, I got it for you. Just before, it's Marcel Harang. There it is. Right there, okay. So the artist is Marcel Harang. Yeah, right there. It's Harang. And again, that one went for $135 in better condition. So it's about $75. Harang. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, there you go.
And it's okay that your math wrote, because it
Yeah.
was causing all that asking. Awesome. Thank you so much, and be careful of the drop, okay?
All today?
This when I was a kid. It's my father. I got this from my parents when I was a child, and I'm like 55 now, so it's pretty old.
It has a little bit of age.
Okay, there's the signature right there.
You can go ahead and just have a seat. I'll take your tickets when I call your name. Thank you.
Let me get a picture of this so I can blow it up. Oops, I don't put that flashlight against people. One of the nice things about these cell phones is we can get a picture and then
I do that all the time. So he goes.
if I can get it to focus.
As our eyesight weakens, a cell phone blow-up picture works great. I'll do it on a Tylenol thing, where I can't read how many to take.
So it says Germany, but it's, I think, kind of hard to get a. Very lightly incised into the top of her neck is the signature of the maker. Yeah. It's not focusing.
There you go. If you go out, and then you can blow it up right there. Right there.
Yeah, I tried that. It didn't. It's so lightly. Yeah. Can't.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard. So it is signed on the back of her, on the back of her, the top of her neck. It's a beautiful bisque doll. So this was given to you by a family member? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's a lovely bisque doll if you did get to see it there. She's probably, dates between 1915 and 1925. Very, very good quality. We're even with getting a picture of that signature, it was really hard.
Have you already talked about your auction company?
No, I can talk about that again here in just a minute. Sure. Here, I'm going to try this. I wasn't sure what Gina covered when I was gone for a minute.
Well, he's researching that. I'll just tell you a little bit. Grant's a third-generation auctioneer, so he's been doing this since he was basically born, since he was little. And so 7 years ago, we moved to Davenport and opened our own company. And prior to that, he worked at the family auction house in Seattle, actually in Renton. And so we do auctions worldwide and ship all over the world. And it's quite fun and exciting. And we get to see all sorts of things. We travel the country. We're going to North Carolina next week to pick up a big estate of Southwest pottery and art and books. We just got in a 10,000 book collection out of Spokane a couple weeks ago. So we do lots of sports cards and memorabilia. That's what he's most known for, is collectibles and sports. And if you watch a TV show, that's where you'll see him do appraisals there. And, but we do all categories, and we have a great staff, a great team, and just enjoy what we do and enjoy getting to meet people and see all sorts of wonderful things. So, yeah, so we're happy to be here supporting the museum, and please, support the museum as well. And going to different events that they have. It's a great organization, and what a beautiful auditorium. So.
Okay, let's just send a picture of this off to somebody real quick.
So this is where you phone a friend. The one thing is because of the national work and exposure that we have, we do have a network across the country, and sometimes we we have to reach out and get a little help from those who are experts. Grant would be called a generalist. He knows a lot about everything, but he doesn't know everything about everything. So sometimes we have to go to that honed-in specialist who just does that category, such as a doll. So don't know if they'll be available at the moment, but
Okay, we'll just send off a picture to a doll expert right now, and then we'll just, we can just have you come sit over here with Gina. And
is Nancy here? Why don't you come on up and we'll actually kind of, if you don't mind, waiting a few more minutes? Diane? Do you mind waiting a few minutes? You can just go ahead and come sit over here. Yeah. Okay, Nancy, do you have a ticket? Oops.
Okay, we've sent pictures off to one of the country's top doll experts, who's a friend of mine. And so there you go. That's a beautiful doll.
Let her sit there for the moment. See if we hear it.
Because you can't, the mark on that is clear, but it's so lightly incised into there, and I can't make it out. But somebody who's a doll expert, they could see that and go, oh yeah, I know exactly what that is, because, so that's what we're waiting to hear. Okay. All right.
Yard sale find again from Nancy.
I've had it for about 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe nothing, maybe something. I tried to find it. I found a lot of them with this, but not this one.
Yeah. Yeah, we were taught, let me see again, like last time, let's see if I can find the pattern for you.
When I first met Grant, like 30 plus years ago, every place we would go, the antique stores or whatever, the first thing he would do would be turn it over. And I'm like, what? Now I know what.
Okay, so we're going to do like we did before. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to look for the pattern. And I should be able to find the pattern. So we talked about the English china that we had, I guess, 45 minutes ago or so. That was what we called eggshell. This is a heavier piece. This is what we call more ironstone. It was made for utilitarian use, for almost daily use. It's very durable. Even though it is a soft paste porcelain, you'll often see this same type of construction in like the pitchers and bowls on the old commode sets and things like that. This one is called Mandarin, is the pattern. There it is right there. I'm looking at it right there to compare. Yeah, called Mandarin. This type of porcelain is not very collectible these days. We talked about the china, English china and American china a little while ago. It's decoratively, it's beautiful. There's just the younger collectors aren't collecting this type of a thing. And so what's nice about this though is that it's so colorful, and it is looks to be in perfect condition with no damage. And looking at the sites that carry this type of thing, it's something that an antique store would be about $35. I see more of these now. The people that are using these, because they are nice, they're colorful, use them as vases and things like that. And at some of the antique shows. But this type of ironstone from England is not something that the collectors are necessarily collecting as china collectors. But it dates, this one here dates around 1910 to 1920.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, it was 35 cents.
There you go.
You 10 times your money. 10 times my money. Thank you. Awesome, thank you so much.
Sue Beal.
Nothing yet. Okay. It said connected, so we'll see. Yeah, so, yeah, we get that question every day, so it's a really good question. So if you talk about things that have, on a real broad scale that are hot, the new and younger collectors are collecting comic books. And now, yeah, especially with all the movies that have been made, and now I know there's some more coming even with the Marvel series and things. So the younger collectors are really collecting comic books and also sports cards. The pop culture, basically, and then anybody who has been famous the second half of the 20th century continues to sell well. What we're seeing, though, is that the younger collectors don't really know the people. They don't know the celebrities and famous people from the first half of the 20th century, with the exception of like Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig. So that's kind of covers, the collectibles part of it. As far as antiques, people are still collecting. There's still collectors looking for particular artists, and desirable oil paintings, watercolors. I mean, every category has something that sells. I mean, we just sold so for instance, if Crocs, a lot of people have the Red Wing Crocs. Well, a 3 or 4 gallon Croc, there's so many of them made, they only sell for $30 to $50. But we had a Croc a few months ago that was an advertising Croc, and it was an early rare Red Wing, and it went for $4,500. So my answer is, I tell people every day, because we do get asked that every day, it's a really hard question to answer, because there's still glass that sells for expensive results, but there's 99% of the glass doesn't sell at all. And there's still pottery that sells, and there's 99% of the pottery that doesn't sell well. So it's a really hard question to answer in general. But I would say, what would be, because someone could have still have a $50,000 painting on their wall, So basically, it's a hard question to answer, though. Yeah. But in general, I will say that collectibles and pop culture from the second part of from the 1950s to now to the 2000 or so is probably selling the hottest.
What did you bring today?
Well, this sword, which was found in my parents' garage when we were cleaning it out, none of us have any idea where it came from. We did have a cousin who lived with us that was raised in South America. It has some inscription on the handle. Clueless. And you can tell I did not clean it.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
How long did your parents live in the home? Long time.
60 years ago.
Well, I mean, in this case, there's a lot of pitting, which is basically, finish loss. So you really trying to clean it wouldn't really get you anywhere. It's irreversible, that kind of surface loss. 30.75.
There's also some etching in my handle.
Okay, and turn that around and see.
Oh, yeah.
And how'd you get this?
It was in my garage. Might be from a person who lived with us for a while that was raised in South America, but we have no idea.
Could have been a cousin from South America that brought it here. Lots written on the handle. Oh my gosh, it's dated.
Mm-hmm. I saw that.
When dated.
Does it say something about Cuba?
Joseph S. Bruce Santiago, D.E. July 4th, 1898, it looks like. Can't read what that says. That looks like it's kind of hand etched.
It is, yeah.
Oh, there's more on the handle right here. Oh, yeah. Right here.
Yeah.
There's quite a bit.
Mhm. Yeah, that's
On the
it.
heart. Hmm.
Let me do something. Let's see here. She's typing right now, looks like.
While Grant's researching that, I'll just share a quick little something. Just got a letter that was actually returned to the person who wrote it, and they sent some information on the item, and the information they sent was just a printout of different kind of comparables they found online. And all of the comparables are just what people were asking. So it's really, really important if you're researching your own items. What someone asks for an item is meaningless. It's only when money changes hands. So when you're researching your own items, just because somebody on First Dibs or on eBay or somewhere is asking $10,000, did money change hands? And if it didn't, it's not worth $10,000. So just a little tip when you're doing your own research. Okay, cool. Oh, look what we got your answer. Oh. Do you know what years your cousin lived or came and lived? High school in the 60s, so it would have been 15. He lived with his parents until high school. Got it. So he likely would have got this from a family member, not himself personally, because he was too young. Yeah, just because it's based on the date. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so this one took a little more research. Okay, yeah, this one took a little more research because, this is a real special item here. So this tells us everything we needed to know about this particular machete. So we have the markings on here of the maker on one side. We also have a decal on the other. But what really changes everything on this machete is the fact that the fellow who used this in the Spanish-American War engraved all that detail on the handle. So what it says here is it says Joseph S. Booth, Santiago de Cuba, July 4th of 1898. And of course, the Santiago de Cuba was a battle in part of the Spanish-American War. And so this sword has everything we need for this to go from being a $200 sword to probably a $1,000 to $2,000 sword because of that. Yeah, it's so it's when
She said she won't tell her sisters.
When we see swords, I mean, when we see powder horns and swords and things like that, we always talk about provenance. And so this, if the gentleman hadn't carved those things into the handle, then we would have no provenance, and all we would be able to do is value this as a Acero 22 machete. But because of how much detail and he wrote on that handle, it's an important part of the Spanish-American War, and it's a very collectible machete. Yeah, really cool. Can I take a few pictures of it? Did you tell her about the doll yet?
I haven't. I thought we were done here.
Okay. Yeah, this is pretty cool. So it looks like So the siege of Santiago de Cuba happened in July of 1898, and this is dated July 4th, 1898 on the handle. So this tells us that this Joseph S. Booth was part of the siege on Santiago de Cuba in July of 1898. He even dated it. That's incredible. So it looks like it started at noon on July 1st was the siege. And it's dated, yeah. Wow, that's pretty cool. What a find.
Very historical. It would have gone to the garbage. If
Oh my gosh.
Somebody hadn't grabbed it.
No, this is very important.
Whenever clearing out an estate, you've got to bring in an expert before anything is thrown away. We deal with it all the time. Like she said, this almost got thrown away, and it's an important piece of history.
Let me take a look and see if I
So
can find.
always bring in an expert before you start tossing anything, even paper, because sometimes paper, not newspapers, but just old programs or old something that you think is garbage, unless you have an expert telling you. Please call in someone if you're clearing out an estate. And Robbie Hunt, are you here waiting? Yes. You're going to be on deck next.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a special piece. It's hard. There's no actual ones I could find to substantiate going even higher. But just that's kind of a base price, at least, I would expect to be 1,000 plus at auction. And that provenance is just is correct and spectacular. So thanks for bringing that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Maybe. He's in Australia. So
Yeah.
It's a beautiful piece. Thank you.
And very important.
Okay, so on the
This is an easier way to walk down the street. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, so we got information back from Julie, and Julie is based out of the Seattle area. You'll see her appraisals on often from time to time, Julie Scott, and it is in good condition. She said this is a later mass-produced German doll, and she said they have taken a hit in value in the last 5 to 10 years. And she said she would expect to see that at a doll show for a little bit under $100. And so not any special comments about that one. It's a great little doll though, and yeah, the fact it's still worth somewhere near 100 is good because the doll market can be pretty slow, and some of the more dolls that aren't as nice as that sell for quite a bit less. So yeah.
Phone a friend worked. Okay, Robbie Holt, sorry. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 items.
So when she says later, she means it's not Victorian era. So when she says later, she's probably meaning like 1920s. Yeah. Okay.
It's actually Hewitt.
Oh, Hewitt. It's, it's just because I can't.
Right. It's not.
Thank you.
All right.
I totally contemplated to start pick up this good flawless.
Okay. Is this part of a whole set?
This piece is not.
It's not. Okay.
And what I'd like to do at some point is talk to you about maybe arranging for you to come. We actually have a number of things.
Okay.
I just picked out random things.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, I was more out of curiosity because I can't find the art. Obviously, that's your
Yeah, so on this, she has this, this sugar, this lone sugar here. This is Japanese silver plate. And what she wanted to know today was if I could, if I had any records for who made this. See if I can find that for her. But it is silver plate and not sterling. Yeah. So we'll take a look on that and see. Usually the silver plate markings are not something we can find. Yeah, people have spent the time to log and archive sterling marks, but usually not the silver plate, the export. So in this case, the Japanese, this piece here is, they really went after kind of an American look here with the wreath and flowers. And so this this says made in Japan, but I'd expect this is probably like 1930s or 40s. I think this is definitely right before sometime before World War II. It is marked made in Japan. And just the way they went with that it could even be 1920s, late 20s, or 1930s, but they really went for that. They even have a little figure in the middle, really copying the American floral. There's a floral motif in the middle, really copying the kind of the American look of the arts and crafts, Art Nouveau look on that. And those, that originally would have came in a whole set. Individually, it's about $15. Mm-hmm. But it could be 1920s.
The design looking is just so unusual.
And they're definitely they would export that to sell in America. It says made in Japan, doesn't have Japanese characters. So yeah, they were trying to blend that in with the things that were on the shelves that were made by the American companies. It's very American looking pattern.
And this actually does have a bowl, but it doesn't have the same mark as the bowl.
Okay. All right. This is a studio pottery pitcher. She said it has a bowl too, but this doesn't have the mark. So this is a handmade piece of pottery. And it is marked on the bottom. Very hard to make out. What do we see? See if we can.
And what do we do?
Mm-hmm. Let's take a look. It's really hard to make out the original. They have their name, something original. Looks like. Well, there is a pottery artist named Hey Moon, and it says that's the way you might say Hey, H-E-Y. Almost looks like the same thing too, but he signed that one differently. Look at the finish there. But this one, he stamped it. Let's see. That was on. But I know all the more valuable studio potters, and there that one that's. Take that out. I think that, so in my opinion, that one is a potter, a studio potter who did a good job, and it resembles even the Archie Bray, kind of movement of pottery. Good quality on the base. It could be that Hey Moon. They just signed it Hey, H-E-Y. If it is by Hey Moon, it's $75 or $85. If it's not, it's maybe $45. Yeah. But it's well done. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. what we call studio pottery or studio ceramics. That is a handmade, one-of-a-kind sign piece.
And these things, you know, I didn't expect to be great now. It's kind of neat.
Mhm.
I didn't put it in this. This is how I acquired it. And it's open a little bit on the end. Okay, if you need.
It's taped. That's okay.
I just found it very interesting.
Yeah.
I never took it out of it. So.
Yeah. So this is just just a photocopy, color copy quality
It is just
reproduction. Just that. Yeah. It's worth about what it costs to print it on the at the.
Too bad it wasn't the actual 4 gallons,
Right.
right?
Yep. Yep. This is just a quality on a quality machine color copy. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll see if the last thing is of interest. I think
Okay.
it'll be a lot more interesting.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Sampler.
It's inscribed in the back letters. And I do know this to be part of it.
Okay, yeah, so on this one, we have a German needle point here, and this is not quite what they call a sampler. A sampler was when they were practicing their needlework, and so they would do numbers and letters just in sequence. This is just what we call a needle point, a German needle point. So, but it is all hand done needle point. This one, it's in German. The translation on the back, it says, "What I am is God's gift to me. What I do with it is my gift to him." And this one we can date by a couple of things. And often when we see this actual samplers, they can sometimes be 18th century, even 19th century. On this one, we have a couple different ways we can date it. It's not as old as the most needlepoint samplers we see. We have, first of all, they have the felt lettering here, which is almost the same as like the pipe cleaner kind of, or felt or mohair. And then we have this embossed symbol in the middle, which is more what it came around in late Victorian period. This is either a cardboard or a celluloid that's in the middle. And then with the oak frame, the frame doesn't always tell us everything because things can be reframed. But based on the materials that are here with the felt and the embossed insignia in the middle, it's probably dates more like around 1910 to 1915. Yeah. And, it's worth probably about $125 to $150. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And, the type of things that we feel that have the value, obviously, are things that we're bringing in here. So could I have one of those?
Yeah.
And do you travel to those as well?
Yeah.
Well, our daughter and son-in-law live in Riverside.
Oh.
Yeah, we went by your place, but it's been
Sure.
closed, so.
Oh,
all right.
okay.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Alan Coulter?
Hi. Good. How are you doing? How are you? Oh.
What I brought was a program from spring training, 1971. And I found that at an antique store years ago. And I'm a baseball fan and I do a lot of my memorabilia and stuff. But when I got it home, I started looking in there and somebody, whoever bought the program and was at the game and kept score, they did they did the box score. They did everything. They had the lineups, they did everything. And I thought that was pretty cool. But the one thing that caught my eye was at the top of the page. where it says the ball 3, strike 2 experimental rule game. There was only one. And I talked to one of the players a few years ago that was in that game, Raleigh Fingers, and he remembered that game. So Charlie Finley was the owner of the Oakland A's, and he did a lot of weird things. Tried the orange baseball. The players were paid $200 to grow a mustache, and he wanted this game to be played. And the other owners didn't want to do it, and he kept bugging them, and they finally gave up and said, okay, Charlie, we'll do it one game. And he was trying to do it so to speed up the game. Well, there were 17 walks issued during the game, and they said, okay, Charlie, point. We're never going to do this again.
Right.
They didn't speed up the game at all.
No.
But what I would be interested in is the value and the rarity of this.
Right. Let me take a look. Yeah.
Because I can't find a lot of information on it. But I think we've got to be authentic, because who would write that if they're on the top of the page?
Yeah, but nothing comes up on that.
How much did that favorite cost?
What, 30, no, 40,000?
You had 2. You let me hold the cheap one.
Oh, they went to 40.
No, it was.
You might have been up there. Okay.
So that was a 3 balls and 3 strikes, experimental roll, 1 game. It doesn't even come up. That's the orange baseballs comes up. I remember those. I remember seeing. I've had one of those before. Yeah, I would say so too. Yeah. I agree. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we have a big sports hobby coming up March 21st. Yeah, it's not even catalog yet. He's gonna start cataloging tomorrow. Got lots of cards. Oh, we have 1,000 lots.
Yeah. Yeah. So what Alan has here is, so Charlie Finley from the Oakland A's had, one of the things that a lot of people recall or you can read about is that he had the idea to do the orange baseballs. And that was a short-lived idea. I had forgotten about it. I think I heard about this years ago, but in spring training in 1971, he'd been lobbying the other owners to do 3 balls and 3 strikes rule change in baseball in hopes of speeding up the game. And so this is a complete scorecard from that game. And from what I can see, the only one that exists. And this was they did it 1 game, and then Finley conceded it was a bad idea because there was how many, 17 walks? 17 walks, and the game ended up taking 2 hours and 25 minutes. Which is about what they're taking now with the rule changes that everybody has agreed on. So it was only 1 game they tried that, And I can't find anything, very little even on that covering that, that experimental game, and definitely nothing memorabilia wise. So this is a good case where really the, to know the real value on this thing is really a situation where you'd have to put it up for auction because there's nothing to compare it to. There is not another one out there. As our job as auctioneers, we still have to put a value on it to be in communication with our consigners, and also because the computer makes us put an estimate in there. So I would probably, but again, at auction, anything can happen. We've ticket stubs. So collectors really look for rare and unusual things. We've had ticket stubs recently, just little ticket stubs that are rare from no hitters and things that bring thousands of dollars. But I would say that it would all depend on how many people are familiar with that game. And because the more people that are familiar with it, the more people that would say, wow, this is such an interesting piece of history, and it's the only one known that's scored from that game. What's really good too is it has all these notations, which really helps the provenance. You have the scorecard, and then all these other notations just add to the provenance, add to the value. They wrote down the score, the time of the game, that it was the 3 balls, 3 strikes experimental rule. It's dated. It has everything going for it. The question is it worth $500? Is it worth $2,500? I don't know. Because it was not implemented. Sometimes things are worth more when it's something out of the first game of a rule change that was implemented. Because it wasn't implemented, maybe makes it worth a little less than if it was implemented. And it was spring training and not regular season. So it's a quirky item. But again, yeah, it wasn't regular season. It wasn't a rule that was the first game of something that was implemented. It's a very it has a lot of curiosity to it, but it could be like 300 to 500. Or you could have a couple baseball nerds that go crazy. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, that's really cool.
James Liddickson.
Yeah. Oh yeah, lots of it. Yeah. Okay.
Well, enjoy that.
All right, thank you.
All right, please.
Would that auction be live auction or online auction?
It's a live auction, and it's simultaneously held through 5 bidding platforms online and in our facility. So we have people, not a lot, but we have some, and then it's live.
It's one item.
Okay. Okay, beautiful. Let's take a look at the base first then. See if we have any markings. And how long have you had this?
It's been in the family since early 1900s.
Okay. So it's been rewired.
Yes, I think that.
Mhm.
Made no changes internally, and everything else is original. Okay. I had another person look at it online, and he mentioned Emile Gallet as being the probable maker of this. My great-grandparents, my great-grandfather on my mother's side was a brother to a railroad construction contractor who built most of the Great Northern Railway. When he died, my great-grandfather inherited a substantial sum of money, and they were both Danish immigrants. With that money, he was able to afford to go back to Denmark and traveled in Europe in the early 1900s, about 1910. And within the family, we understand this lamp came home from Europe with them on the ship about 1910. I have some photos from that trip. And the photos date 1910.
Is the lamp in a photo at all?
No, the lamp is not in the photo, but it's been in the family. I'm 82 years old, and I remember it being there as a small child. The individual that I talked to before suggested that the signature should be in the perimeter.
Yeah,
somewhere. We have looked and looked and looked
Yes.
with a light inside, and I could not find it to save my family.
Yeah. So, and typically Gallet Gallet is what they call a cameo glass, and typically Gallet is all carved, their pieces. In this case, we have so the clear glass part is carved, and we can see that here on this part. You can feel that. If you feel on the inside, it's smooth. Okay, so the outside is carved or acid etched. But then all of the flowers and this accent is all applied, almost like little beads, which is not something that I've seen from Gallet before. This is like an applied little beadwork that's on the yellow and the green. That's over then and then it looks like the green is actually over. So it looks like the shade had this finish over the whole shade before it was accented. So it's either acid etched or carved, but it would appear to be more acid etched. And then this is all hand applied, but again, it's like airbrush and beads. Let me see. It just, in my experience, it doesn't resemble, because anything with Gallet, and I'm looking at the shades now, the Gallet, they're much more heavily carved, and they didn't deviate from that from much.
After Gallet passed away, it's my understanding the family continued some of the works that he was doing. And we've kind of wondered if maybe this was the origin, was after his passing, and some work that they did that was modified, not modified, but they weren't doing exactly the same as he had been doing. They maybe put their own touch to something.
Yeah, it's just so dissimilar to his work. So if you see right here, see how deeply carved the cattails and the butterfly are. Almost all of his work was like that, very deeply carved. This is very lightly etched and then colored. So it's just too, in my opinion, it's too dissimilar to.
And I don't disagree.
Yeah, with Gallet's, yeah. And if you look at the shades here, they're all consistent with that.
Yeah, I've looked online quite a bit.
Yeah, and you said this came though from Europe?
It came from Europe.
Yeah, see, my opinion, I think this is Eastern European. I think it's either Czech or Austrian. Yeah, but I'd be leaning in towards like Czech. I would be leaning, because so back in that period, people are surprised how much when people bring glass in that's say 100 or 75 to 125 years old, people bring art glass in. They're really surprised how much their art glass is Eastern European. The Eastern European countries were producing beautiful glass at the same time the French were too, with Dom Nancy and with Gallet and things like that. So a lot of some of the most beautiful Art Deco period, and this is kind of on that Art Deco, even though it has the flowers and it's the mushroom shape, it's kind of more of the Art Deco period. And then we see the base too, showing us it's a little bit later than the art. So this is probably, I would say 1930s or 40s. Yeah. When did they bring it over?
Well, we've been during the trip down in 1910. And this is coming from my mother, who not directly from my grandmother. My mother said that that's where this lamp originated.
Okay, because that also wouldn't be this one. Let's see, where's the? See, and if this lamp was produced in let's say 1905 or so, first of all, the shade doesn't really fit that era, but this base is more 1930s, 40s. Yeah, and also because if we had a lamp from the turn of the century before they came over too, it would have been electrified. We would have needed to see some sort of drill marks or something in a base that would have been originally an oil lamp. So I think in base, definitely you look at the parts on this and everything, and if all you've done is rewire it, then I think this is like 1930s, 40s Eastern European. Yeah.
Sometimes the stories change, don't they?
They do. Yeah, we get that. Yeah. And I've seen a lot of lighting in my career, and so it's really unusual and very nice. I think this now. So the one that's a chip, not a notch for any sort of a cord. That's a chip then, right here.
Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes they would, because there would be no reason to notch that. So I think it's a nice desk lamp. And I would say I would expect that one to be, for sale in an antique store for about $300 or so. But I really do think it's a Eastern European.
Joan Cotton, if you want to make your way to the stage.
Sure.
It's a 1899 talking doll.
Oh, yeah, she's got
Baby
a lot of
Janu.
damage.
There's
Is that something that you could sell through your office?
I don't sell those, no. Yeah, that's something I would.
I've done some business with you.
Okay,
You
yeah.
know, you referred me to, what's the gal in California who does all the baseball and he wrote you. What's the gal's name now? You referred me to her.
I did. Oh, okay. Sure.
It got me hooked up. What I had was just donated to football.
Oh, yes. That's right. Yeah, you're donating. Yeah.
We were just trying to do that. That worked out very well. Thank you.
Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah, you just needed an appraisal. You weren't selling. Yeah. Anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, you guys.
Okay. It's off the. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it came off of the anniversary clock. It came off the. It looks like it'll still get put back on there. Let's see. I think it just needs to turn, huh? Goes right in there.
Yeah, I haven't used it. It was my grandmother's.
Okay, so the first thing we're looking at here is we have her family. This is a German anniversary clock. A lot of families have these that have been passed down over the years. And Kundo was one of the companies that made them. Most of the time when you see the anniversary clocks, they are German made most of the time. Yeah. It's also marked made in Germany on the face. Has the key with it. Okay, that screws back in now. Okay. And they typically still have the glass dome as well. And these, what year did they get this? Yeah.
Is Shelley Lindgren here?
Great aunt Anna gave it to my grandparents.
And what year would that have been?
They were born in the 1800s, but I don't.
Yeah. Well, this one, it says, so the fact that it says made in Germany on it and looking at the construction of it, most of the time, this one is like circa 1950s.
Oh.
Yeah. Sometimes 1940s, 1950s.
Okay.
But on this one, the anniversary clocks, they didn't start being widely gifted and things until that point. It wouldn't be something, I'm looking at the mechanisms. It's not something that's from, sometimes they even have a patent number. Yeah, and I'm looking at the mechanisms and things, and I don't think it's any older than about 75, 85 years old, kind of thing. And they're not rare. In working order, they can be worth about $150.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was a lot. This one has a little nicer detail there. This is all cord, but this one that's just the pitting here we call it, which is just surface loss. That's from just age, from moisture, things like that. This would have been a nice shiny brass when it came out of the factory. But it is German made. It has a mark on the back. That's for the maker. Let's see, that's a heart BE possibly. Is it okay? Let's see. Yeah, other people have it attributed to be a BE. I was going to see who that is. here it is. Oh no, that's a Bowler and Burdick. That one's 1903. Let's see the difference. Look at the face again. So here's one here. See, they didn't change the look for a long time. So you see this one here, that one sold for $200. And see how it has the enamel face? Very similar, a little bit, yeah, very similar. That one they dated to 1903 on this one, I believe, right? They said 1903. This one we have a little bit. I would compare I'm looking at the mechanisms, and what I'm looking at here, is the mechanism on the bottom to see the difference when you look at the early 1900s opposed to a little bit later ones that are in the 40s. So it could be a little earlier than the 40s, but it's in that range. I would think it was in that range of the 20s to 40s. And that one sold for $200. So I think about 150 is. Mhm.
I have a pair, I have another one. There was a set.
Mhm.
I just bought one of them, but it's a little different as far as the lady singer.
Mm-hmm. And the other one's in good shape too?
Yep.
What's that glue back here?
I have no idea.
Mhm. I don't see a break. Oh, that's not, it's a little piece of wax or something, or something. That's not glue. Okay. So this is German, this is a German bisque. And typically, so it has the mark on the back here. It has the shape number or mold number. Okay.
That doesn't match it.
So it has the mold number and then the marks right there. Let me check. That's actually, let's see. On that particular one. It's a vase, yeah. Yeah. No, those are vases. They go all the way down. The flowers can go all the way down. They're called a spill vase. Yep, there's one right here I'm looking at. Yep. And she has two of them. They're not an exact match, but she said, but they've been together for their whole lives. Let's see.
You only said one item, so I didn't.
Yeah, that's. Mm-hmm.
The other lady's holding a basket.
Yep. I'm looking at this one, and actually in this one, open the basket. Yeah. In this case, looking at the mark further, these are actually French and not German. And, but unfortunately, this particular, is that chip there? Little chip right there. This particular style or category of bisque has slowed down tremendously. And we, in fact, we had to stop accepting these types of things just to show you the emphasis of how slow this market has gotten. You would, for these two vases, you could maybe expect if you were in a retail setting to maybe get like $75 for both is all.
Oh, okay.
And that's just because this market is slow. There's just not as many collectors as there once was. These are what they call spill vases. They're circa 1915 or so. This one has a little chip, but not too bad. So that's about all I would expect out of them.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mary Johnson? And we are running a little bit late, sorry, but don't worry, we're not going anywhere. We will be here till we are done, so.
So what can you tell me about this?
My dad was a geological surveyor
Mm-hmm.
for the government of World War II. And he found a lot of different things out when he was surveying.
Mm-hmm.
And he found this out of Salome, Arizona.
Okay.
And
Mhm.
that's all I know about it. And it's made a gazillion moves. We were like the birds. In the summer, he mapped up north, and in the winter, he mapped south. So it's traveled many a times.
Mm-hmm.
And just through traveling, it's cracked a little more, but I have no idea if it's valuable or not.
And where was it from again?
My father found it out of Salome, Arizona, in the
Mhm.
desert there while he was mapping. But the patches are from the Indians. They
Mm-hmm.
did them themselves.
Yep.
You mind holding it up? I don't really want to touch it. You don't want to? That's okay.
It's kind of cracked, and well, if you hold it from the bottom, you can hold it up.
Yep.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I have it sitting on a stand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah. So she was telling us this was a found in a dig.
No, he found it just laying on the ground.
Laying on the ground.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, he never dug anything
Okay.
out.
Found it laying on the ground in Arizona. Mm-hmm. And just laying on the ground. And this is what they'll typically call an Ola or Oya pot, based on the shape and the size. And this was a cooking pot. And we can see the burns and things on it. These are extremely hard to date. I have appraised and sold these, and the ones we've had typically have been ones that were just for decoration. Artists would make these and paint them with different symbols, and then and sign them and so forth. This particular pot, and she talked about the old repairs that are here. Let's take a look at the.
I did have that piece through the years.
Sure.
I didn't put it back in.
Yeah, let me take a look and see if I can find any more on the age. Did I lose your? I think that it was used. Obviously, you can see it used, and I don't think it's maybe perhaps real old. I think it was just well used, rather than being hundreds of years old. But they were typically a storage jar or sometimes a cooking pot. There's a clay pot there. I'm going to look at the construction again in a minute and see. But the shape's different on that one. Often they have to look at the shapes on these because anytime anything's acquired there in the Southwest, there's always a crossover where sometimes pieces had originated in Mexico that end up there. Very hard to tell for sure. There's one right there. That's a different color of the. There's a Pueblo cooking pot, they call it. It's very similar, just different color clay.
Yeah, that clay looks darker, more like up towards Sedona and then that area.
Mm-hmm.
The red.
Yeah, so the most of them are identified as, the cooking pots, and here's another one that also has the burn marks. Yeah. My experience on these is that the collectors are much more interested in the decorated ones, just for the appreciation of having that painted and signed pot rather than the utilitarian pieces like this. I think it's one of the larger ones you'll see, and it's got great character to it. Has the burn marks from, like I said, a lot of them are identified as cooking pots. I don't know, as far as value, I don't know that it would sell for more than maybe $400 to $600 in my opinion, because I know what the collectors are, actively looking for, the decorated sign pieces more than the kind of used cooking pots like that and things. But I think maybe somewhere around there. I think it's about, let me take a look at the inside real quick. And I think also the fact that it was sitting out, and wasn't something that somebody had found when they were doing an excavation or anything, also kind of would speak to the age a little bit there. And I think it's probably about, 50 to, or when did he get it?
1971 is when we
Yeah.
found
I think it's probably about 50 to 70. I think it's probably about 75 years old.
Really?
Yeah. I don't think it's, an ancient or anything.
No.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Hmm.
I should have had my tomahawk I found.
Hmm.
That was last time. So I didn't realize it was going to be ruined.
Oh, we'll be back again.
I hope.
Yeah, we will.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay, Tracy Berger. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Stop, Tracy. Sally Casella. And then Tracy, you're next. Good job packing that in.
What, we need chairs again now. Hello. Okay, what can you tell me about this?
It's a Civil War sword, and the cover is not original with the sword.
Okay. Does it come off easily out of there?
Yes.
There we go, got it. Okay, then let's put that aside for now. And look for some markings on this. And how did you get this?
Inherited it.
An inherited sword.
Okay, let me do some looking here because there's no markings on the blade itself.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking for that. That handle has that particular decoration.
It may be Masonic.
So yeah, so it's a Civil War militia sword. And I'm trying to find that particular handle. It's a bone handle. Let's see, so, but they have, looking for that, the handle's a little bit different variation. So it is called the Militia Knight's Head sword. And this is a presentation sword. There's been they come up for auction quite often, but your handle's just different than the other ones. And most of them do not have a case, a scabbard. That I see. Because the one that has the ribbed bone handle is what they call the 1850 model. That's the one that's the more common one that I see here. But yours has the different handle. It's decorated differently. Yeah, but they're all, the 1850 model is the exact same with the knight's head. They're not marked on the blade. They have the bone handle, but yours just has a different pattern than the 1850 model that comes up for auction most of the time has a vertical ribbed handle. And so that's not the same one, but so that would just be, it's just a matter of finding the difference in the rarity with yours opposed to the other style handle. The ones, the most common one, the 1850 model with the ribbed handle, those sell for about $200. I'm trying to find your variation, and we don't have any information on so it's just that we don't know who it was issued to. That would make a difference, but we don't have that. I would imagine it probably, because of this is being a rarer version of the handle, I probably would say that if it turns out that it's not a replaced handle, if it's just a different variation, it could be like $300 to $500. So that would be the only thing that would be I can't find an example right now that would need further research, is if it was the 1850 model that had the vertical ribbed handle and that somehow was replaced with this one by somebody, then that would make it not original. But I can't confirm that though right now.
Now, is the ribbon like the ones on the side? Because I noticed that there's ribbon on the side.
Yeah, so they're like this. So there's the sword right there. And it's bone, not ivory, but see how it's a vertical ribbed pattern. And that's how all of them that I've looked at were. This particular one sold for $125 because of the condition. Most of them averaged about $200 for that one right there, for this. And yours is a little bit different in that it doesn't have that pattern there, and it has a different handle. See, and actually it's got a few little different characteristics to it. Now this one has the same as yours. This one sold for $150, and this one has nothing here. The squared off ends. Everything's the same here except for the handle. So it would just be a matter on that one of further research, finding out if this is replaced or if it was issued in a different version.
Yeah.
So, but then it'd be a couple $100 if it was a replaced handle. It would put it at like maybe $150, $200. If it was issued that way, and then we could confirm that by looking at a book or some further research, then it could be worth more because it would be a scarcer model.
Okay.
So, all right.
Tracy Berger.
Well, this is the
sheet that we've been using.
Yeah. That's worth about $30 to $50 for that. Yeah, be careful.
I'm
Yeah.
always afraid of putting those in the sheets.
Yeah, me too.
Yep, that one was not a real good fit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello.
Hello. I'll
3 items were bought at an estate auction about 17 years.
Okay. Have you ever found any markings on this one?
The agenda, numbered 70 out of 500.
That's beautiful.
Where did you buy them again?
At an estate auction. How long ago? About 17 years ago.
Okay, so I see it says there. And where was, oh, there it is right there. Yep. And it's 70 out of 500. And then it looks like it has some initials right there. And then it says on the bottom, De Argenta Internet, that's the company. Then it has the initials right there. Do you know who the artist is?
No.
Okay, we'll take a look. There's some initials right there. Okay, WN, or let's see if we can find what we can find out about that.
Heavy.
Let me see that mark again. Argenta. Okay, very cool. Okay, so on the horse, this is a beautiful silver horse sculpture. It's a silver-plated rearing horse, and what we're going to do is we're going to see who the artist is. It is a signed and numbered piece. It just has a couple initials there. So we're going to do some research here and find out the particular company that did this, that issued the series, has their label on the bottom. But we're going to look and see who the artist is and then find out who made this one. Okay, Richard.
A little fun fact while he's researching that item, we had the privilege of auctioning off the estate of Robert Osborne, and he was the Turner Classic Movie host, if you know of him. He was actually born in Colfax, Washington, and but made his fame in Hollywood and New York. And we had the privilege of selling an Oscar. And it's a very rare thing to be able to sell them because of the contracts they have on them. But we actually worked with the Oscar attorneys, and although they didn't want us to, there was no way for them to stop the sale because of the specifics of the circumstance. So we did get to sell an Oscar, and everybody that came got to hold it, and we had some really fun moments with that collection. And that was a number of years ago, but it's just a really special thing. And most people don't know that he actually was born in Colfax, Washington, and his family is still there. Do you remember? 100,000?
No, well, 50,000.
I don't remember, but we'll look it up. I'll see if I can find it.
Okay, so there was I'm finding I'm going to just confirm this attribution here. Here's their site. Because the name that I saw, the initials looked different, but let's see. Yep, there it is. Okay, so this one, so I found a couple different attributions, including the gallery themselves. So this particular, this is a silver plated over, it's a hollowware, so it's a filled for weight, silver plated. It's by Richard Del Rio, or excuse me, they put it's Richard Del Rio, but in Mexico they have it as Ricardo Del Rio, but it's also on some sites as Richard Del Rio was the artist for this, and these retail for about $2,000. I don't think there was any auction records that I saw yet. Let's see. Only the asking price. Let me double check that again. There's one there that sold at auction. So it looks like, let's see how tall that one was. That was out of 500. That was 13 and a half inches tall. This one's 17 inches tall. So it's this one, gallery price being the full retail. At auction, it's probably in the range of $500 to $800. It's Richard Del Rio. It's the artist. Okay. Yep. And what was your other next one? Okay. Looks like this is signed and numbered. Artist proof. Okay. Oh, it's a Lee Bogle. Okay. And that was out of an edition of 95. Does it have a name on the back of the image name? No. Okay. So Lee Bogle is a very famous American artist. That one is an edition size of 95, which is kind of the cutoff point. We typically don't sell many prints that are larger editions than 100. Bev Doolittle, for instance, they're beautiful prints. They have had a hard time holding their value because her edition sizes were so large. So that one is a 95, so still not too large of an edition size.
The Oscar sold for $40,000. And the book that he wrote that was assigned and a fabulous example was his personal book sold for $10,000. That was fun.
So the ranges on the Lee Bogles, that one are quite all over the board. So here's a Lee Bogle called The Lovers. So very similar, maybe just a little bit. This one looks like it's a horizontal kind of version. This is a Lovers vertical. That one sold for $150 at auction. That was out of 95. But interestingly, I guess it's just depending on what image people have and how long they wait for the right buyer. There was another one here that sold for $1,550 for her, and that was out of 95. So it shows you on the print market is a very up and down market. The prints secondary market, the auctioning of prints is selling of prints really comes down to who's looking for the prints at that time. So there's two examples, both artist proofs, both out of editions of 95, and one sold for 150, one for 1,500. So that's how unpredictable prints can be.
I know this was like a series of six or seven.
Okay, yeah, this one we're looking at was called The Lovers. That probably is part of that whole series. Let's see.
One interlude, I think it's called. This one.
That makes sense.
Let me look. Yeah, Warm Interlude. And on that one, let me see if there's one here that's actually numbered, and we get a closer, get a Warm Interlude. And that was the whole set of 6. So it was a set of 6. So here's a Warm Interlude. What's that numbered out of? That's numbered out of 995. So that's way different story than yours. That one sold for $200 for one. Yours is only of 95. This is a set of 6. So It's probably, that was how much, 200? It's probably in the range of 300 to 500, in my opinion. Whoop, whoop.
I'm sorry.
Okay, and then this one. Okay, so the artist that did this image originally is named Montague Dawson. Montague Dawson was known for his clipper ships and seascapes. This particular one, this is a print on canvas. And what they've done, a lot of companies, this was popular for a while, is to give people the for decorative purposes, to give them the look of an oil on their wall without having to actually charge what an oil would cost. They would put a print on canvas and do simulated brush strokes. So this one is one of those in that category, where this is a print on canvas with the simulated brush strokes to resemble an actual oil. But it's in a very high-end frame, and typically would still sell at auction for somewhere around $150 or $200, in my opinion. But it's a print on canvas. Okay.
Very, very nice.
Okay, what do we got? T. Calvin Bergen. And the book, the Oscar book of Robert Osborne, it had 383 signatures in the book of anybody, and they were all Oscar nominees or winners. So those were the signatures. And Beckett Authentication authenticated the signatures for us, and they had a great time. It was one piece and 383 authentications. So quite fun. But of course, they all came out authentic because Robert Osborne personally got all the autographs. Any questions while we wait for Grant to get back? Any general? I've got the standbys, and we're not going to go anywhere. We don't have anywhere to be tonight, so I don't know how long the museum's going to let us stay, but we'll get to. But we are running behind, so I got to stick to the people that are registered. But I do have a standby list, and our intention would be to get to you. You just have to kind of hang out with us. Did you already come up? Oh, you already came up. Oh, see, I'm not very good at collecting tickets. I just trust everybody pays the museum. There you go. Yeah, awesome. I did mention a little bit about the signatures in that book. So that is one thing we get asked that question a lot. We sell a lot of autograph material, and we just actually got in a collection of binders full of autographs of 8x10s and clips and snips and of stars and all sorts of people. And the stories change over the years of where the signatures come from, right? I got them in person. Well, we usually get about a 30% pass rate on collections like that because most of them came through the mail and their secretarials, where the star had their secretary sign them. So getting things authenticated is important. And we actually won't sell without, so.
Oh, look at that.
Okay, what do you got?
Nice watercolor.
Oh, I bought it about 20 years ago at Goodwill.
A Goodwill find, we love those.
There's the price from Goodwill.
$1.66. And was it half price day? Was it half price day at Goodwill?
No, the only thing that she told me was that it came from an estate.
Very nice. Let's see what we can find out about the artist. So it's a beautiful landscape watercolor.
If you look on the back, you'll see who framed it. That's they're in the corner. See? No. Here, what's your new way be? Right there. And the last time that business was in business was in the 1918 to the 20s.
San Francisco.
Yeah. So what's interesting about this one, so this beautiful California watercolor that he bought at Goodwill, great find there. This is a California artist. It's signed Ray Coyle, lower right, and it's dated 1912. And Ray Coyle, he passed in 1924. So this is a 100-year-old California watercolor that was painted, 130 years ago, 135 years ago, almost. And Ray Coyle did not live a long life, unfortunately, and there are no auction records for him, but he is listed in the art registry as an active and professional painter in California. And they have him. Yep, they have him as a figure painter and mural painter and illustrator. Let's check another.
What I want to do is just donate it to somebody down there that appreciates it. One of his museums or.
Like a museum or something.
Yeah.
Needs to get, if this is all toned, all acid.
Yeah, it needs to be reframed. It's an important watercolor.
That's the original frame.
Right. Yeah.
And look how they framed it.
Yeah, they
It's got
paint.
nails.
Yep. Yep.
We don't use nails. I haven't used nails for years.
You got an acid.
Yeah, needs to be redone.
But I'm downsizing, so I want to get rid of stuff like this.
Is that right here? Ray Coyle.
I'm 77. I'm ready to downsize.
Well, I think the hard part on this one is because there aren't any secondary auction records, it's really hard, to say.
I just want to donate it to you guys. I'll donate it to you guys and you find somebody that wants it.
Yeah, we could, what I think what would be interesting if you would like us, what's cool about the auctions is if you'd like us to put it up for auction for you, which we would, then there'll be a collector in California that'll appreciate it and will buy it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we can do that. And that's what the neat thing about the auctions, and people talk about it all the time, is some people are making that decision to downsize. And what they like about the auctions, once we talk about it, is they realize that things that they had or their relative had for years go from one place to another collection. And sometimes people have been looking for things for years that come up for auction. So yeah, we could do that. We could put that up for auction, and somebody in California.
Moses Lake is just mostly blue collar workers and farmers, so they wouldn't appreciate
Yep. Yeah, well, we can do that, and it'll go to California. Yep. Yeah, she'll help you with that. That'll be cool. Then somebody in California is going to get that reframed and hang it up in their home in California.
Sarah Dela Cruz.
It's either a doll or a baby. I can't see if it's moving.
Oh, that scared me too. I thought it was a baby.
Hello. Bye.
Whatever.
Ray Frederick Coyle. So tell me about your doll.
This is Abigail. I got her from my grandma. This is who I wrote a check to.
Okay.
Can we sell it? I've just always wondered what she's worth or where she came from.
Yeah. So this is so Abigail here, the doll, is a composition doll, which is why we see and we have the peeling that's going on there. Let's take a look on the back. Can you show me the back if there's any markings? Yeah, I don't see any markings on it. So it's actually not, rather than, it's a, touch underneath there. Yeah, it's a composition doll. It's a actual life size. Interesting. What else can I tell you about it? I mean, it's probably 1940s. When did she give it to you?
Well, I was born in 73.
And she had it for probably a long time. Let me try one thing there. The thing about dolls, and I've learned from the doll appraisers that I get to hang around with, is that dolls are worth, so often dolls are worth a lot more sentimentally than they are to, as far as they're sentimental, but they don't have a whole lot of monetary value anymore. That's probably a horseman. That's, yep. EIH horseman, possibly as long as early as 1920s. Yeah. Horseman, right?
Awesome, thank you, sir.
Yep, change that. Yeah, we have other California art coming up, so that's. Yeah, it's a horseman. The company is, that's HORSAMAN. And the composition dolls like this go far as back as far as the 20s. It's hard to tell. It could be 1920s through 1940s. But that, if you look up that company, you'll see they did that face, that was kind of their look. And I'm just going to show it.
I'm afraid. It looks like a real doll.
Yeah, and in line with what I said about how the dolls don't carry a whole lot of value, and we had that one earlier today. I don't know if you probably weren't here yet when we had one earlier, and I sent the picture off to one of the country's doll experts, and they sent our message back. I mean, to you, you know, it's nothing. You would never sell it. It's something that you when you read about Horseman, they made a lot of composition dolls. They mass produced them. I mean, if that doll was to like be in an antique store for sale, it would only be like $30. Yeah. I know. I know.
You could get a baby seat and be in the carpool.
I know.
Drinks everyone else.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so
It is. Yeah, it is cool.
It's very cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Edna Moore.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thanks.
And thanks for waiting. If we're just a little bit behind your slot, thanks for waiting. We're not going to leave till everybody's done today, but I don't think we're too far behind on the time slots. And we'll come back again to another day, another time too for next year. Okay. Okay.
This one unfortunately, the glass.
Okay, the glass cracked.
An English friend gave them to me and said that they were given to his parents in 1929 as a
Okay.
wedding present.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
An English friend from like the UK?
Yes.
Yep. Well, a couple things we can tell about these is that you talked about how they were given in 1925. I'm sure when we look up the artist, if we can find the artist, it'll confirm. So these are lithographs, not originals. But what I will tell you about these is that these frames are definitely 100% like 1915 to 1925. So that fits right in line with when they were gifted in 1929. And in this case, because of art collectors and frame collectors and photo collectors, there's more value in the frames than the prints. Yeah. Yeah. So the lithographs themselves are, so these are lithographs. These were mass produced for decorative purposes, no real value there. The lithographs themselves, yeah, they got the old framer's mark on the back. The lithographs themselves, who's the artist again? S-H-W, Gina? Is that what it's hard to say? On the front, the name of the artist? They kind of have some markings where they're at. I can't tell. Yeah, too hard to tell. Let me see. Try one thing. I think I might be able to have it. What's the first initial? J, is it J? No, what's the first initial?
Yeah.
Right here? Yeah, looks like it's a J. Yeah, there it is. So it's this is the artist, John Sharon, who was from UK. That's his signature right there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, and so he was, active out of UK, lived to 1896. So, but of course they could have made these after his lifetime since they're just prints. So the prints themselves, are probably worth maybe $50 for the pair. But the frames, because they're a matching pair, so that's what's great. If it was one, it'd be one thing. But somebody could take these. So these are from the arts and crafts era. These, and so somebody could, and being that they're horizontal, somebody could take a pair of watercolors, a pair of photographs, something on paper, work on paper, and they could mat them in matching frames, something that's from that era. So because of that, somebody would probably pay about $150 for the pair of frames because they're a pair, because they can go oppose, side by side with two different pieces by the same artist or same, type of thing. So that's where the case of here, where these are quarter sawn oak. They're solid oak. And so, circa 1915. So the frames, and then they've got the gold fillet, which you could use or not use depending on how you liked it. But the frame in this case, they're worth 3 times the value of the prints. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, on the German helmet.
Yes, my father-in-law was in World War II. He was a prisoner of war. And when the war ended, he came up out of the hole. There was a dead German soldier, and he took his helmet.
Okay. Yeah. And we see this type of thing all the time. And one of our friends who deals in militaria, he just did a talk about 6 months ago about this. There's actually a term now they have for this. Let me see what it was. What do they call that? I can't remember now so basically, this is what the historians are trying to do with items like this is they're trying to establish with everybody the historical significance of things that are brought back by our soldiers who, risk their lives, the ones that come back, risk their lives, and they brought back these things from the battlefields. And they're trying to get more recognition for these items and acceptance for these items. Did you find it? Because Joel did a talk on what these things, rather than everybody putting these things under the umbrella of, we don't sell Third Reich items. So there's numerous online platforms that are publicized online auctions that govern what you can people can put on there. And there's some of the online platforms do not allow people to sell certain categories of things on their platforms. And so it really affects the value. And you still have antique and collectible and gun shows where things can be sold. Then you still have other platforms. You have private treaty things, but there's still an ongoing. They're trying to kind of, I guess, settle the whole controversy on these things that our soldiers brought back, and which was customary. Yeah, and like I said, one of our friends who's a historian and archaeologist and cataloger just did a talk about that, and they actually have a term for that genre now. I was trying to find it because then you could read more about it. Yeah, and it was first time I had heard it, so I. Yeah, I'll have to still try to find that. So anyway, let's take a look at the helmet because it does have value to collectors, and that just brought up though to me. I remembered how they were. It does, yeah. So that will. Yeah, so let's take a look. That one right there. And the police. Okay, let's find one that has the badge still. This is the German police helmet. And we'll find one that still has the decal. Looks like they're going to be, this one being it's a police, it's going to be around $300. Mm-hmm. On that one, yeah. So, and we were trying to find that. It's a new term and kind of a new discussion that's being had about some of the historians are trying not to vilify these things that were brought back by our soldiers, because that's all they were just risking their lives, and that's all they knew to do was to bring these things back. And so that's just something we've been watching.
It's my father-in-law, so we won't get rid of it.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
Well, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
thank you. Oops.
Keith Morris.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Tell us about this item.
Well, I bought that in a thrift store in Plains, Montana about 4 years ago, and I like the picture. And I'm just curious, and after listening to you appraising other stuff, I'm pretty sure it's not very valuable, but I still like it.
There you go.
Right, sure. Well, let's take a look and compare the signatures, because there's two Robert Woods, American landscape artists. Okay, there was two Robert Wood, American landscape artists. So we're going to go and see which one this is. Yeah, it's that's fine. Let me look at the signature here in a second and see how it was done. Robert W. in 19.
Sorry, I don't know what's finding that.
It's not going to be, it's the other Robert Wood. And not that one. This one, Robert William Wood. Mm-hmm. That's the one right there. Okay, yeah, there was a Robert Wood landscape painter from Canada. That was Robert E. Wood. There's a Robert William Wood, who was a very famous landscape painter. Most of his paintings came from Texas bluebonnets and such.
looked them up.
Yeah, yeah. And he was so prolific that there's lots and lots of these prints around. And so this is just like we talked about a few minutes ago. This one, will rather than being a print on canvas, this is a print on board. And they do have a little bit of a simulated texture.
I could feel that.
Yep.
That's why I was curious.
To simulate some brush strokes. And on this one, they actually went to the they went to the extreme of they never misrepresented these. They sold these like at furniture stores and things, but they put the nameplate on there, put it in a nice frame, and this would have been something they would have been able to sell to the public at a much less than an original oil for him. So it is a print on board, but presents well with the plaque nameplate rather, and the nice gold frame. So these sell, but because they were so mass produced, that these in an antique store, you can get these for about $35 to $45. Yeah, for that one.
Well, for $3, I guess I don't know.
You done all right? Yeah.
Yeah, because I like it.
Yeah.
And then
Where'd you get these at?
I found these in an abandoned house out of Ritzville, Washington.
Oh, Ritzville. All right.
Yeah, I
Hunter?
worked on a ranch out of Ritzville for 35 years.
Mhm.
We were cleaning out a house my daughter and son-in-law were gonna move into. These were rolled up in a paper grocery bag in the basement of it. It had been abandoned for 3 or 4 years.
Wow. Those are great. They're Clark.
From Portland.
Yep, chaps.
And what I looked up, they went out of business in 1927.
Buffalo. Clark, let's see.
Is that actually Buffalo, not Angora?
I'm gonna see. It might be, yeah, you might be right. It could be.
I don't know that. And they do have a tear right up the front on the top of the one.
Yeah, it is woolly Angora.
Very small. Oh, that popped out. Yeah.
Yeah, those are great.
Those are really great.
I've never seen hair like this. It has this much of it.
Yeah.
Hair.
Yeah, so here's some other ones too, where they actually did the Angora all the way up the leg, see? Yeah, so he found this great pair of these, Clark was the leather maker. These were out of Portland. And these are the beautiful chaps here. You can see, take a look at that. So all the leather work is signed here by Clark out of Portland. And that's all woolly Angora, top to bottom. And it does have a repair here, or rather a tear. And so, but these are very rare. There's maybe a handful of these that have come up for auction in our database. And so very collectible set of chaps, taking into account that the tear right there, which could be easily repaired, they're probably worth about at least $700 or $800. And they've sold for as high as $1,300, not needing to be that repair, not needing the repair. Yeah, $1,200 right there. But yeah, those are woolly Angora, all Angora. Bet those are warm. Yeah. Those are neat. Yeah. Yeah, those are pretty neat.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Kim Hansen.
Cheers.
Got a picture on a slab, and I keep it. I've had it for about 35 years, and I don't know too much about it.
Okay.
I have a letter that came from Western Publishers, and I didn't bring it, and it was saying that it might be a negative on a slab.
Mm-hmm. On sandstone.
Okay.
Yep.
There are some numbers on the back. One of
Mm-hmm.
them, what I was told, it came from a motel that was being torn down in Oklahoma or Kansas, somewhere in that area. And he had 20 of them about, of cowboys and Indians. Now he gave me this one.
Yeah, it definitely is on sandstone.
General Grant.
It's just look like general. Yeah, it looks like it's. Let's see. No, it definitely looks like General Grant. Just how did somebody, exactly how did they print it on this? That's the question. Yeah, see where that one little chip is. There's no ink there. I think they stamped it like with a. Yeah, there was some markings here too. See.
Right, and I've got them written down. They want to start fading.
Yeah, I can't read that.
Between the sheets, the photo paper. Keep it from fading.
Yeah, I think somebody just somebody printed this image on the sandstone. They probably the fact that there's a little chip there and we can't see the ink. I think they probably used a plate, and then used like an ink plate. It's it's nice that the person who did it stamped it on the back. I don't think it's all that old based on the rubber stamping on the
That one's
back.
from my husband from Boeing. That's his, but the rest that's down here.
Okay. Yeah, I think it. When did he get it? When
I've
did you
had
get it?
it like 35 years now.
I think it might be like 1970s though.
Okay.
Just by looking, I think that kind of, and it was a cool novelty thing. I think it was probably 1970s. I don't think it's older than that though. And probably worth about $50 to $75, but not something that strikes me as any sort of treasure more than that.
Okay.
Yeah. But a cool novelty. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Yeah, you too.
Brian Ackland?
It's a local.
Yeah. Didn't take long to get here.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Awesome, Brian, thank you.
Well, I got a stamp collection here. About 200 years old.
Stamp collection.
Evidence of the start is here.
Okay, and who collected these?
This is all on my mother's side of the family.
Mm-hmm.
And it starts here, December 24th, 1813.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
1813.
Okay, well, we'll come back to the covers in a second, because that'll be interesting. I will say first, when we talk about the loose stamps, and I've been doing this for 35 plus years, most families' accumulations of the, loose stamps like this It would be a needle in the haystack to have anything rare and valuable. And I've even had a collection in the last year where their relative had collected what he thought was, the earliest and rarest stamps and preserved them right and everything. And it still turned out that there wasn't much there because you really have to have like I said, the real rare stamps are very tough to discover. So most of these books like this, let's take a look at this one.
That stuck out at me.
Okay, let's take a look. Mm-hmm.
I mean, if that's a grill, that's like 800 grand.
Look. Let me blow it up.
I sent a photo of it on the internet, and this is what came back.
Yep, let's see. Was she gonna bring us some water? I'm sure we get water out for us.
Oh, I've got right. I don't need it.
Okay, let's take a look at this 3-cent stamp. And look at all the bullet points about that one.
It takes somebody a long time to go through this.
Mm-hmm. So not tip, I mean,
Well, this one, this is unique because, it's documented on when it started. And they put the last thing it went into is like in the 1950s. So it's from there all the way back to the mid-1800s. So it's not a typical collection.
is this one glued down or is it hinged? Oh, it is hinged. Okay. Yeah. So the grill marks show on the back if it was a grill. I don't see there's no indentations on the back. And the indentations are right at the top and they look like a little textured little pattern. Nope. Nope, there's no grill marks on the back. So they're not grills. And there's, let's see, not much for China. Okay. Let's take a look at the covers real quick. But yes, if that stamp, 3-cent stamp had the grill marks on the back, then it's worth a lot.
The internet is a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because we can find information out, but there's so many little innuendos, little details, little somethings. So at first glance, it might seem like I've got the $1 million item, but when you really drill down into it, you peel the layers of the onion, you find it's not. So you always have to be cautious of that too. So.
So 1813, what? No.
It's unique because soldier man.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking at a binder of first aid covers, so envelopes with stamps versus just stamps.
The first aid dealers show up.
But I can't find the date on this one. Photographs.com. Live post. That's an interesting one.
Rex Delay, you're going to be up next, so just be ready.
Yeah, this one is that could be a good one. That could be something I would research more, that I would maybe talk to you more about. This one with that cancellation right there. That's the Graf Zeppelin cover. See, that's this one right here. That's this postmark right here. See that red right there, that red one?
Mm-hmm.
That's that postmark right there.
All right.
Of the Zeppelin. So that one I could possibly, if you wanted me to research that more another day,
Yeah,
if you contact me. Yeah. Yeah. And we'll see on the, oh yeah. Stick that one back in there. That's got the original Zeppelin, carried on the Zeppelin. That one, yeah. So when we're looking through the old postal covers from the 30s and 40s, and the one we were just talking about had the cancellation that it was carried on the Graf Zeppelin in Germany, that the cover was carried. This is some early aviation covers here too, which I've kind of been delving into with another place right now. These are early first flight covers, early ones. Yep, definitely could work. Talk to you more about these. And there's airmail, first flight Shelton to Seattle. Yeah, very interesting. So this is mainly focusing on first flight. This would be a good one here, first flight to Hong Kong. Yeah, let's see, 1937. In that case, it looks like that particular cover, looks like that one was only worth about $15 on that one of the, just depends always on the postmarks and the cancellations. And there's another Hong Kong, but that's a different one. That's got the Hong Kong. So that one has the Hong Kong postage on it. Yep, more like that one, yeah. So that one that's another one worthy of some more research. Hawaii, yeah. Okay, let's take a little last one real quick. So yeah. These are more. Who's that one signed by? Is that just somebody's name? Freddie Martin. There's some more old US. Yeah. 1870 to 71. With the different Doan markings. Those are interesting. So, well, so that's this is another just an example of how the old stamp collections can always be intriguing, and a lot of families have them. In most cases, I usually pass on stamp collections, and then every once in a while, some will come along that intrigue me enough that I'll sometimes do a little more research. There's some interesting things in here that we're probably going to do some more. He'll probably contact me to do some more research on, but stamps in general are more of a hobby than a kind of a monetary thing. But there's exceptions. There always is. So we found a few things in there today that might have some value with more research. But most stamp books that people bring me or shoot me pictures of don't have anything. But there's maybe a few promising things in there. Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Rex. And then after Rex is going to be Linda Morris, so just be prepared.
Oh, you're Rex and Linda?
Okay.
So then after Rex and Linda is Rose Jones.
So this deal on her family.
Okay.
Get tickets? Awesome, thank you, sir.
It belonged to Harry Tracy and
Really?
her aunt, Harry Tracy.
She hasn't lived here long enough to know who Harry Tracy is.
And her great aunt was the first female doctor in Spokane. And she, more or less, her family's up from the Sprague area and around Cheney and stuff like that. So her dad was a posse for Harry. So,
Does it have his name or anything on there?
no, but they kept it in the safe. It was a gift from him to her great aunt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they have his death mask is in Davenport at the museum. Yeah. And then so his things are kind of spread around. His pistol is in the museum in Auburn, but his mask is in the Lincoln County Museum in Davenport.
Who was he?
He was an outlaw.
Bank robbery went from like Portland and somewhere, I don't know where from, back east probably.
Okay, yeah, so he was apprehended in Creston. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
So I told her documentary is more valuable to, so, but that's all I know from that part. And the hat's in La Grande, Oregon. Don't know the maker of the hat.
Mm-hmm. But I wonder if there's any way to see any pictures of him wearing it or anything. I mean, otherwise it's hard to have the provenance.
Well, I guess apparently as he's traveled, he changed clothing down the line and trains and stuff like that.
Probably a different hat every bank robbery.
Never know. I'll get to the good stuff.
So who's that related to?
No, this is a different deal.
Okay. Well, so we have today's mystery. This happens every time we do this. It happens when we travel the country. Is that the family story is that this is one of Harry Tracy's hats. But we don't have his name's not stitched or written into it, and we don't have a photo match of him wearing it. So it's it's difficult. So And we see this all the time. It's not just your wife's family, but we see this quite often that, if we had some provenance that was Harry Tracy's hat, it's easily a $5,000 to $10,000 hat, but we just don't have any provenance. Somebody could, scour the internet and see, there's not a whole lot of photos of him, and there's only a few with him in hats, because then, it just, otherwise it's just, I guess, what they would say, what hearsay. It's a story. It's a family story. Some people call it family lore, what have you. So it really doesn't really have any value without.
I know is that her dad would have been probably in the paperwork of the posse of chasing him down. So
Yeah. Just how do you convince? I mean, how do you prove to the prospective buyers that it really is the real deal? That's the difficulty. It's just so it's a fun story, and it's it's fun to think it's real. As far as putting a value on it, that's where it just gets hard because we don't have enough proof,
or hair samples or anything.
or DNA, or I was gonna say anything like that. We don't.
Unless you get Bruce Dern to wear it.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I'm not aware of being in this business full time. I'm not aware of any sort of DNA testing or anything that can be done. It's a cool story.
But if Lincoln County has the mask, there might be DNA there, and you get the DNA sample from there, and you match it to that.
Yeah. Okay, second thing. Okay,
I'll get a picture.
I got records of everything. This he was I think 12 or 13 years old, and this is a Civil War hat with a pin. I can't remember the name they call it. Kick it or something.
Mm-hmm. And do you have what else with it?
Okay.
No.
Well, this is other stuff there.
Okay. Oh, look at the nice pin that's on this one.
And see, and he kept his first pay money and the Civil War Confederate deal.
And do you have the name of who this wore this?
Yes.
Oh, that's all helps tremendously. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you covered on this.
Yeah.
And see, that's the doctor that went to this hat.
Oh.
But it didn't say the name of.
Oh, okay.
Civil War 10.
That's him?
Yep.
And whose relative was this?
My girlfriend.
Your girlfriend.
Yeah. Then this is, I think during that time, that's a 10. This is a 10 too on that. Hold on. Civil War documentary from him.
Does this have his name?
Yep. Civil War reunion. The Civil War certificate thing, I guess.
Discharge papers.
Yeah.
He's pulling out an archive of a Civil War.
Yeah, here's his discharge document.
Another discharge deal.
Yeah, this is a fantastic archive of a Civil War.
On the battlefields. That's the, yeah. And the play it all together.
Oh, so that's a GAR reunion. Yep.
They got the books. Make your job easier.
Yep. These are all the veterans meetings.
He's opening a book, History of Big Bend County.
It's Reagan, Lamont, and Edwell.
What was his name?
G family.
Oh, it's the G family, G-E-E. And he was Mr. Raymond G.
And he's buried in Sprague.
Original discharge documents. Old photos. This was his hat?
Yeah.
And he's how old?
12 or 13.
12 or 13?
Wow.
And the reason he survived was, I guess one night the way her brother presented it was, the reason he lived was one night they were gonna take a Confederate and get his coffee off of him, and he didn't want to go, so they sent somebody else and he got shot, and so the coffee wasn't worth it.
Wow. Got him in that hat?
Different, I think, huh?
Somehow it's hard to tell.
Yeah. So we have a nice, this is a family's wonderful archive they've kept together of a Civil War.
I couldn't find that anywhere.
I've not seen that one. That's the 1866. Oh, no, 1861 to 66. That's the little guard pin. Yeah, I have not seen that guard pin before.
That is more, like, really rare all pins that I've seen.
Yeah, so we have the discharge papers, we have the sign-up papers, I think, as well. Then we have the hat, and then probably as far as and then they have putting a value on this for them for their insurance purposes or what have you. Probably the most valuable thing is going to be the cased image there. That one there, let's see what that is.
The other part's broken off the side piece of the cover.
And it's hard to say without taking it out for sure, but it looks like it's a Daguerre type. It could rather than a tin type.
From the Ohio group.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he was in the Ohio Infantry. That's, yeah. And I don't see that pin.
That's her great aunt that was a doctor for Spokane, first female.
How is it related to this?
Yeah, relative.
Just a relative.
I don't know if it's a sister or something.
All right.
I didn't even know they had typewriters back in.
That one was done though when? That was a guard.
This was 18.
Yeah, that was right when they started in about 1870s, 1880s. Yeah, you're right. I don't see that little pin anywhere. That's a rare little pin. That guard pin, that little tiny one on the hat. So the thing about an archive like this is the value is higher when you have such an archive rather than one piece, two pieces.
And battlefield and everything.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, Deb was, I mean, it's, she would want to definitely, like for insurance purposes, like probably $2,500, something like that. Yeah.
I guess it's all.
That's really neat.
It's so cool that you have this additional information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, this is great to have so many pieces like that together and.
Yeah, the book costs quite a bit of money for that.
I bet.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Rose Jones. And then after Rose is Jeff Nelson.
Yeah. And she says, I don't have no attachment to it. She told me, I don't keep it.
Oh my goodness.
So she gave it to you, huh?
Yeah.
That's great.
I told her I'd take care of it, so.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a cool hat.
All right, thank you.
Maybe you'll get a baby account.
All right.
That'll be a thing.
See the movie, you're not very rich.
Yeah, I'd have to watch it. Thank you. Come on in. You have 2 tickets, right? Yes, 2 tickets.
All right. Oh, look at that sheet.
Oh, Disney dollars.
No,
$50.
no.
See, it's showing what I know. I don't know anything.
Where'd you get this one?
my mom and my sister went to Washington DC for a field trip with her senior class, and they bought these for my grandpa.
Yeah. So we have here is an uncut sheet of the 1976 $2 bills. And then they framed them just in plexiglass, double-sided, so you can see the backs as well. So we have the uncirculated, we call it, the uncirculated, uncut sheet of the $2 bills. Pretty cool. Let's take a look at what they're going for lately. It should be all uncut sheet. It should be. Interestingly, some of them I'm seeing are vertical. This one's horizontal. There we go. 24 of them, right? Yeah.
No, 8 times 4 is 32.
Oh, 32. There it is. Okay. Now they're currently selling for about $200.
The whole thing?
Yep, the whole thing. Yeah. Here's one that.
More at auction?
That's at auction.
That
Yeah.
is at auction.
Yeah, $191 to be exact for that one, for the same 30 to 32 sheet. That was out of Dallas, out of the Federal Reserve in Dallas. This one is, let's see, does it say on the back? Here on the back. That doesn't really change it, but I'm just curious to see where it.
Does it matter if they're 1977 or 70, the year on there?
That's what that's for.
That's what
Oh wait, that's the wrong. You're right. Okay, that didn't come up right. Let me check. Because you're right. That was 70. I put 76 in here, but it came up a different year on that one. Hold on. Yeah, I had 1976 in here and it didn't come up. So let's change that to sheet. Two-thirds. It's not coming up with 76. Atlanta. Where's it from? Does it say on there?
I don't see.
There's an Atlanta 32 horizontal 160, $160. But then here's a sheet of 32 horizontal went for $440. So quite a difference. And then here's one that went for $261. So like a lot of collectibles at auction, it kind of depends on who's looking for some at the time. Here's one right here, uncut sheet of 32, $2 from 1976. In a frame, $261. So I would say that based on those three records, if you kind of take the middle average, it looks like about 250. Yeah.
From my great grandmother.
Okay, RS Prussia. Yep. Okay, so this is RS Prussia was one of the high-end fine porcelain, fine china makers. Typically, these bowls date from around 1895 to 1910 or so, maybe 1915, and they made chocolate sets, hot chocolate sets, coffee sets. Nut sets, bowls, all those types of things. They even made some really cool figural, like creamers and pitchers in the shapes of alligators and lobsters. They didn't do any real full sets of china. Most of their things were all serving related and different. That being said, the amount of collectors for these types of things has dwindled so much that they bring very little. We just had a Royal Beirut, basically a shell a few weeks ago. Well, that was Royal Beirut, similar company. And so it was actually a shell, a big shell that you could just use as a vase or what have you. That just sold for very little because people aren't looking for it. RS Prussia did do more of the bowls and chocolate sets, where Royal Beirut did more of the pitchers and figural types of things. But it's got one little chip right there. And so at an antique store, these have really fallen down to like $20 to $30 is all.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Even though it's that old?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it has a lot of sentimental value.
Oh, yeah.
It really does kill us when we have to say that. Because we know the arts, the craftsmanship that went into making that, and it is sad. Okay, so I think we have Jeff Nelson. And then after that is August Kuistra, is after that.
Mm-hmm. All right, so what can you tell me about this? Him,
I'll
okay.
let him talk, okay. Whoops. Here, I'll help. Careful, no, just, yeah, I got it. One at a time, be careful. Oh.
Okay, and where's it signed on the base?
Yeah, it's signed on the base.
It's supposed to have a piece up here too. Where did you get this?
From my parents.
His parents.
Okay, let's see, let me see.
It's signed on the base.
Where at?
Got my glasses. I could.
I got my glasses on. Let's see.
I don't see any signatures either.
It's signed in here too.
Well, you don't need to.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, we don't want to risk it breaking.
And where did they get it?
They got it at an antique store in Comanche, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Apple Annie's?
Possibly.
But we don't have oh, there it is right there. Okay. Take little pictures.
I never really put much cleaner on it. This would all be
What's the number say? 553?
bronze if it wasn't tinted.
Base of the lamp. You just signature on the bottom. When we get old lamps in and we test them, and when we spark, we just cut the cord and throw it away, and then we sell it non-electrified. Yeah, probably.
So this one, Gina, just the base right there. That's Graydon. That's Graydon that sold that one. So that
You
must have.
think it is?
Yeah, because Graydon would have.
And that's what you think this is?
They're both marked, but it's Graydon sold that one. So I got to take pictures and send it off. Okay, let me take some pictures.
The towel.
Yeah.
We're going to get you the best opinion here that we can.
I see another phone a friend coming. And sometimes just for real good authentication, it's important to reach out to that, again, that expert in that one niche.
Yeah. The little tag. It didn't turn out.
Hold the line.
Let me make sure on that tag.
Yeah,
Just
make
a
sure
research.
that came out. And where did this come from again?
In Wenatchee, it was my parents.
Just at a estate store, an antique store?
I think they found it, and they were big time antiquers. I'm not sure which place they picked it up at. To be
They got it before Apple and so couldn't.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's that other one that's across the street. That's a,
That's the
in-
Cashmere Antique Mall.
yeah, yeah,
I think they got it at the one downtown way.
downtown Wenatchee.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
3 stories. I
Yeah.
can't remember what that one's called.
And when do you think they bought it?
About 2000, when they got it. They paid like 2,200 for it at the time. Yeah. I paid more than that.
Oh, to buy it from him?
Yeah, kind of. An inheritance money.
Oh, an inheritance money.
The state, so
Yeah.
like part of my inheritance.
Got it.
They put everything in their house. My uncle, who was the curator of the state, they put everything in the house on public auction, and we had to buy the pieces we wanted off of the public auction.
That's actually quite common.
Yeah.
It's a way to minimize disputes. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Okay, let me just,
That one time, I can't remember what they called the pattern, but it's got a certain name to the pattern. Can't remember what it was.
I'm not going to lift this shade, so it's going to stay on the table. But it's a like metal over glass. Yeah.
okay, I'm just working on something. We might want to just, yeah, you have something else too? Yep, get that. I'm going to work on something real quick for you. What's the area code? Let me see.
Here?
No. I got it. Look it up here. Where's that from your parents too?
Yeah.
Can't find your number. Do you want to go try to call her out in the lobby and send her the pictures? If I can try to find her number. I had to, I don't know why I can't. Yeah, I mean, because I had texted it from that last one we had from down here.
Pieces I don't know a lot about. That's what I really want to do.
So I will tell you that it was 1 piece per ticket.
Yeah, I know. I
So-
told her I had 3.
Yeah, so just go pick up, yeah, if you would do that for the museum, because we're donating our time, but I just want the museum to get there. Yeah.
Yeah, let me just, I can't find her to the text number again. I don't know why I didn't, I thought I put it in here. So we get you a good opinion here. Let's try something. We don't have it in here.
You go ahead and do the next.
You
one.
work on that, yeah, okay. There's a number there to call the, I don't know why I couldn't find it in there from when we did those. Okay, we'll come back to that. I was working on trying to find it, send some pictures to somebody, that's cool too. And I just couldn't find the number. Wait, let me just look real quick here. Yeah, so that must be French.
That's about all we know.
Yeah.
And it does.
You have a key for it too? Oh, yeah, that's the cloisonne. That's also signed too, the painting on the bottom. It's artist sign down there. Yeah, see down the bottom there. And then the mechanism is signed in here too. Yeah, there's a name in there. Sorry about that light.
That's okay.
Oh, I can't quite get it. I'm gonna try to take a cell phone picture and blow it up that way to get the maker in there. There's a mark in the back. See if I can do it that way. They put it way in there, but there is a mark. There we go. That might be good, all right. I might be okay there. Not quite clear enough yet. Try it one more time. These phones don't like to focus real on stuff that's real small.
It's hard.
See if that worked. Nope, I can't get it. And then the pen, it's not the pendulum, I just can't get it close enough. Yeah, you can't try. Yeah, well, see, it's that circle there. I moved the pendulum. I still can't get it close enough. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can't get. I'll just have to do some other exploring some other ways. I can't get it close enough of that mark. Yeah, there's a couple things there that. Let's see. Okay. There's a real similar one there. It's signed Wagner down there. Here it is right here. Oh, that's a different, let's see, it's a different one.
What was the name you said?
Wagner, yeah. On the painting on the bottom there. That one's without the painting on the bottom. There they are right there. That one passed. Okay, good. Okay, so I'll show us who it was. Then it was. See, it has a circa 19. The movement says 1855, then has a name there. The same thing. So there it is, right there.
Oh, yeah, that is it.
Yeah,
So it started
same one.
in
Daiwa. Interesting. Why that one didn't go. Yeah, they're all over the place on those. Yeah, and because 1855 was like when the company was founded. Not quite sure on the exact age of that one. What does this one say about it? Is that the same? If that's the same mark or not? Can't get down to it.
That's the last picture.
Yeah.
It's more like that one, just the part A.
What's the mark? I'm trying to get that name. There's that name again. Okay, there it is. It's Vicente and C. There it is. They got a good shot of it. Vicente and C. Okay, yeah, they said it was Vicente and C. Vicente. Vicente.
T and maybe the and sign.
You don't need that. Okay. Okay, so there we go. Vicente and C is the maker of that. That's that medallion that was really hard to hone in on. And but depending where it's at in the world when they come up, on average, they can be like 1,500 to 2,000, something like that. That's got a lot of the nice enameling, the chambleve, they call it. It's got the painting that's signed. You know, there's records for as high as 7,000. That one kind of is the anomaly. Don't know why that one, when you look online, most of them will average about 1,500 to 2,000. And it's not more just because of that's a beautiful example. They're just, the clocks aren't collected, ornate clocks like this aren't collected as much as they used to be. You know, but it's a spectacular example. Yeah. And I know some people that still do collect, you know, exquisite examples like that. I'll look at the art glass too. Well, would you decide on the, okay, that's going to be the number. Okay. But do we know if that's a direct line?
Just try it here and just see if it'll come up.
No results found, so that's not the cell number. Okay. I wish it brought two of us today.
Yeah, how many markings on that?
Right there. 2003. Where'd you get this one?
Parents' collection.
Okay. Sign with the buffalo.
I know you want to.
And then do you guys have a few minutes to just let me search out that number? Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, it is signed, but of course it's signed very illegibly. Yeah, this is really hard to make anything out on that one, but it is signed. It's very cool with the buffalo, right? Okay, well, that one's. Okay, nothing similar to that vase with the buffalo. Without knowing the artist, I'd say, $100 to $150. That one's would take some more work to figure out because the way they signed it, it's so hard to read, but it is signed. Oh, maybe that's it right there. You might have just found it. I thought it was Fuller, but it's Fields. It's Heather and John Fields. I thought it was Fuller, but it's Fields. With the buffalo right there. Yeah. Okay, there it is right there. So that one actually sold for $200 for that one. So I was going with thinking it was Fuller, but it's Fields. So John and Heather Fields, and that one sold for $200, identified as theirs. And then I don't know if they showed the signature or not, but I mean, there's the vase. Yours has the signature that I thought was Fuller, but it's Fields. Yep, there's another one there. And that one's shorter than yours. And yep, that's the signature right there, same. So, yep, so 150 to 200. And then Gina's looking up that number for you. So if you guys just want to hang out for just a few minutes, we'll try to get something done with that. Or else we'll talk about the next step for authentication on that is what we're pursuing is some.
There you go.
Okay, then you can call the next person.
Okay, so August Come on up. You're the next contestant on the stump grant. And then Dottie is after that. Yeah, we have to wait till he comes down. Yep, we got a traffic jam. I now better understand why there's a ramp here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're gonna,
Take it out or? Let's see.
what the last one you saw, they're taking this out, you saw the lamp that was out. You probably heard us talking about it. So the lamp is signed on the base and on the shade Tiffany and Company. And what took me a while there was finding the number to send off to the to somebody who knows much more about Tiffany lamps than I do, because to authenticate that, to even give the opinion that it's possibly likely, take somebody else because it's a very important call to make. So I had to find a number to send off pictures for them. So that's why took us a little bit. So, all right,
What do you got here?
Say again?
What do you have here?
I understand it's a late 1800s vintage Montgomery Ward wall mount telephone.
Yep.
Where'd you get it?
I found it at Craigslist or a nickel, north of Spokane,
Got it?
Deer Park area.
Okay.
So like a thrift store?
No.
No.
Online.
There was a lady that was.
Online Craigslist, got it, okay.
It was a lady that was selling it. It belonged to her mother.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And by the weight, it feels like it still has the components inside.
Yeah.
Yep. So because these are for obvious reasons, these are strictly decorative on the antique wall mount phones. It's not uncommon for us to find these sometimes. With all the guts removed, because they're not functional anyway, and then because people are just using them as the shell to look at, decoratively. But this one, because of the weight, it feels like it likely has all of the components inside, which does help the value. There are people that still collect these, especially when they're in this good a condition.
She's so awesome.
And so the condition looks good. I can't tell for sure if this one's in the original finish or it's been refinished, which doesn't affect the value that much, but it looks like it might have been cleaned up or refinished. Oh, you did, yeah. Based on the dark that we see here in the seams. And so, but it's a nice, clean example, dating, 1895 to 1905, maybe 1910. And typically a collector for a nice, clean one like that, I haven't had one for a couple of years because I don't deal in those too much, but they used to see them trade hands for about $350 to $450. Yeah.
Have you tested to see if it still works?
Well, I sold a 1905 home to my daughter and her husband, and I thought it would fit their home, right? I'd give it to them. They're not interested.
The children just don't respect anything old.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very cool.
Yep, thanks for bringing that.
Dottie Holmes? Is Dottie here? Yeah, right here.
Here's what I told her. You know, like we'd said, it just says,
Okay, so what do we have and where did you get it?
It belongs to my husband. I really don't know anything about it. He mentioned it belonged to a Colonel Manning, as far as he knew. I believe it was his grandmother's. I'm really kind of the middleman here, so I apologize.
And does it have any engraving as such on it? Okay. Well, okay, well, that's good for it to come in and out. It won't be too bad. They'll often use, people can even use Vaseline or just something so that it reduces the friction and that when you go in and out. But we'll take a look here. This should be fine.
And Laura Smith, you're up next. So if you have a lot to gather, you can get ready.
Oh, that is greasy.
Mm-hmm.
I've got no white strand.
And I have actually a paper towel that was in the front of my bag too, right here.
This will also get grease on.
Where did it go? Know where I threw it this morning? There's not much really to transfer. Very cool. Oh, there's the inscription. Nice. Okay, so I can put it back in because I'm not going to need to. The inscription's on the handle. It's engraved all the way.
That's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And where did what did he serve? The capacity?
I don't know.
Okay, right here, Lieutenant Burge, 1862, from Colonel, or from Company 6th Michigan Cavalry, 1862 Civil War. Yeah. So how long, this was in your husband's family?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All the markings he's referring to are all in here.
So ornate.
There's a lot of very ornate decorative work in the metal.
M.D. Burge. Okay, so we have a couple different things going on here I'm going to be working on because there's many layers to this sword, like a lot of cool things we've had come in today. So we have first of all, on this presentation sword, we have the maker, but then we have a couple, now it takes it to another level, it's a presentation sword. And then we have the finishing level. That's what's awesome about it is it's actually all custom engraved right here on the handle. And it says Lieutenant M.D. Burge from Company A, 6th Infantry, 6th Michigan Cavalry, November 1862. So we have an identified Civil War presentation sword. And so, I mean, then this is as good as it gets. And then as far as value, of course, these types of things, it all depends on how impactful and important the person was who owned it, of course, so then we're just going to look and see, what we can determine. But look at the handguard. It's got the great handguard with the eagle. I mean, it's fantastic. I think that the grease actually, oil or the oil, it looks like once that would be cleaned off, it looks pretty good. It looks like that actually protected it, like I said, from any of that friction causing any damage when it goes in and out. So yeah, really cool. And so do you know was Burge related to, you don't know? Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oops. All right. The 6th Michigan Cavalry Regiment. Yep.
What was his name?
Okay, so there's one that was, there was a soldier in HL Suite that did not, let's see, that didn't have the same handguard. That didn't have the beautiful handguard. That was 6th Michigan though. But let me look at that. Civil War. So there was one that sold that I showed that was the 6th Infantry, that was the 6th Infantry Michigan, but it wasn't the same as fancy of a sword. It's this one right here. No, not that one. Where was it? Eagle handguard.
Yeah, that's an eagle.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's an eagle right here. You can't really see it. It's too bad. It's quite stunning.
Yep, there's, so here we go, we're talking. That one's in bad shape. That's the eagle right there. That's, you're talking, here's one here. Oh, that's different. This one here, this fella, that one he must have been pretty important. Still, that's pretty amazing. The fact that it's engraved makes all the difference in the world there. It's probably, so there's very few examples. When we look at the Eagle handguard with that on there, I mean, we're probably talking like $2,000 to $4,000 at least. Yeah, and the reason it's so hard to put an exact amount on it is because of how, they're all different. They're all different. So I could not find one that had the Eagle handguard that was identified like that. There was others. There was some that are from people that we know had more of history of what they did in the Civil War that sold for higher. There's some that were basic swords that sold for $1,000 that were identified. This one has the Eagle handguard and all the. Yeah, I think it'd be at least $2,000 to $3,000 or maybe even $4,000. Yeah.
But the Manning wasn't correct, right?
I don't know that. No, it's Burge. Yeah, it's.
So just FYI.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, it's named on there, and so, yeah.
That might mean something. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's, yeah.
What was the name again? B-E.
BIRGE.
B-I-R-G-E is actually the name. Okay, thank you.
I was putting things in there without me doing anything. That's weird.
It's just auto-filling.
I don't want that. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I love that's a great sword. Yeah.
Okay, Laura Smith. Got a couple tickets. She's grabbing them right now. So do you want to do the Tiffany?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And you can leave the shade down there. Yep. Okay. So this is, I got the opinion back on that, again, by somebody who's knows much more about Tiffany lamps than me, and they were familiar with these pieces based on their experience. So here's what it says. So, and I looked and that kind of checked out too. The shade, so this was, in their opinion, the base looks like a reproduction. Yeah, and the shade, they were confident, is made by Riviere Studios. And if you look them up, they did this pierced type of shades here, right here, this Riviere. Right there's one they called Tiffany Style that was Riviere. Here's this Riviere Studios. Yeah, right there, where they have that metal work like that. So with somebody applied like a little homemade little Tiffany decal. So that's their opinion, and they know way, way more about Tiffany lamps. Leave it at that. That's their opinion, is that it's a Riviere shade with an applied Tiffany tag and a reproduction base.
And we've seen
Because I did
others
some
like
research
that.
on it myself.
Mhm.
A reputable Tiffany dealer online.
Uh-huh.
He gave me a pretty good price.
Okay, well, that's another opinion, yeah. the person, I mean, they didn't ask for any more pictures, so, you know, was it a person, a Tiffany person? I mean, a Tiffany expert? Really? Okay. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, well.
Well, thanks for bringing it in. Okay, do we have? Laura Smith? Yeah, she has 2 items.
Okay, cool. All right, how'd you get this one?
Got it out of a storage unit.
Okay.
It's advanced. That's all I know.
Mm-hmm.
This is a storage unit by.
Okay, it doesn't tell us on the back where it's from. Sometimes they do, title them and tell us where the location is. But it would seem that they likely somebody was either went up there to the mountains and set up shop, or else they could have went off of a photograph. We may be able to find something about the artist. Let's take a look. So I don't see any auction records for Avance in my list. And really my first inkling when you said it, when you brought it up, is that my opinion is that artist, although it's a nice, pleasing painting, probably never reached professional status. You know, maybe kind of like a hobbyist or aspiring artist, but not something that would be, in my opinion, in the, you know, to the quality where they were ever maybe hung in a gallery kind of thing. I see paintings like that though that do sell. In fact, we had a client the other day who took a painting like that home from her father's estate. It ended up looking really nice where she put it in the way she had decorated her house, you know, somewhere around $100 or so. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
I have another item.
Okay.
And then Marcia Cordell is next.
These are entry forms for the Daytona 500. For all of them, all the Winston Cup races from 1977. But they're all blank entry forms for all the races, so I think they're kind of cool.
Well, for all the different races.
Yeah, for the Atlanta 500, for the 500. The times 500.
This is
the
card?
Winston 500.
I want to take one.
Winston
Shove it in
Dixon
the plastic.
500.
There's a thing to lay it on.
Yeah, so here's the 1977 Marty Robbins World Open. Yeah, entry form, sold for $14. And that one, we have that one. That was in, 77. Nashville Speedway, October. Oh, that was the Marty Robbins World Open 500. It looked just like it, almost just like it. And here's for 1963, entry blank went for $25. Here's a 74, went for $12. Here's a, yes, I think they're about 50, here's one for, yeah, about $15 a piece. Here's the 1974 for Talladega, went for $12. So they're about, they're gonna be about,
Nothing special.
no, $15 a piece.
That's what we're wondering. And
Yeah.
that's the starting lineup.
They're priced about the same for that. Yeah, $15 a piece.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very cool stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Sounds like a winner.
Oops.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
I have a pair of Royal Dalton vases that my mother purchased in the mid-50s when we were stationed at England. In England, she was a big collector of mostly Adams and dark blue Wedgwood. And she just picked up, it was after the war, so people were desperate to sell stuff. And she just picked up whatever she liked.
What she liked.
Yeah. She's
Okay.
never had them appraised or anything.
Let's find out the date.
And I acquired them by default. My sister died before my mother, so.
Not matching, but similar.
Well, they're hand painted, so they're gonna be a little bit different. Yep, they're all hand painted.
They sat for many years on her hutch covered in the corners.
He was very happy.
Okay, so 1922 to 1927 is the mark on this one, the very distinctive mark where there's under the lion's feet, the dots protrude are longer than the lion. So that's 1922 to 1927.
Marcia Cordell is next.
Aren't you, Marcia? Okay, I didn't check you off. That's my bad.
That's all right.
Okay, Betty Urbanchik. I'm sure I destroyed that. I'm so sorry. People destroy Zahaiko all the time too. Anyway, you're up next.
Okay. Called the Blue Children series. Okay, so here's one right here. So we know we've already established 1922 to 1927. So here's one, it's called the Blue, this is the mother and daughter in the garden, but this is the Blue Children series. See the gold fleck? We've got this one just up at the top. This one looks like they brought it down a little bit longer. That one sold for $900. And that one was, how tall? That was 16 inches tall, so that was quite bigger. Let's go down some more and see what else we have. The children, here's one in the 7-inch. Oh, here's one much more similar. There we go. There's also similar. So they're all going to be a little bit different since they were hand painted. That one sold for $700 in 2013, and it's 9 inches tall. This is 10 1/4. So let's see if we can still settle on a, here's one that sold for $680, 2011.
That's about what I thought they were worth, but these have gone down in price.
Yeah, here's a pair.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
What did the pair sell? for?
$550.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yours
What-
have
What year was that?
in 2014. So, Royal Dalton figures and the vases have come down as there's just not as many collectors collecting it. The younger generations are collecting way different things. So I probably agree more with the $500 to $800 for the pair.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Betty.
Oh, and it was, the one that's caught up. Oh, what timing? Okay, Grant, this was over here.
Okay, what'd you bring today?
I brought I don't know if it's a lithograph or a painting that a friend of mine has had for years and years. And he was robbed, and he was a collector of ivory and rugs. But according to him, those people that took everything, he asked me if this was still hanging on his wall because this was worth more than what they had taken. So I've held on to it since he passed away. Yeah.
Such sad stories I hear of people getting robbed, and it's terrible.
Yeah.
We'll put Oscar aside.
Yeah, let me I'll go inspect the paper one more time here in a second. Let's see.
Do you know what years he owned it or when he acquired it?
I met him back in 1997, and he had it for years, way before we ever met him, my friend and I, who's out there. And so, yeah, I just know that it's very old, and he loved it, and he had it a long time in his family.
From Seattle area.
Thank you. Thank you.
I also want you to look at this thing. This thing of a skink looking that lays long. It's skink. And I took a picture of it in my phone check back in the museum piece.
So this is a lithograph of Botticelli's Primavera. And so, with the original being done in, was the 15th century. So I'm looking at the paper, and so it's on a thicker board, which signifies it's going to be a little older than if it was on a thinner paper, for that type of a printing process for the lithograph like that. I'm trying to nail down just when it would have been printed. It's 19th century for sure, but it's just a matter of, I'm going to check a few things.
And those pieces missing frame.
Oh, on the frame?
In the frame.
The frame's
The
wonderful.
original, he said, yeah. Oh, he had gotten it.
Yeah, let's take a look. It's
It's so old.
Yeah, well, we take into account looking at a lot of times you can assume it was all, on this one, you can assume it was all kind of done at the same time. And so when I look at that frame and look at that, the paper it's on, it's pretty typical to like 1880s is when it probably was done. That's would also be pretty typical for that kind of a chromolithograph that's on that kind of a thin cardstock, we call it, which is kind of like a thin board. But because then they really didn't do that many reproductions of that scene because it was such a controversial scene. But I think it's definitely 1880s, judging by that frame. Could be even like 1875, but probably likely 1880s. Yeah, lithograph in the original frame. And it's probably, it is a print, but the frame's pretty cool, even though it needs some repair, some touch up, But it being a lithograph, it's probably, I would say, $400 to $600. Yeah. Yeah, it's prints are, the thing we always have to remember about prints is prints are about the subject matter, and who's collecting them, but also prints, were mass produced. So there's not a whole lot of those out there, but there's not also a whole lot of collectors for old masters prints. I mean, like that. So.
We have outside in the car, we can bring it in. But those are the inscriptions of this brass-looking, heavy, 14 by 11 inch, like a sphinx.
Can you have a picture of the actual bronze?
I do. There he is, or she is.
Oh yeah. I don't know that mark of that artist. Look at it closer. And what are the marks again?
Like a sphinx.
She made a comment about the internet told me, and it makes me think of artificial intelligence and what is it going to do to us? And will it help? Will it hurt? It's going to be an interesting journey. I have.
Oh yeah, like an A and a U.
Oh, it looks like Marty
A C
helmet.
and an A.
Yeah.
Let me see. Take a picture and I can study it real quick.
Yeah. Like a peace sign, then there's a U.
Is Marty Hellman here? Oh yeah.
And that looks like a Roman numeral.
I know, like it's a numbered series or something.
Numbered thing.
It's like, yeah.
And it must be bronze because it weighs a lot.
Okay.
And it's green now. It's green.
Yeah, I don't know that artist.
I think these people must have gotten it in Europe because they were really well crafted.
Yeah, I don't know that artist. You could shoot me a picture. I could maybe, sometime try to do some digging. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's an interesting piece. I can, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
And then up next is Leslie Piper. Get prepared. Hey, Marty. Awesome. Oh, thanks. Forget to get this. What did you bring today?
These were gifted to me in mid-70s, and I was hoping that you could tell me something about them. They came from an economics professor that traveled the world extensively
So a beautiful gift.
Yeah, so these are Chinese. So this is, these were very, actually, especially this type of piece, these were very common for people to bring these back from their travels. We have people send us a tremendous amount of pictures of Chinese silk embroidery. So Chinese silk embroidery has been an art, kind of an art form in China for hundreds of years. And so this, is, like you said, this is something that's not very old. But this definitely is Chinese in origin, and it's just this is a nice example of their silk embroidery that they call it. And there's the little signatures here, some little little signs. Typically, the artist sometimes will sign it, which could even be what one or both of those are. And then this is, of course, of the Great Wall of China. This also is a needlework. And this one all, is signed in the edges here. So you can actually see the different colored stitching, or the different, so you can see that it's not printed on linen. It is an actual piece of needle. It is an actual embroidery. Whether or not it's machine done or hand done is hard to tell, but it is actually stitched and not. Yeah. And you can see with a 30 power magnification, you can see the different colors. If it was just printed on linen or silk, as a print, you would see the little printing process. So, hard to say again if it was done, if it was a machine done, but it is actually actual colored stitch, different colored stitching. So these were both, we see these typically, these are things that tourists would bring back. Like you said, they brought back to gift to people. And they're something that would be, doesn't have a whole lot of value now with lots of these things around the world, maybe $50 each or so. Yeah, so the Chinese actually had what was called the forbidden stitch work, which was done, they outlawed it, 125 years ago, where the stitching was so fine, people would go blind. It was so, so they had, but that's, they've been doing this kind of silk embroidery for hundreds of years in China.
Leslie Piper. And then up next is going to be Linda Prentice. Thank you. You did. Any questions while we're on a 2-second little break? No? No? Okay. And what did you bring today and where did you get it?
This is my great-grandmother's china, and I'm not sure where it came from. But my kids don't want it, so now I'm wondering what to do with it. So
let's talk about those kids. Yeah. They want to go to IKEA and buy their stuff there, and there's these beautiful pieces that are right in front of them, and they tell mom, they tell grandma, no, don't want it.
roll their eyes when we put it out at Christmas. Just kind of, more dishes to do.
Yeah, and we tell people more and more and more with China. You talk about putting it out at Christmas. I mean, we tell people literally that do bring us in. What do we do with it? And we say use it every day. We had 2 Maltese, and our second one we ended up quite ill, but she's a great little dog and was a picky eater. And so we fed her meals on our china, little small plates, little bread plates, I guess they would be. And that's how we used our china, it was our dog dish. So we're guilty of it too. And again, of course, flipping it over, looking at marks. Very pretty. Have to wait till he gets back.
There's lots. I just put the number of each thing. Each
Oh, how
size.
many you have?
Yes,
Got
of the bowl.
Perfect.
This one. I didn't know if that mattered.
Okay, does anybody know what this little bowl is? A McNugget sauce? Yeah. Any other guesses? Soy sauce, a little butter dish? Little butter plate. I can see little butter pieces on that. I don't know. We'll ask Grant when he gets here. Sorry, I don't know. I'm the CFO. He's the CEO. I do all the money. So I'm like the favorite people for consigners because I pay them. But I don't know anything about the merchandise. So.
You know, all you gotta do is tell the kids it's worth $1,000. They'll buy it.
You know, I'm not so sure. Like sometimes it is, and they still don't want it. So I don't think that there's a fix for that, unfortunately. But if you do have a grandchild, a child, a niece, a nephew, or something that does appreciate it, let them have it and appreciate it, because it's unfortunate that there's so many who do not. So we took a poll. So we need to know what this little dish is when you get to it. We have a poll going.
Oh, the butter pat?
A butter pat. Who answered that? We had a few. Yeah.
And I didn't bring serving pieces, but there's 3 platters, 2 bowls, a gravy thing, and then a covered dish.
Got it.
Yeah.
A full set. Was it her wedding china?
I don't know. Great grandma, I don't know. Because
Yeah.
grandma's gone too.
So it's hard. Yeah, hard to know. And then the silverware. The sterling too.
Yes, if we can. With
Mhm.
this amount of time.
We'll just do it all kind of as one. I don't know if that's.
Old masters.
Old master, yeah. So did you guys talk about China at all yet?
Yeah, we did a
Yeah.
little bit. We've
Yeah,
talked about it.
it's just, so China, that's a tough one because we no longer sell China like this because there's just a lack of an interest for it. And then when people ask us what to do with it, we say, well, maybe give it to somebody in your family. And then they tell me, well, we've already asked and nobody wants it. And so we're kind of at a place in this world where we have some antique fine china that's just become like disposable, that nobody wants to use it. Nobody wants to wash it by hand. Nobody is decorating that way. And so I don't know what people are doing with it because it's just probably just sitting in cabinets. It just doesn't have there's no market for us as auctioneers, and there's families that tell us that they don't have anybody who wants to take it and continue having it in the family. So, yeah. It's over. How many place settings do you have of this? 12, uh-huh. The Toll Old Master.
It's all. And then I didn't bring everything.
That's fine, yeah, no. And it's not monogrammed. Yep, there it is, yeah. So you got what, 12 bucks, what, and a couple serving pieces? So you got about what?
Oh, yes. Knife and, carving knife.
So you're about, on average, people usually they have like about 64 pieces or so, or something like that. Yeah. That's, let's see, a 64 piece Toll Old Master is, let's take a look. It is, yeah.
So it's sterling flatware.
Mm-hmm.
And up next, did I already say was Linda Prentice?
And this is another, example that the younger generations, they're not really interested. They don't want to have to necessarily, wash it and then polish it and all those types of things. how many pieces in that one? 57 pieces. You know, you're looking at about, you know, $1,500 or so for the total, for the sterling flat
For
one.
the sterling.
Mhm.
This, who knows?
Yeah, it's, yeah. I don't even know what the consignment and thrift stores, I haven't heard, I don't know what they're doing with those, if they're trying to get something for them or what, I don't know. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, Linda Prentice. And then Deborah Bird is next. Thanks so much for coming in. And enjoy that china, just use it.
The smaller place.
No? Well, then next year you can bring more, you can do more. I think they sold out though, so. What can you tell me about this set? What this?
Something that belonged to my husband. It's a watch repair kit that was his father's from when he was young. So I know nothing about it.
Was he a watch repairman?
His father was, yes.
I can tell you exactly what the.
I can't turn it too much more or I'll spill it. This is a watch repair kit to repair watches.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, so it looks like we're complete plus a couple extras here with every slot's full. We have a couple extra pieces here too. And so it's pretty consistently at auction. Yeah, it's very consistent at auction, this set bringing $150. Yeah, for the complete set. And that's going back 10 years and staying consistent at 100 to 150, but most of the time falling closer to the $150, give or take, for the set. Yeah, it's probably, looking at the label here, this is made in Switzerland, so it's high performance. Yeah, it's probably, 1950s even, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Deborah Bird, if you want to come on up. And then Nolia Yanez, I apologize. And you'll be next. Hi, come on up. Be careful.
That was in the bottom.
Okay.
It says traumatized, which means it probably was a gift to my grandmother, but my mother thought it was for her. So I don't. Anyway.
A gift to either mom or grandma.
Yeah, I could have. I found out this morning the music box still works.
Take a picture.
Would that be this?
Did you pay out front?
No.
And get your ticket? Oh, so you'll need to do that when you leave. Okay. On the front desk. That's where they're giving out the ticket. So if you could just stop there on your way out. Okay. I'm sure I have it there. Thanks very much. The first event.
We were in the military when I was a kid, and this thing got tossed around a bit. And
Yeah.
It had
Yeah,
a
it's got
dome.
some-
I remember it had a dome when we first.
Yeah, that's what the recess is for. Here
Yeah.
was for a oval glass dome, or for a
Yeah.
round
It
globe.
was beautiful at one time. It's kind of beat up now. It was a gift from my mother in Germany. She says it was from a soldier. I don't know. You know, so she confused a lot of times.
But the letter was addressed to a Frau Matthijs, and that would be my grandmother, because my mother at the time was only about 18.
The art of cursive, right?
German cursive.
Yeah, so what's the note say as far as, let's check with the, yeah, so that they have it down as he was a clockmaker from 1784 to 1789, and he did live until 1859. The son of another Girosset in Paris, 18th century, with Napoleon. Yeah, look at that. Very cool. Okay, let's take a look.
We looked for it, we could not find it online. All the parts are still
That definitely was his trademark with those little windows kind of there. Yep, that he did on all his clocks.
I considered getting it repaired. I considered trying to find out if it needs to go back to France or what. Just,
Like how to repair it and where to.
yeah, where to take it.
Yeah, so the Girosset and C, which is how it's marked here, Paris. So that actually is, let's see, it is 19th century, so that's the son. He actually lived to 1859. So this one is the son, and it's by that mark. And then he did.
She's had it since about the 1950s.
Yep. Yep, and he did with Napoleon on there. So, it's gonna put it in the early 19th century. So I did not find an example, I agree with you, I did not find an example of the one with Napoleon by him. Let's try one more thing. So then it becomes a tough call because I do not see another one anywhere that had Napoleon, which is always an interesting collectible, having Napoleon up there. ANC, yeah. So because here's this clock, the other example, so this clock and the condition it's in, if it wasn't Napoleon, like they've had ones that just had a general human figure that's not identifiable. They've had some. And this condition, truthfully, this with missing the dome and everything there is going on with the enamel loss, it's probably only worth a few $100s to somebody who would restore it, if it was just a generic one. But then the fact that it has the Napoleon bronze on it, to me makes it worth having it restored. It's a spelter. Yeah. So it's a spelter. But because here's the thing, it's probably, full, I would say, forget about the base because it's going to be too costly. It originally didn't come from the factory with that. Somebody made this or had it made. So I would say, forget about the base. Don't have a new dome made. Just focus on the clock because it wasn't original. If you just focus on the clock and you look at the fact that with the Napoleon on it, if it was restored, it's probably like at least $3,000 to $4,000, in my opinion. To have it restored, I mean, though I can't say exactly, but I know from my opinion of experience with that kinds of things, you could be looking at $500 to $1,000 in work it needs. So, yeah, so that's kind of the dilemma. But it's definitely the only one I've checking all the different databases and everything. And I mean, if I can't find one, that means that's likely maybe the only one, or there could be just a couple others floating around the world just to have it surfaced for auction. But I definitely, from this clockmaker, is a known clockmaker, and I could not find one that had Napoleon at the top. Yeah. So, but two things. This clockmaker was made. Most of their clocks were these Figaro clocks that don't sell tremendously hot right now. But again, this has Napoleon, so it's different. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how do I say this? Noelia? Noelia. Is that better? You just go right around here. You have your ticket? And if you don't have your orange ticket yet, you need to get that at the front desk. No, you're fine. And then I've got Paula Vanden Boos up next.
That's fine. Yeah.
Here's my thing.
Awesome.
Okay, this is what I have, harmonica.
Mm-hmm.
I got this, a dear friend of us gave me this many years ago. He was about 80 years old when he gave it to us. And he said it belonged to his dad. So it's a pretty old harmonica.
Wonderful.
That's about all I know about it.
Yeah, with the original case.
In the original case.
Yeah. German, I guess.
Mm-hmm. It's very unusual to still have the original case like that.
We've been taking really good care of it since he gave it to us. It's been many years.
So,
I think he gave it to me in 1900.
Yeah.
He was old already, so said it belonged to his dad. So
yeah. So this one probably dates from the 1940s or 50s. Is probably the age of this one. 1940s or 50s. Now, the thing about Hohner and about this particular harmonica is it's not like a professional quality. This is just something that was brought from Germany. They're decently made, but it's not something like a professional musician would play. So, with the case and in what we would call, very good condition, it's, it has a couple minor scuffing, not bad. It's worth about $50 to $75. It's not worth more only because the Hohner brand, and mostly in general, and this one in particular, is not a professional quality harmonica. Yeah.
Much more sentimental value.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that was
And you've
it.
kept it so nice in the
Yeah.
case.
So with that case, it's probably 1950s.
It's-
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah, definitely after World War II. It's marked. Let's see, it's marked. Yeah, it's marked right here. Yeah, it's marked made in Germany, and with a case like this, it's probably 1950s. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paula, and then Ken Halsch is next. Paula Vanden Boos is up, and then Ken Halsch is after that. Do I have Paula? No Paula? I guess then Ken Hulsh. Awesome. Yeah, you didn't look like a Ken. But you don't know.
This is from the estate of Larry Tracy.
Oh, okay.
From the estate of Larry Tracy, if anyone knows, is familiar from Moses
Yep.
Lake.
And how did you acquire it?
I work at the antique store and he's my friend.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, this is an Eliza Barkus. Very nice one. Some in painting right there.
Oh, thank you for taking care of that. Thank you so much.
Yep, so there's some in painting right there. You can see that, the black or the purple. So this painting's been cleaned and restored at some point. So what I'm seeing here with the black light, you can see the craquelure is quite extensive. So somebody cleaned it. There was some repairs that were necessary, and then they put a varnish on it, which is fine because the varnish then is gonna stop the craquelure from getting worse. If you actually look at this from an angle, you can see where the repair was right there. See that little bald spot? But you can see a little bald spot right there. So there's a little bald spot right there where there was a little, not a patch, but some in painting, meaning so some of the original paint probably flaked off of the canvas and they had to do some with in painting or touch up. It actually goes all the way up here too. And there's right there, you can see where the purple pops. Yeah. Right there too. So, right there. So this painting probably had a quite extensive, right there, restoration, which is Eliza Barkus is very famous and very collected painter. So this is Mount Hood. Eliza Barkus was from Oregon, and she was most known and collected for her Mount Hood oils. And they pop up around the Northwest. Now, Eliza Barkus's paintings, most of them you see pop up around the Northwest are much smaller. There are some big ones in some of the social clubs. They have a big one down at the Lodge in Tri-Cities Hotel. They have a big Barkus. Most of them you see, though, for her paintings, they're either small or they're huge. They're almost always depicting Mount Hood or the Two Sisters. Yeah, so it does have in painting, but it's got a good size.
Grant was using a black light to detect any repairs or restoration done to the painting. It's best done in a dark room. And so we lock ourselves in the bathroom at the gallery with black lights and go through all the paintings before we list them so we can document any restoration in painting, any work that's been done to the painting. So you can get it in natural light too a little bit, but.
Mm-hmm. Putting it in the context, I'm looking right at the, past auction records. Yeah, putting into context the condition, which I don't have a condition report on these, just the records. I guess I could go in and look one more time just to double check on this other one. I'll go look here and see.
And Candy Tahoney is going to be next.
Here's one here. That's one, yeah. with the, just taking, there's taking into account who was that one? Signed. Just taking into account the in painting that's there, I would put the auction estimate, in my opinion, at 2,000 to 3,000. Yeah, there's, they have sold her works for as high as 5,000 or 6,000. I would, if it was a, little bit larger and it was, clean of any touch-ups, it could be double, but it's about, in my opinion, with that. But it appears to be professionally done. That was, but 2,000 to 3,000.
Thank you. Candy. And then after Candy, we've got R.C. Covington.
Thank you. While I was sitting there, I remembered something my mother had to give me. This is, I believe that is my dad's toy from Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
Dad is gone. I believe that's his toy. It has a roof, but I, as a kid, made it stand up.
You played with the toy.
No, actually, I just tried to make it look nice so I could display it. And I'll pay another $10 for.
I think somebody added that, huh? Hey, let's take a look.
That actually that was with it, but the supports were gone. So I did that.
Oh yeah, see how it went? So it went down.
And the people come off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they come.
To play with toys. It was from my house in Iowa.
Yeah, see there. Oh, there he is there it is with the little roof, there's the little roof right there.
Wow, you found it.
Yeah, and there's lots of them on here actually, and unfortunately, and people really gravitate towards delivery trucks and race cars these days and things. Unfortunately, it doesn't sell for much money. So I'm kind of it's a very cool piece, and I know it's very sentimental, and you wouldn't sell it anyway. But as far as the monetary value, it's like $30.
I was sitting in the audience. My mom would wear that register that's heavier than sin.
Oh yeah, I know that we call them boat anchors. Is there a way for that you can help her just put it on like a neighborhood buy and sell site?
We did, and we almost got scammed.
Uh-oh, yeah. Because unfortunately, things like that are hard to sell and heavy to ship, we don't really deal in. But look for a local store maybe that can,
That's where it came from, was a local store.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay, so RC, and then Lisa's up after that. And RC has 2 tickets.
Yeah. So what are we appraising? The coat?
I did.
And a picture. Cool. That is a wonderful.
I think we have a live model for our next one. Hi. So what, your name's RC?
RC.
Okay.
Easy to spell.
Yeah.
So what do you got that you're showing us
Something like 40 years ago, my mother was killed by a drunk driver. And so we collected some insurance money. My father collected some insurance money, which he shared with myself and 7 siblings. And so I used some of the money for this memorial buffalo coat I found on eBay. And I've had it in my basement for some time. This is the first time I put it on. And so it's been hidden away.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very sentimental piece.
I believe it's styled somewhere for the years late 1800s or early 1900s. I love it once I put it on.
Does it have a label on the back?
Labels.
No labels.
Yeah, so it's, yeah, that's wonderful. That's a wonderful coat. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just looking. If there's any kind of anything.
I know I've sold maybe 1 or 2 of the buffalo coats over the years. I just recently sold some buffalo gloves. I've even sold some men's buffalo knee-high boots before. And in fact, one of my neighbors bought the buffalo gloves, and he actually wears them all the time when he's on his 4-wheeler plowing snow. Said there's nothing warmer. Yeah, let's take a look and see what.
He's gonna open this so you can see the lining. There you go. Yep. So Grant, the lining.
Let's take a look. Yeah, it's very well made. Yep. Wow, very nice construction.
Has pockets.
You could go viral on the internet with that. Take a little video and.
Yeah.
That's a great coat.
Yeah, and then there's that.
I'm 87 years old. So
87 years young.
87 years old. I'll be 88 in June. But I'm glad to have had this opportunity to show off my coat.
We are too, right, everybody?
Yeah, so I see on the U.S. Indian Service and some of the other well-made coats, they all had that similar leather strapping across the front. And do you remember how much you paid for it?
Yes.
How much you paid for it?
$759, I believe.
Okay, yeah, you got a really good price because that's that quality of a coat. And I'm looking at some that have sold in the last couple of years. You're these days you got to pay about $2,000 to $3,000 or more for one of that quality. Yep, yep, yeah, and you're probably getting hot. Nothing. Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, easily $2,000 to $3,000.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
And he does have another item.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, often these kinds of coats are deceiving is that they look like they'd be really, really warm, but they actually are just good insulators. And what do we have here?
I have the ponies, and I worked in Portland and Yakima for a while in my profession. I'm a public health educator. So I live in Cooley Dam, and I commute a lot, and I went by the memorial down by Vantage. And I was working in Spokane, and during my lunch break, I used to go to Goodwill Collectibles. And so I was at Goodwill Collectibles, and I saw this, and I grabbed it right up. I never seen one before, and I haven't seen any since, but I guess there were maybe 1,000 of these printed. But I just happened to get one. I feel lucky because the artist is gone now. And this depicts what he had in mind, the ponies jumping out of a basket. When you go down to Vantage, there's no basket, just the ponies.
Has anybody been to the Vantage, climbed that hill? Yeah, a few people. I've always wanted to do it. Every time we drive by, I look up and I'm amazed by them. But we haven't attempted the hike, but we should one day.
And this is, Carol Sesko? No. Oh, David David Govdare.
There we go.
Yeah. Yep, David Govdare. Yep. Well, on this print, yep. On this print, we talked about this earlier, if you were here earlier, or some of you may have just arrived. This is a lithograph. Let me take a look again at the quality of the. Yep, so what do we have? Two color. So a two color lithograph here. Unfortunately, and it's plate signed. So unfortunately, this one's not signed or numbered in pencil or pen by the artist. So it's a very nice print and it displays very well, but it doesn't have that. One of the redeeming qualities we would look for would be if the artist actually was able to pen or pencil sign it and or number it. And so this one, I'm sure you got a good deal though when you're getting this at a thrift store, but it is professionally framed and worth about $50. Okay, yeah.
We did good between the two.
Yep.
We did really good.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
And we love the hat too, and the boots. Thanks. Lisa Hanley.
We have another one, but we couldn't get it back to back, so
Just
just
do
give
them
them
both.
both to you now.
Oh, just go
Okay.
grab it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my husband is an art collector and we have a museum at our house. This was my piece. I don't often get excited. In fact, I usually roll my eyes when he buys another piece. We have a big shop and he's lining all the walls. But this one, we can't find anything. We can tell that it's probably an ad print. It's got pencil erasure, so it was an original. But other than that, it's all secured and we can't, I'm not averse to opening it if you need to.
Yeah, and you've taken it out before?
No.
Because if it goes, how far down is it? It's glued to
It
the
was
map,
all,
though.
yeah, it was all secured and we just were afraid to do
Yeah, you
anything
can't.
with it.
It's it is,
It looks
so
like
it
an
is.
ad copy.
Yeah, it does look like, it definitely looks like illustration art or advertising art. And it does, I see what you're saying. It is glued to the mat, yeah.
Right. We don't know what those indicate.
We could just the board company. Nothing
We've made that same face before.
Yeah.
In trying to search this one.
And I
Yeah.
will tell you, I'm the eye roller in our family.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. We try to do Google photo searches on it and it just keeps pulling up Rockwell.
Mm.
So, but I'm like, this, I don't think it's a Rockwell. It's not the right style.
No. Yeah, I agree with you. That's a tough one.
I know, see, that's what I was thinking right there, it's like a company name. Would be that easy.
It's really cool.
It is. It's really cool. And, so a lot of here's another idea, and this is a lot of the times why it doesn't end up being signed, is I see the things like this where it was done by somebody who was on staff at a company as their illustrator, and all the big companies that were big enough had their own illustrators. So a lot of times if it was somebody who was a salaried employee at a large company and they were the in-house illustrator for their publications, for their newsletters, for things like that, they weren't signing, they were just paid to draw, and there were certain things they had to do. And so they didn't necessarily get signed. Because I agree, it's really cool, especially for somebody who's an engineer into drafting. Yeah, and it's just intriguing. I don't know what the bubbles represent, but it's just cool.
Ideas. Is this the 40s? I was just trying to figure out from the clothing. Is that 40s?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can see with the frame and that mat, yeah, and the mat board it's on. Yeah, definitely like 30s, 40s. But yeah, I agree. It's hard. There's not much, even on what there is to go on the back. There's not really enough. That one pencil signature that's real scribbled. It's just too hard to get anything out of that.
Yeah, I was hoping that you'd be able to recognize that one.
Yeah.
Kathy Payne is going to be next.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah. And again, if it was,
Oh, I'm sorry.
See, it's really cool, isn't it? So much cooler than any of the stuff he got.
They glued that down, so there's just nothing you're going to gain.
Not without potentially ruining it.
Yeah, but you got this.
and there was so many, professional, graphics artists and illustrators that worked for all, and the materials were bought in where, Missouri? Mhm. Yeah, but it's, yeah.
So do you think this is just the framer?
That's probably, yeah, that's what I thought could be the artist. I mean, and then usually those numbers are to do with the printer when they're taking it to publish it, the printer's notes.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, for scale and measurements and things like that. But that just, look, the way they sign that, it's so hard to get something that, yeah, yeah, I know that's where it's just tough to get something out of that. I know.
Or it could be,
This is our greatest
it could
mystery.
also be like PUTTCI, Pucci.
Yeah, I can see that. Although this looks like it.
Yeah, it could be a double cross T.
Especially for the signature.
And even though that looks like a line for a W, it could just be bringing it the way they brought it up. It was kind of a lazy to do
Yeah.
a T.
Yeah, yeah.
Or DUTTCI.
I know. I wish I could tell you. That's a tough, yeah.
Mystery piece.
Yep. That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Darn.
I know. Sorry.
Shot. Unidentified, what's it worth?
Okay, this one's.
Oh, yeah. It's still a great piece of original art. And, yeah, it is really cool. Like $400 to $600.
Now, do you, Grant, is this full of acid?
It
Is
should
this-
all be reframed, yeah, the whole thing.
And how would they do that? They'd have to cut it out because they glued it when they mounted it to that mount.
You're not going to be able to replace the one that's glued to. You can replace everything else, though.
Yeah.
So take the top layer, keep this one layer.
Yeah,
Matting.
because I think it's glued to it. Yeah, so you can't really do anything about that. But you can surround it in acid-free materials otherwise,
And get the.
and
And better
conservation
protect it.
glass.
Yeah, it doesn't get a lot of light.
That's good. Yeah.
You still want conservation glass, otherwise it could,
Okay.
yeah. It can just fade with any kind. And what do you have, sir? You have the stuff that she rolls the ice.
Yeah, I know. So this is, it's a map of Palestine. It's number 4 in the series. It's I don't have my phone. I can't remember. It's 1887. I'd have to go, do you want to grab my phone? I saved it. It's, we see a lot of reproductions of this one. There's tons and tons and tons of reproductions of it, contemporary, but no, we can't find any originals. They all say vintage, but they're all like reproduction vintage.
Okay.
So let me go get my phone. I can tell you.
Okay.
It was Toledo, Ohio.
1887. Hardesty. Okay. Yeah, by Hardesty. 1887.
HH honesty. We do all the good stuff too.
Mm-hmm. Did you check to make sure it's not mounted?
No, this was loose.
You did, that's good.
It has the binding tape on the back in the middle. You want me to take it out?
No, that's okay.
It's loose.
I'm gonna check a couple things.
If we were to try this out, the architect, like what's the best way to do it?
We could run a couple things for you. Let's see. So sometimes they have the publisher and then the other. Yeah.
These are the ones we've already spent tons, we've spent hours searching and we couldn't find the answers to either.
That's what's 18. Well, so this is one of our customers actually, and he's got one of the Hardesty maps, Toledo, Ohio. This is 1879. This one's,
This is number 3, so one of the number 3s.
let's see. It's of Jerusalem, and it's 13 and a half. So it's smaller than this, but it's the 1879. This is 87. So he has a Hardesty map there. There's a Hardesty, New York, though. Here it is, Palestine. He's got one. So
That's not it, because this is not green.
No, it's different. What year was this one? His was 1882. Number 4. Yeah, this is the number 3.
Yeah.
So he had the number 3.
The 3s.
Yep. He's one of our customers. And that one's sold. So we don't know what he got for it. Yeah, so I see what you're finding is that
Databases that we do though.
I do. And I have lots of subscription databases that basically, if I can't, then it's very, very rarely can somebody disprove after I've exhausted all of my avenues, and it's a lot of subscription services, millions and millions of pieces. There are none that have sold at auction. So there's just Ruderman, who, like I said, is one of our customers, and I know his I know the fellow who's buying him out because he's retiring. They had a number 3 that they sold, but they don't disclose how much they sold it for. So so we don't really have any actual auction records to go off of.
What is your best guess?
Well, based on what I'm seeing there, my best guess is like around $500. That's just, I don't see just the other Hardesty maps and the other ones that I saw there.
And based on, and I haven't, we probably should do archival.
Yeah. There's not many there's not many maps from this late, from 1887, that are worth in the thousands. There's not many at that point. I mean, with the one we sold him, we were talking about, Barry's Map Company in California. We sold him that little Texas pocket map, the little folding one for like 20-something thousand. It was like from the 1840s, I think, kind of thing. This was, I'm not sure if that's from the, yeah, and it might have been, I'm not sure if this was out of a book or what the source of this was.
It was.
Yeah. So, yeah, and I've had lots and lots of, like, when that one estate from Edmonds, I've had lots and lots and lots of these, and I'm not aware of really that many that are worth from this late, like I said, that are worth in the thousands. I mean, I do know there's certain regions where people are really collecting maps.
Right.
I know we have specific customers for like maps of Iran and things like that are really actively looking and different things. But yeah, that's just what I'm kind of thinking.
Okay. All right.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Kathy Payne. And then Judy Labarge is next after that. So get ready to be on deck. And they have 2 tickets.
Okay.
No. Are you going to demonstrate for us?
I did 40 years ago, broke a leg.
Oh, no, really? The hop rod.
It's the bottom will fall off. It's okay. There's an O-ring in there that's dried up.
Okay.
And what is it?
It's a gas-powered pogo stick.
Oh, wow.
And when it fires, it'll knock you 3 feet in the air.
Oh, that is amazing.
The top is clear full of batteries, and that's what fires when you put the gas in here.
Oh, man.
Actual gasoline
And
for
you
a
did break
child's
your leg on
toy.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did break his leg on it.
And
Oh, he's kidding.
hey, don't I get to exaggerate?
About broke my ankle trying to do it.
So this does stay in there if I don't,
Yeah, there's just an O-ring in there that's dried up.
just like that?
Yeah. But it was only on the market for 2 years, and the government made them take it off the market because it was so dangerous.
Yeah, like the lawn darts with the big metal
Yeah,
tips.
yeah.
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 It was like the bag of glass.
Wow.
All the kids tried to ride it, but the problem was it wouldn't fire every time. So if it would fire every time, you'd be okay, but you'd jump and nothing. And then it would fire and it would knock you 3 or 4 feet in the air.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was.
I love this. What era is it from?
It was manufactured in 1960.
Oh, yeah.
1960.
Yeah.
Did you have to wear a helmet when you rode it?
Nah.
Okay, hold on. No, this was way before there was lawsuits. Here, take a picture of me with this. I'll hold it on the bottom over here.
He's got it, sorry.
Oh, he's got to try
He
it out.
wants to go here. He thinks that's the coolest thing.
It is unique.
There is just some cool things you just don't see. I mean,
Yeah.
have you ever seen one, Grant, before? Have you ever?
Never seen one before, yeah. So you're an outlaw having this, just like with the metal lawn darts. We outlawed them.
Probably got some of them at home too.
And you have the original box?
Yeah, that's the original box.
Wow.
And it was mailed to you?
Yeah, well, we
No.
got it at a garage sale up on, it's up on the hill.
Got it.
But anyway.
But it looks like it was mailed in this box, like whoever bought
We
it.
bought it in the 70s, early
Yeah.
70s.
Got
Have you ever researched it before?
Yes.
Okay.
I come up with about 1,200.
Okay.
That's what it's worth.
Well,
I went online trying to figure out how to maybe get the bottom to stay in and stuff, but I think there's just an O-ring that sits in here and that's what holds it together. And all you do for fuel is it says use low octane gas with just a little bit of 40 weight oil. And that it goes in here and it's a 2-stroke. So.
yeah.
A 2-stroke. Our boat motor, we use that language on our big Merc on our boat. It's a 4-stroke, but that's boat motor language. This is a pogo stick.
Yeah, well, I think you're probably maybe a tad low. I mean, there's one that sold for $1,600 where the box was in better shape. I don't know how many hours or minutes it had on it.
This is maybe got 10.
Yeah. So it's probably worth, it could be worth even like $1,500.
It's for sale.
But I'm looking at them and, because this thing was so dangerous, they've actually had ones that have sold that were like new in the box, probably because the kid was too scared to go on it. And those can sell for like $3,000, I'm seeing. So yeah, and here's one at $1,500 without the box. So I think you're looking at like $1,500 for it. Yeah.
Pretty
That's
good.
Definitely pretty cool and unusual.
Probably worth more if I could demonstrate it.
There you go.
No, we don't want any
It's
injuries.
75, that ain't gonna happen.
No.
That's awesome. Well, thank you for bringing that. That put a smile on our face. That was
Yeah.
fun. But you have another item.
Yeah.
Looks like we have a musical. Oh, she's taking it out of the case. Oh, that's how it's designed. A guitar. Can you tell us about the guitar?
It's Buck Jones, and they made a lot of different, like Hopalong Cassidy, and I think Roy Rogers. And
We think it's from the 40s, maybe. It was my uncle's.
Yeah, maybe the early 50s, but yeah, up to 1954 or so. But yeah, 40s are Buck Jones and silver guitar.
You can go ahead and play it if you want.
No, that's all right.
I'm not musical.
Not even gonna try.
they called it a reverberating. They called it a reverberating guitar online that I had looked at.
A reverberating guitar. Grant, what does that
I
mean?
have no idea what that means.
Yeah, no, I'm not familiar with them using that terminology for that one. Regal made it.
You have the case.
Yep, they did start making that one in 1942. I see in my records. Let's see. This is another situation where the records are all over the board. I do think that one. So none of the other ones have that same case. So, but that case is a perfect fit, isn't it? Yeah, because I don't think that typically that guitar and like the Gene Autry and Roy Rogers guitars, typically they didn't come with a case. So somebody just might have found a case that was a really good match. But like a lot of collectibles, just depending on when it's being sold and how many collectors are looking for it, there's quite a range on that from $200 to $500. So in that case, a lot of times we have to just kind of look at the condition and try to find the average. And there's even one that went down to, I don't know what the condition was, went down to, it's, the Western Americana collectibles like the cowboy collectibles haven't been selling like they used to. It's probably worth $250 maybe.
Cool.
I think, yeah.
Awesome. Great guitar. Cool. Fun things. You have a fun house, I bet.
Okay, I'm just gonna hop out of here.
Yeah, he's going to just hop along. Thanks, you guys. Judy LaBerge. And then Lynn Slober is going to be up next. Again, sorry we're running late, but gosh, great things today. And a few things that took a little longer than normal. Awesome. Thank you. But we won't leave.
Two of these.
See?
Maxwell, Rodney Maxwell Muir tools.
Very nice. And when did you get them?
A couple weeks ago.
Hmm.
A Goodwill for $1.50.
Oh my gosh.
This was a Goodwill find, $1.50 for the set. Remember, look at the bottom.
trying to find that color
Yeah.
for him. It's a little bit different for him, that color.
Are they both the same?
Pretty much. Not matching, but coordinating.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Oh, yeah. Very nice.
a little bit, yeah.
A little more of the charcoal.
That's
on this
interesting, the
one.
glaze didn't go all the way down on that one.
Yeah,
They
that's
didn't-
from this one either. Yeah, they
Yeah.
did it like that.
Very pretty.
I love that.
I think that so I'm looking at all the different colors and different pieces that he did, and I think that at the antique store that actually knows what they are, I think they'd be about $45 each.
Okay.
Yeah, awesome. They're beautiful. Enjoy them.
Thank you.
Okay, Lynn Slober, and then Madeline Prentice will be next. And Lynn has 2 tickets.
Oh, and tell me, how'd you get this one?
My mother-in-law went to an estate sale in Illinois, and she purchased this because I had an Afghan hound at this time. And if you look at the picture, it looks like there's Afghans, but actually I think they're Borzois. But I haven't done anything with it since she gave it to me. It's up here
Yeah, so this is a Louis Icart. And Louis Icart was a very famous French artist. Really, his forte was women and with the dogs, but women, often women that were half-dressed women and things like that. His most popular works and the works that have the collectors seek are his colored pencil sign. That must be you're standing too close.
Sorry.
Ooh. What happened?
I don't know what that was. Sorry, everybody. That was
So
terrible.
his most sought after works are his colored etchings. No? That are often pencil signed. In this case, this one's a lithograph. It's not an etching, and it's not signed in his hand. The signature at the bottom for him, that's a printed signature on this one. So this one is this is all would have been printed as one print, and rather than his etchings, which were an etching, and then they were colored, and then they were hand signed and pencil and often numbered. But this one is a lithograph again with the signature is printed.
And what's this up here?
That probably has the publisher's notations. Those are also printed. That just says the year, but this is all printed as a lithograph. So this is just is decorative. It would be the kind of the entry level of his prints. These were printed for years. People printed these too. So it's, framed like that, it's worth maybe $60 or $70.
Okay.
Yeah. But unfortunately, it is a printed signature and it's a lithograph, not an etching.
And then you have another item.
Okay.
What is
Nazuk, which Japanese folks wore around their band to hold their pouch of money or something else.
Where'd you get it?
Once again, from my mother-in-law.
Gifted.
Okay, yeah, and as she said, the Netsuki was has the holes in the back so they could thread it through their cords to their inro, which were the lacquered pouches they would carry. A Netsuki such as that, it is signed on the bottom, and that brings up the first time today that we have the conversation about elephant ivory and the restrictions on that. So in the case of this piece, that is carved out of elephant ivory. And so, Ben, and I've been to the hearings in Olympia, and I can give you the update that, so first of all, you don't have to worry having it yourself. It's not illegal for you to own that. It's illegal in the state of Washington to sell that. There's a few states in the country that do allow antique carved elephant ivory items to sell, but they have to have paperwork that's quite extensive, including documentation that the piece is over 100 years old. The government even wants a sales receipt, which is very rare. So I guess there's a few states where people are still selling it with those restrictions, but in Washington State, there's no commerce allowed whatsoever with items carved out of elephant ivory. But you don't have to turn it in or throw it away. You're allowed to own it, and then you can gift it to your kids or family and things like that. So that's just something to remember. It has affected the value significantly on items like that, and then because we live in a state where it's not allowed to be sold, I don't even put a value on them, unfortunately. But you can look online and see there's some states that still sell them, but because the federal ban on elephant ivory hasn't been really enforced, there's still some states, as I said, that are selling those things, but not in Washington.
Thank you. Madeline Prentice, and then Andy Clark will be next.
Okay. Oh, we have a nice Art Deco. We have a nice Art Deco style pocket watch. A very nice slim. Oh, that's nice.
Want to tell us where they came from?
Our father, he was a watch repairman for many years, and this was part of his collection.
Wow. So the Art Deco, this what they call like a slim model. This is an Art Deco. We'll come to that in a second that I was talking about. But first, we'll take a look at the one that's in the presentation box here, the Hamilton. Look at the size of that one. And that's on the back, it's engraved the Bureau of Ships U.S. Navy chronometer watch. That is cool. Let's take a look at that. I don't think I've done thousands and thousands of pocket watches. I don't think I've seen this one before. It does that. It's 1943.
They gave me a ticket for 9:45.
This morning?
Yeah.
And we didn't call you?
I don't know if they ever brought my name up because there was somebody that would show up. Yeah. So I told them I'd just go home and I'd come back and see where it was. So I just wait till the last.
You know what? I bet it was. I bet you took Gina's spot. I'll call you next.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Dave Sortness. I'll be quick anyway. Just
And what's your last name?
Sortness.
You bought your ticket. We'll get you.
Okay.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. So this is.
You can sit down.
Yep. So you can see on this U.S. Navy, this is something that any of that are interested in watches, this is really cool. So this is a dated 1943 U.S. Navy pocket watch, and I've never seen this model. You look at the size of it and you look at the construction, it doesn't indicate the waterproof specifications, but this thing weighs several pounds for this. What an impressive and high quality Hamilton watch. They have come up for auction, and it's not uncommon for this watch to hit $2,000 at auction. Yeah, $2,000. Even without, it had a couple of versions that came in. It came in also set in a box, almost like a gimbaled compass for protection. This one, they made this one, but so loose like this, you know, like I said, it can easily sell for over $2,000. It's a really rare. Looks like it came in. So they did it in a gimbal. They did it in a ship's clock, and then they did it in this handheld. And here's one that's the handheld here. Looks like that might even have been very similar to the box that they put this one in. That one sold for $1,700, but back in 2011. So it would be somewhere around a couple thousand. That's really a great watch. And then this pocket watch here, looks like we're in a shadow box.
Yeah.
Oh, we can open it here. So this is Art Deco era on this one. Yep, there we go. Very nice one. And we have the Victorian watch chain on it. Let's see who made this one. We're gonna have to unscrew the back. Here we go. Couple more turns.
I have no idea the back even came off.
Yeah, so we're gonna just unscrew the back. This one, they don't over tighten these, so it's nice. So we'll get to see more about this one. So we take the back off. And it's 14 karat gold filled. So in that, basically gold filled is another fancy term for gold plated. Yeah, so, but it's nice. So it's a 14 karat white gold filled. It's 17 joules, which is pretty high up there on the quality scale, below 21 joule. So it's an Elgin, like I figured it would be, because Elgin was they were the #1 maker of these nice Art Deco style slim pocket watches. So these were really trend setting at the time, because unlike looking like every other pocket watch out there, which so many companies just made the ones that all look the same, this one had this really cool slim style and Art Deco design to it. Actually, leaving a little bit of Art Nouveau there in the middle. So, and then it has the nice watch chain on there. Let's see, it's the. And they made these in the gold filled, and they made them in solid gold. But in this case, with the gold filled one, it sells for about $75 because it's just gold plated. And then with the watch chain, that's actually pretty impressive watch chain. The two of them would be about $225 together. There we go. All right.
Great, thank you. So are you Andy? Andy, we're going to go take Andy, and then we'll take Dave. Since Andy's got his item up here, we'll do Dave next.
Oh. Nice book stand. Yeah.
I need that, and so tell me about your item.
That's from my great aunt's house in Hudson Heights, Quebec, Canada.
Mm-hmm.
And how long have you had it?
Well, we've had it for a couple of years, but
And you know how long she had it?
nope.
Okay, yep.
It's broken right here. I have the piece.
Mm-hmm. And it's been refinished. So this is not the original finish. And we can see how it's darker here. We can also just see the inconsistency in the varnish that's been applied on this one. I think one thing I can try to do, Gina, maybe is just turn the volume down. If that's the feedback is from that, maybe, I don't know.
Well, I think it's off now. Did battery go out? Was that-
No, this one's still working, yeah. I'm just gonna see if I can turn it down a little bit. Okay. Yeah, so this one's been refinished. Yep, all the way to the bottom. I'm not so sure about the rivets either. Let's We need to take a look at the bottom. Yeah, no, these are these are they're hard to find and they're very popular because the way you can turn them, they're so nice. I don't want to scratch it, but I want to see the bottom real quick, or just even under here. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a very old piece. So it has what we call the marquetry inlay, is what they call this. And so that's on the top. I don't know if you can see it. That's where it has the kind of the spiral design here. So they call that marquetry opposed to parquet, but they call that marquetry top. And it's all inlaid. It does appear to be mahogany, and it's got quite a bit of age to it. I'm looking at the detail in that and the different types of woods they use on the inlay and on the sides, and it's probably almost 200 years old. But it's got its issues. Yeah, just in that I'm not so sure some of the materials match in the rivets and the slats, and then it's been refinished. So it's a nice piece, and it's definitely it's not signed anywhere then, is it? Yeah, typically they're not on this type of a piece of furniture. They wouldn't usually typically sign these types of things, but because of the condition issues, it's probably at an antique store, I'm thinking like $400 to $500. Yeah, if it was in better condition, that'd be a whole different story. You've heard it before, you've seen it before. It's all about condition, even on furniture. And we're just looking. It's been around for a long time, and it's still functional. But there's even a patch of wood here that doesn't match, that was a repair. You can see that, and then in general the refinishing. So yeah. All
right. Thank you.
Yep.
I think that would be so awesome to have and turn around and look at all your books. Thanks for bringing that. And then we have Dave Sorkins. Sorkins.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. All right.
So I think we can all guess these are skis. What can you tell us about them?
My next door neighbor, when I first got here in '72, he was born 3 months before Washington was a state, and he made these.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Yeah, and so he was my neighbor till he died in 1974, and we moved there in '72. And so he just gave them to me, and so I moved from outside Reardon to here 7 months ago, and I had a farm there, and now I have no room. So I have to start getting rid of stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's incredible that he made those. That is quite he did a great job. And well, of course, we do have wooden skis that we sell from time to time, and people do collect those to display. And there were not a whole lot of companies making wood skis in the early days.
And he was born at Fort Spokane.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And,
No, but look at how long he made those.
You can tell see the brackets aren't the same. They look pretty close, but if you really look at them, they're definitely handmade.
Oh,
The last skis we sold, we sent like 4 pairs to New Zealand. They bought them and had them shipped all the way down under. So
yeah. So
worldwide.
these are great, being displaying in somebody's lodge or cabin and being so long. They're really, really cool.
I wouldn't like to ski on them.
No, it would be, it'd be very dangerous, like the pogo stick.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah. Of course, these look like if you take a wrong turn, you'll just pop right out of them. That's the good thing. These would be, in a retail setting in an antique store that sells to decorators and people with cabins and lodges, they would probably be about $175.
Okay.
Is what I'd expect them to go for.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you. Those are great. Okay, we've got a Heidi Glassman. And then Rick Ramos is up next. Okay, so we're catching a little bit up. Hi, 2 tickets.
Hello.
Okay, thank you.
The marker, we don't know exactly where they came from. Got them from my father-in-law.
Okay.
I'll wait till you have it.
Okay, the cemetery markers. Okay. So here's an interesting fact about these. So we were talking, so I think you were here from this morning, right? Yeah. So we talked about that throughout the day, we're going to address things that pop up that you can't sell. And I talked about, so we just talked about elephant ivory. There's other things we haven't had to talk about today. We haven't had any taxidermy woodpeckers come in or anything. Then we would have talked about the Migratory Bird Act of 1974 and those types of things. But we found out, a few years ago, we thought we were doing the right thing for a consignor because we thought these were collectibles when we put one of these up for auction. And then we found out that these are illegal to sell.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I don't know if it falls under the Fallen Valor Act or what it was.
I can't remember what he told us.
Yeah. But we're not, these are along the line of a Purple Heart kind of thing that they're not supposed to be sold. Those cemetery markers for veterans.
So this one, 1861, I think it's 1866, Grand Army of the Republic.
Yeah, so that's
veteran.
Yeah, so this is the same as not the same exact design, but this is what we had that we found out a couple years ago when we were told not to sell it was a Civil War veteran grave marker, and we were told it's not appropriate to sell them.
Would it be an individual person or an unknown? Do you know?
There's no names on them. No, they were actually, so the one we had also didn't have anybody's specific name on it. Just, but yet we were told it's not right to sell them. So we learned that, and I had not heard that before in all the years of doing collectibles. So, yeah.
I think it was more of an inappropriate versus illegal law, if I recall,
Yeah,
right?
I think, yeah.
You're really pulling our memories a little bit, but, pardon? Yeah, museums or, they can certainly be donated. But I think it's just a little bit more, I believe, and I could be wrong, but I'm just remembering.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking right now to see if it was.
We deal with thousands and thousands of items a month. And so, every year we probably sell, hundreds of thousands of items. And so when we get one little blip of something, sometimes it's a little hard for our memories to completely. He's usually pretty good, but it's getting end of day. It's getting a little tired.
Yeah, and like as Gina said, I found a forum and I'm looking for kind of the nuts and bolts of it. But it said it's not, although it's not a federal law, then they went into why they don't, they ask people not to sell them. I'm looking to see here what it says. Know the law. Yeah, anyway, it's something you can read about. So it said, although there's no federal law specifically regarding the grave markers, and then doesn't tell me the rest there, but yeah.
Okay.
So it's something that when people have asked me, it's something that you could, like Gina maybe said, to approach the museum or the veteran cemetery.
Is there a veteran cemetery here in Moses Lake? Does anyone know?
It's in.
It's in Spokane. I know.
It's in
Medical
Cheney.
Lake. Yeah, Medical Lake.
Yeah, Medical Lake. Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's one there.
Yeah.
And so that might be a place to approach them to see if they would have use for them.
Mm-hmm.
And or if they may have a museum there. I've not been, so I don't know. But yeah, but it would be a place to at least, offer to them and see. But
yeah, I see some of the forums are saying that. They're saying to find a cemetery that has veterans and offer it to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Yes,
right.
very, very
Yeah.
good pieces of history. Thank you
Yep.
so much. Rick Ramos.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Oh, take a card, yeah. For sure. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he just asked if we do appraisals, and yes, we do personal property appraisals for estates, as well as auctions. And then Mary Ellen will be next.
Hello. Good.
Thanks for waiting.
Oh, yeah. This thing waited longer than I have.
Oh, that's nice.
When did you get it?
About 30 years.
And where did you get it from?
Garage sale.
Garage sale find 30 years ago.
Little baby, and she decided when school started, she was gonna get into instruments. She didn't want it.
She didn't want it.
So I just had it sitting there, and sitting there.
Has it ever been
No,
played?
we'll take it out in a second, yeah.
Have you played it? Nope, nobody's played it in his family.
Yeah, we'll take it out in just a second. The Laurel. She'll take it out. Beautiful violin. Now let's see, let me see what size it is.
Small.
Yeah. So I think that's a 3/4. It's a student violin. It's not quite 24 inches. The one we had earlier this morning was.
Anything else hidden in this?
Where we had it, left everything there, I just left everything there as well too.
And then that's probably needs some work.
I took it out and done that for 28, 30 years.
Mm-hmm. So I'm seeing lots of these that have sold, the William Lewis and Son. And here's one that's the 3/4, which is going to be a little smaller than the standard size, the 4/4. That's, because they would, for people starting out, for the smaller kids playing. This is considered so it's made in Germany, but it is considered a student quality. Let's see that one. Well, no, I guess it's a 22 inch. We're 23.75. So technically that is a standard size. That's the undersize at 22. But so it is considered a student, not a professional violin. But it is in nice shape. And so it's looking like most of them are selling for about $250. I'll take a look at the bow.
Remember what you paid at the garage sale?
$15 or $20
15 to 20. Good return?
so far.
Yep. And no signature on the bow. The bow needs to be restored. The violin just looks like it just needs to maybe be, actually looks probably fine, just tuned. It looks fine otherwise. But the bow needs to be restored. So the bow doesn't add too much value to that. But the violin's in really nice condition. Yeah. Really is. There was no damage or anything. Nope. Yeah, that would be great for a student. They even got the markers for there. Yep. All right.
Well, if your daughter isn't going to use it, maybe the school system.
We got a granddaughter.
You got a granddaughter. There's still hope. There you go. Awesome. Thanks for bringing that in. Okay. Let's see. We have Mary Ellen, and then Jenna Kramer is after that. And watch that cord, yeah. I think I'll move this back. I moved it to the.
Hello. There's a violin though.
Okay. What did you bring today?
It's an old Bible. I do genealogy, so I know that this is family.
Got it.
And there's notes inside of it that I received it probably 30 years ago. Didn't even know it existed. Got it from my aunt who passed away. It was sent to me after she passed away. So I'm just a little interested in any kind of history or value. And I've got my genealogy records that tells me, because I do genealogy, so I've got the records that tells me here, and it's related clear out here.
Oh, wow.
So
It's here to here. Oh, cool.
it's more of a curiosity.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing I know from the book appraisers who are, that's their full-time thing as book appraisers, is that you typically, Bibles don't have much monetary value.
I understand.
Yeah, and because they're more sentimental, there is, always, of course, some sort of value, and we'll take a look and see what we can find. But yeah, Bibles are always so personal, to specific families. And so, but they do come on the market from time to time.
You need really good glasses to read.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm just like, wow, the font is like 2, maybe
It's tiny.
1 or 2 font size. I'm telling you, like beyond a doubt. Like, yeah. And I have 20/20 beautiful vision, and I literally can't even.
Yeah, well, it said it was printed in 1667.
1667.
Whether that's correct or not.
Did I find-
1667.
I had a later date I thought I saw.
Oh, Grant's gonna look at it again.
I got 1698 at the bottom of the title page.
1698.
Yeah.
The front page says, and somebody wrote in there 1667. Or 1668.
Yeah, the title page is going to be
That's gonna be your actual printed
1698,
date.
which is
Yeah.
what that's checking out for this one, for this 1698 by Schwing. That's what's coming up.
Oh, he's finding it.
Yeah. And here it is right here. So here's the same one. And there's the page, that front page. And in fact, that one's got some notations on the front. Same title page, 1698 at the bottom. That one sold for $850.
Ooh.
Nice. Well, it's not going.
Of course, it's not going anywhere.
It's not going anywhere.
That one was rebound. So yeah, so there was another one in the 1698 edition. Of course, the leather covers are always going to be different, but exact same title page and everything. That one sold for $850.
So 850.
Yeah.
And lovely family history and heirloom. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing us. That's a great item. I love those. Okay. Jenna? And you have 2 tickets?
Yeah, he's got the other one.
Oh, you got another one down there. Okay.
And he wanted to show me.
Okay.
I looked it up, it says it's Tibetan mask.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tibetan mask she was
Where'd
bringing.
you get it?
Wooden. I got it we bought a storage unit, it was in there.
Mm-hmm.
I just seen the price tag on the inside and I knew
Yeah, it's got some notations there.
$980 it says on that price tag. I'm like, wow.
Wow.
Looked it up, haven't found nothing like it.
Yep. So that would have been probably in the currency of the country it came from. So that could have translated to a lot less in US dollars. Yeah, than that type of a thing.
Third eye and the fire in his eyebrows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very well done. It has some age to it.
Yeah.
Very cool. We've had a lot of these at the gallery hanging when we have collections of these, and they're all hanging on the wall, and it's a little scary sometimes when you walk in, and they're all looking at you. Ah.
Yeah, creepy looking.
A lot of storage locker finds today, several, it sounds, I think I remember. We pick up a lot of estates out of storage lockers, and storage lockers that families have paid storage for, 20 years. And we go pick up the stuff out of the storage locker. It's a long time to pay storage, so. And then you probably had an auction where they were foreclosing at it, so. Yeah, people forget that families don't know. A lot of times families don't know necessarily that there is a storage locker. And so they go to the wayside. Yeah.
I just wanted to check a couple things on that, on the origin of there. Definitely has some age to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I looked at it, it looked like 18th, 19th century. They were saying some that looked just like that, but not exact.
There's so many different types of, when it comes to this kind of tribal arts,
Mhm.
there's so many different types of masks.
Yeah, the third eye and eyebrows is what made me think that. 'Cause he's got
It definitely, yeah, it definitely looks Southeast Asian for sure. That's it right there. That's, I haven't found, let me go find that word they got here, the BH. Yep. Not as old as yours though.
Yes.
BH. I think I might have found just the origin though. No, so what's that? You said Tibetan?
Yeah.
No, you said Thailand.
Type Tibetan, that's what I said.
It's Tibetan. Okay, I thought I heard Thailand. It's
No,
Tibetan.
Yeah.
Yep, see, this is the word. It's BHAIRB. It's Tibetan.
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking it up quite a while, but
Somehow I heard Thailand. It's Tibetan.
some of them are quite ugly.
Oh, I know, and they're so ornate.
That one's
sometimes.
pretty ugly looking. My friend said, take that off your wall. It's probably bad luck. I'm like, no, it isn't.
No.
I love that, but third eye is actually ugly. The road,
Absolutely.
it's a good meaning. He's like, ooh, it's creepy. Whatever.
No,
Okay.
that one's not creepy. I've seen creepy ones.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, there, I was just on the wrong. It's already been a long day now, and I was looking at, I had, for somehow reason, I had Thailand in my, okay, let me see that. Let me look at the wood again.
See the knot on the chin of him. No, it's not. I don't know what
Yeah.
that is on the inside. But
Yeah, it definitely has some age to it. I mean, you can't fake that,
yeah, it's like a wax, they said. Right up on
that kind of a patina and stuff. You can't fake that. You can, that age and that kind of, and then the quality is way better, yeah, than kind of the newer, than a tourist, than a low price tourist thing. It's way
What
better.
is crazy filling him up. Surprised it hasn't crumbled. Hopefully, I think that's why they said the wax is put on there.
Yeah, so they won't crack.
Yeah.
Almost want to oil it, but I won't.
I mean, it's pretty simple though. It's not as ornate as all others.
No.
That's the thing. It's super.
And that's what also makes me think it's older too, because it was less, kind of less. Here's a ceremonial one here, which has that third eye. It's that mask. See, and it has a little bit less, still a little bit more than that one, but see that one there, that ceremonial dance mask.
It's on, oh, it's just on a stand.
It's just on a stand. That one sold for $3,250.
Yeah, that's what I looked up. I seen some for that, around those.
Yeah.
It was like,
And this is, because I agree, there's definitely some age here.
And that's just hanging on a stand.
Yeah, that's just on a stand. You can definitely tell there's the quality. And that's got that more of a polychrome. So this has the polychrome in that red. They call that polychrome. It's got it there and here. That one has more polychrome, a little bit different. It's really, really hard. I mean, obviously, if you were to sell it and put it up for auction, then the collectors around the world they're gonna respond, and but it's to put an estimate on it. It's hard, yeah. I mean, that one has a lot more painting, but yet this one seems to be a little more better carved, in my opinion.
I just, the whole mouth, it's just so well done.
really neat.
Mm-hmm.
There's one there. So here's one they called, like you said, you were talking about how your research, you were kind of thinking 18th, 19th century. Here's one they called 18th, 19th century Tibetan carved wood ceremonial mask. Let's look at the wood. Yeah, it's all, I think it's like, I mean, conservatively, I think it's like 500 to 750. But I mean, I'm not an expert in this kind of thing. But I agree with, that you had the good instincts to hold on to it for that time, because it's a good quality carving. Yeah.
Nice.
Mhm.
Can I have one more thing too?
Yeah.
That's great. There you go.
Then after. And then we have Cheryl Keeler will be next.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's take a look.
And what did you bring today?
Picture with, I believe it's President Roosevelt.
So it's a framed picture print, President Roosevelt. And where did you get it?
Yard sale.
Yard sale. Here in Moses Lake?
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's framed on the back, and it's all framed up.
Yeah, when I got it, it was just rolled up in a straw. I put it in a frame.
Okay, was it like is it like a poster?
It was just rolled up. It's like,
But is it like the paper remind you of like a poster?
yeah, actually, it was with a bunch of other pictures. And, I believe the guy was a surveyor, and he worked on the dam.
Got it. Was the paper thick, thin? Yeah, like a poster?
Yeah, so
like
it looked
Very old.
brittle?
Hard to carry it.
Yeah, I do. So I don't think it's as old as when this image was taken. And looking at the paper and the size it was blown up, to, it's also lost some of its quality. So I think this could be 50 to 75 years old. It could be, because we're talking 1970s is now almost 50 years ago. But I don't think it was printed at the time of the photo was taken. One of the reasons is too, it was very rare to have photos at that time to have been blown up this big. It was very rare. Most photos were at the maximum like 11 by 14 kind of thing. So I think somebody took that image and made a poster out of it. And, but I think it's a reprint poster, in my opinion.
And what value would that have?
Maybe like $40 or $50. Yeah. I don't think it's authentic to the period, in my opinion.
Very cool. Thank you. Oh,
yeah.
sorry. Didn't hold it up. It looked heavy. Okay, Cheryl Keeler is up next, and then Boyd Lincomb would be next.
Hi.
So what did you bring us today?
I brought you a galleon ship picture. That was my mom's since I was little. And she got it from somebody, I don't know when or where, but they had had it for a long time beforehand. And I'm in my 60s, so she's had it since I was like 5, so I don't know how long.
Yeah.
It's all the original and it's a 3D.
Yeah, so this is like
Vinyl.
Yeah.
Do that.
So this is like the beginning of the flicker or hologram technology, and they had the little, they started in the 1950s with the little toys that you would turn them and you'd see a different character as you went like this with them. So they called them the flickers. Then in sports ones, they called them the sports flicks. So this is kind of that same technology where it gives you that, the visual that it's almost like a 3D print, and it's on plastic. This is 1950s though, it's not older than that. Yep, this is right at, like that said, yep, kind of right when they came up with that flicker technology, that kind of, so that's what it is. And so if you kind of move it, it kind of gives you that different three-dimensional look. Yeah. So
She was a collector of galleon ships.
yep, and it's in the original frame. Again, this is 1950s. This is a tin frame, but I don't see this one very often. There wasn't really that many of these floating around, as far as I know. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in an antique, that needs to be just put in there a little bit. In an antique store, just for someone who collects, the ships, it'd be probably, because a lot of it because of the frame too, it'd be about $75.
Okay, Boyd is up next.
Here, I'll help you.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I was interested in this because I liked scouts
Uh-huh.
and scouting, and I took that out. But it's a hatchet.
Oh,
and
nice.
It's something I wished I had when I was in scouts.
Uh-huh.
And it's American, made in Clinton, Massachusetts.
Clinton, Massachusetts. The Tomahawk hatchet. Here's a really nice hatchet. It's called the Tomahawk. It's made in Massachusetts. And what's really kind of neat is it has its own custom-made leather holster. And that's even stamped with the Tomahawk brand on it. Yeah, have a seat. That's a really nice.
Well, there's more to it.
Okay.
Watch here.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness.
They have a knife that inserts in the hollow end of this, and it's stamped, and on the end of the knife, it has an Indian head, like a war bonnet.
Yeah. Yeah. So on the butt end of the knife here, it has a medallion of Indian head of their logo of the Tomahawk Knife Company, which I hadn't heard of. But so the little dagger that hides inside the handle of the hatchet is this here, and it slides. This ends up being the butt of this knife and the butt end of the hatchet as well, and that just comes right out of the hatchet, hides right in there. This is made out of Clinton, Massachusetts. It's got like that kind of a Bakelite handle. That's really interesting. I've not seen that one before. Let's take a look.
Well, I was always afraid that, it's surprising that they haven't lost the knife out of the end, because you have a little pin you push in and it can come out. But if that doesn't get put in and locked, you would lose it, and then you.
And how long have you had this?
Well, I was out at a gun show and I bought it about, 10 years ago. But as a scout, I thought I would have loved to have this when I was 12, 13, 14, 15 years old.
Yep. See, there's the set right there. And what's interesting, it's a rare company, this Tomahawk, and then to have the dagger, or the knife still in there like that. And the thing about collectors of knives and hatchets and things is there's no such thing as having too many. When they find one that they don't have, they get excited. That one there that was complete with the with the knife still sold for $600.
What's that little piece right there next to?
That's a compass they just threw in. Yeah. And then here's another one in 2021 that sold for $500, and it has the knife with it. Oh, come on. There it is with the same black handle. And then, well, we see the knife there. There's the knife right there. That one sold for $500. That one in 2021. So we're somewhere between $500 or $600. Yeah.
Well, I didn't get stung because I paid $300 for it
Okay. Well, how long would you buy it?
about 10 years ago.
Okay. So it's about double in value almost. Yeah. Yeah. It's rare. That's a rare. Yeah. It's a rare one.
Now,
But you think a 12-year-old should have that in their scouting program?
back in my days, they were.
Back in my day, I love that.
You couldn't take a knife or anything.
No.
Now, when I was sitting down there, I was looking and I noticed the stitching. I shake so much. Why don't you just pry this apart a little right here? It looks like the stitching is starting to wear. You
Oh,
see
yeah,
how
yeah.
that's- Could I have somebody
Yes.
stitch that?
Yeah. Take it to the shoe repair guy and see if they can do that. Yeah. Shoe repair shop.
Okay,
Because a lot of those shoe repair people do other leather work like that. Yep.
okay.
Yep.
Anybody know a good shoe repair shop in Moses Lake?
We used to have one, but then.
Oh,
they
in
went out of
Wenatchee.
business.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah. Yeah. They'll stitch that back up. Blacks. Okay. Yep. Yep. They'll do that for you.
It's kind of hard to find shoe repair companies anymore. They're very few and far between, but they are very useful for
What
things
did
like
you
that.
say that knife handle was made out of?
Bakelite.
Bakelite?
Yep.
Have any idea how to spell it?
Bakelite.
Next, we've got Rosemary with lots of tickets.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, no, you did good picking that up. That's a rare one. So yeah, you did good.
And then after Rosemary, but she does have 4 items. We're going to have Molly. And then after Molly, I've got a new list
Okay.
after Molly. But then we'll be on the people that didn't have a ticket originally. So we've making some progress. Thank you, Boyd.
Back. Will they come up?
Rosemary's right here. And then I got Molly, and then you're going to give me a new list.
Yes. Can I help you? You're Penny. You're on my list. So if you want to go on up to the museum front counter and pay your $10 fee, and I'm rewriting my list for people to left. Whoops, got it? I got a kid here, I'll be first rolling in the fees.
So I have 4 good items.
Awesome. Well, let's step you up here. Grant just stepped out for a minute, but while he stepped out, we'll unpack. How's that for you?
It's a 4 items, that's good. So,
Oh, tickets?
okay. And I'll have you phone.
Okay. Right here's one.
That's one, yes.
Okay,
This is a gold
Just first.
Then I have a fountain pen.
Jillian here, or is it?
Yeah, no, it isn't. It's okay. I just have it right.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah, this should be good. A pen for Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania originally.
And then this is.
Yeah, that's the old. This one really is antique. I bought it from an antique in Pittsburgh. They have the real big places, they have,
That was fun.
and, this one, we did it. These, up and down. Oh, there you are. Thank you. This one is interesting. Yeah, I bought a house with my parents in Pittsburgh. And so when I went back there and afterwards, I had this and I figured, okay, I want to see if that is.
So where did this come from?
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
And the parents' house?
Yeah, I bought them. Yeah, it's just sitting there and this.
We'll do that one first. We'll just do one at a time for you, so that you get all the attention on it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This is cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have,
We're gonna start here. We already talked about this one. Came
Okay.
from-
I bought a house for my parents in
Mhm.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and that was inside it. So after my parents died and that, I took it back here. And I just didn't, I don't know if it's worth anything, that one anyway, but I use it still, in a bathroom. I thought it was cool.
yeah, and I remember, so this one's not old. I mean, when I say not old, it's not an antique. Could be anywhere from 1950s to 1970s. And I remember my mom had one almost just like this, I remember. So, yeah, it is. And it is spelter, it's a spelter. So basically you can see the mold marks here. So it's a base metal that's poured into a mold for a makeup mirror. And so it doesn't have a whole lot of monetary value because it's just a molded piece. It could be resurfaced, even spray painted or, what have you, but, it's probably worth about $35. Yeah.
Fine. That's cool. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. What do we have here?
Okay, what do we have next?
My sister bought it for me in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, from one of those real big antique places you go, and it's huge. And it is antique, they said. It was like the copper, right at that fine line where they did copper or something. That's how I remember. At that time, it was $110.
Mhm.
And my sister bought it
when was
for
that,
me.
you think?
Right? That was back in 95.
1995. Seahorse.
Yep. This is bronze. This is solid bronze. We can see on the bottom of this one too, that we can see, since there's no pad on the bottom right now, we can see it is, when I say solid bronze, meaning every part of it is hollow just up a little bit, but it is solid bronze. And I'm looking for any marks on this one. Yeah, no, it's solid. Bronze is good. Solid bronze is good.
It's cute. It's cool though.
I don't think I've ever seen a seahorse bronze.
Yeah, it's not marked, which is not completely uncommon. So, we just have to kind of look at, then what we have to do is just kind of look at it, evaluate it on the quality about it. So I'm just gonna look at the detail and, we can see on the patina on the bottom too, it's not new. I will say, I don't think it's antique, meaning I don't think it's 1920s or earlier. It's probably more like maybe, 50 to 75 years old kind of thing. But I don't think it's I don't think it's an antique, but it's well done. And it is solid bronze. And so I think I don't think it's worth a whole lot more than they told you at the time. I think it might be something retail now, maybe 225, because it's real. It's bronze and it's authentic.
I thought it was copper. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
it's solid bronze.
Sure.
Mhm.
Okay, this,
next.
This one's very interesting. This is, it was appraised at one time. It's like 18 something. It was given to me.
And this is a pocket watch.
Yes, the person bought it it was supposed to be 18 something, I forget the complete year, and I would like it if I could sell it, if you know of where I could sell it to,
Yeah, we'd be able to help you with this, yeah. What did they appraise it for? How much?
pardon me?
How much did they appraise it for?
6,000 at that time, that was 14 years ago. About 19,
Is that an insurance replacement value?
I think so. I had a little paper I should have brought.
Yeah, I'll show you exactly what the,
Okay.
yeah, that's extremely high. It is 14 karat gold and it's enamel. It's in great condition, but I'll go take a look right now and see actually
Sure.
then.
Appraisals can be done many different ways. And one way, of course, is insurance replacement value, which means you go into a store and you buy that right there on the spot, retail, brand new, not new, but I mean, you pay retail price for it.
The person had it appraised, not for that, but just, I think he was gonna sell it. That's what he did, yeah.
And so then the value can be a replacement value, or it can be fair market value, meaning what would you get for it if you sold it today? And so when we do estate appraisals, we are doing those for market value. When we do tax appraisals, it's market value. And when we do insurance appraisals, it's for replacement value, which are different numbers. So. And if you are planning to keep something and you are looking for an insurance or a replacement value for insurance of an item, make sure you get replacement value and not fair market value, because they are quite a bit different. This is a really pretty face.
That's why one of the reasons they were so aggressive on that, but it's still, let me see, that's about as high end for the.
This is very pretty. It's unique.
Where's that? Is that? Can I see it again, Gina?
Pardon?
Is that the same? Is that the same face? Yeah.
No.
What's
This
different?
one's got the red on the outside. The red numbers on the outside.
Okay, red numbers on the outside.
It's similar. This one has the red numbers also on the outside.
Yeah, that's the only version that they had of it, and that was that one that didn't have the red numbers. No, it don't have those, just that one. Oh, there it is no, it still doesn't have the red. Doesn't have the red numbers.
Person bought it in person.
And then there's again, but with no red, so I don't know what that means.
That one's even a little bit different.
No, this is.
And this has got all the gold around all the.
Yeah, this has, over each number, so it's better, yeah. So the records I'm finding, with the only exception being that the ones I'm finding don't have the extra red numbers on the end. Otherwise, it's almost the same watch, auctioning for like $3,000 to $4,000. And those are very, very similar except for the red numbers. So that's what I'm seeing, and those are the records I'm finding. Yeah. So that's what we'd be able to get for it, would be like $3,000 to $4,000.
If I wanted to sell, where would I sell it at? I know it's free.
It's a Waltham. Yeah. So it's the 14 karat Waltham hunting case with the enamel dial, and it's in absolute mint condition. And it has so not only is it the full enamel dial, but it has the gold enamel circles over every over every number. It's the fanciest Waltham dial, yeah, that you'll see.
My uncle gave that to my mother in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I've had it since 1936, I think.
She's had it since 1936, a fountain pen. We sell a lot of fountain pens, and they shock me sometimes what they go for.
Like my uncle did some beautiful work with, some beautiful lettering, with that, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they're an amazing instrument. Not really used today, but the collectors out there, boy, they know them and they love them. So if we put a group together and there's one in there that's spectacular, oh my gosh, they go crazy.
Yeah, you're looking at about that one, about $50 or $60 for the fountain pen. That's it. Yeah.
So it's, yeah, even though it's that old.
Yeah, you can buy that's the 8968. You can buy those from on collector sites for like $70, $80. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you for that. That's cool. Thank you, yeah. I just call and work it out. Like, think about something. Thank you. I'll talk to you then.
I don't have any trips packed down to California that I know of right now.
Molly Kennedy?
Okay.
And then Jason Adams will be next.
What kind of things are they? We can get your name and number. Okay. Okay. Hi.
Hello. Thank you so much for waiting and supporting the museum and hanging out.
Some Chimawebe baskets.
Beautiful.
I don't know if you know anything about the Chimawebes, but they are nearly extinct. There's only about 5 people that speak the language now.
I did not know that.
And these were inherited by my husband. This is an article that talks about them.
See this there.
I've highlighted some areas. Yes, there's. And this is actually important here. These numbers here, and there are actually pictures of them in that article. Not all of them have it though.
So it's an archive of baskets.
That's beautiful. Yeah. And this is Southern California.
We have on needles. We have
Okay. Coiled basketry.
Can I say something?
Oh, yeah.
Did you want him to look at these?
Yes.
Yes, we're going to get them all out.
So this gentleman, Aman, he traded bread for these baskets.
Wow.
That's what this article is mainly about, but it's also to talk about why these numbers are on the back and what they mean. Several people had, discrepancies as to, maybe it was reference to a name, but it looks like it was actually in reference to a collection at a museum they were on loan for.
That sounds.
So the L means on loan, and A would be acquisition.
Right.
And then the number is the actual number of how many there were. And as far as this and some other things that I found, there's only 2,200 of them. And so this is my little collection of that 2,200 that have actually been on loan to museums. They've been bounced.
Oh, look at, okay,
around.
right. Okay.
But I think it's neat that like the 1909 sticker are still on some of them. I think that's pretty cool that the stickers are still on, that they've been on there that long. And like, if you feel them, they feel like they were made last year.
I know. So these are the history on these then is that's the year they were made?
Right around there, yeah. It doesn't say specifically what year because he collected through the years from these people. who, as I mentioned, there's, I think, 20 people in the tribe, and on the committee for the tribe. And only about 5 people speak the language.
Yeah, they'll have the museum,
Not
yeah.
all of them, most of them.
Yeah, there's a few of them that don't have it. This one doesn't have it.
And this one doesn't.
But to
I'm a
me, it's
little bit-
obvious that they belong, you know.
I'm a
they
little
are.
surprised they hand wrote that on there rather than
Yeah.
using labels. That the museum curator would do that.
I thought that was odd too, but
Yeah.
I mean, this,
Yeah,
that, they did it. I don't know why they would do that.
I know, I
but
don't
they
know.
did.
Yeah. Let's take a look.
Trying to get to the bottom here to show you.
I had emailed a couple of antiques places online. One told me that they were kind of ugly and they would not be very interested in them because they're not as beautiful as, say, Navajo or whatever. And I said, well, there's plenty of Navajo and Cherokee of them.
Right.
Where are you gonna find Chemehuevi pots?
Yeah, no kidding.
Baskets.
So, yeah, no, those are spectacular.
They're just like, they feel like they were made yet.
Yep. So the ones that have come to market, yeah, they have acknowledged that number. We're talking about the handwritten, and it's the Los Angeles County Natural History Museum loan number is what that is in my database that I see here. And so and they are calling them circa 1900. I'm looking at one right here that sold, sorry about that. I'm trying to lower this down. One that sold at auction that was from this same, I guess, original collection. And again, it was the Los Angeles County Natural History Museum, loan number written on base, just like you have written on some of yours, circa 1900, and they are in excellent condition. I'm looking, and there's that number right there, the same number we have on all of these. So this one I'm looking at, that was 6 inches tall is all. So it'd be like that one right there. Although I like that one better than the one that sold. Yeah, that's way smaller. So here I'll show you. They sold for example, they sold that basket for $5,200 for one.
The same one, but the
Same size, same size. So this is a very important find that her family's part of. It's pronounced the Chemehuevi tribe from Southern California, which she was telling us is near extinct. And these baskets were all part of a large collection of how many? 2,200 baskets that were uncovered. And she has a batch of them here, their family, and they're all circa 1900, and they're all in extraordinary condition. And they have the numbers that are written on the bottom are from the Los Angeles County Natural History Museum loan number. They're coiled baskets out of reeds, yeah. They're all coiled baskets. That's what they were known for. So, and then here's this one that sold for $3,250, and again, it has that number. It has that same number.
What's the size of that?
And that one is 6 inches.
When I saw that online, I was like, what?
So here's one here that sold. Yeah, that one sold for $3,250, and it's 6 inches tall. So, yeah.
There's a big one, there's a big one on the bottom, I think. Yeah. There's a big one way down there.
Wow. Wow.
So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So here's one.
11, 12, 13.
So here's one that was a tray, Gina, that's 10 inches in diameter. That sold for $2,800. So that's like 10 inches, which is about like that. So, and of course, so you've got the star in the middle. I like the geometric patterns better. Basket collectors understand that's the rolling log symbol and not the swastikas. People that are educated in baskets know that. So, but there are people that are new to it don't know that the Germans actually stole that symbol from the Native Americans. It's a good luck symbol called the rolling logs. They actually reversed it the way they used it. But anyway, so we know that. So this one's actually, I find this one more appealing than that one, just in general of the decorations. That sold for $2,800 in 2018. So I would think this one's probably more like $3,500. for that one. Then as we get larger,
This is the largest one.
so that one, now the thing about that one, it's larger, it's just not quite as tight of a coil. We can see how the tight, obviously as they get bigger, it gets more difficult. That one's really tight weaving.
I think this one may have been used.
That, yeah, that looks like it has a little bit of wear. This one also is a spectacular pattern. So we have their star, or they got their star in the middle, we have the star, geometric. I mean, this one, again, you're talking $3,500. This one, you're probably talking $3,500. That one's fantastic. That
That was
little
really
one.
tight.
Yeah, that's so tightly woven. And just the rarity of this collection. Again, we have that Los Angeles County History Museum loan label on the bottom. Look at all the.
1900 whatever sticker.
Yeah, and it has the original sticker by the weaver.
So to put my museum hat on, LA deaccessioned these and they sold them off to private people. Is that what we think happened?
After they were on loan to the museum.
Oh, they were on loan,
The
okay.
collection was scattered. Some are sold, some are given to friends, and I think that's eventually how they made their way to us.
Okay.
Through different people.
Interesting.
So they were just on loan.
Yeah, it wasn't part of their collection, it was loan.
So Brian, I can't find anybody that's interested in them, or, someone told me that they were worth nothing, and I was like, really, for an extinct tribe, they're not worth anything?
Well, so in the event today, so we're Gina, my wife and I here, we're here, I was volunteering, 8 people to appraise things, and we're here. And as owners of the auction house, because this is an event sponsored by the museum and we're here as volunteers, we're allowed to talk business. And I would tell you that I sell these types of things, and I would be honored to sell these at auction. So for someone to tell you to not give you any kind of attention, I think is terrible. Yeah. This is a very important collection.
I think so too.
Yeah, and we sell baskets and pottery Southwestern California and Northwest Coast, and do quite well with it. And there's collectors, all over the country that collect this. And we had a few months ago, we had a big Ola pot that came in and it had damage, but it was an early one and it was large. And all my friends who are collectors told me, oh, the most you're going to get for that's $5,000. Really, yeah. But it was so important because of the size and the age, even though it had damage, it went for $10,000. And that's what an auction can do. So again, like I said, because of the context of our meeting today and everything, I'm allowed to talk business. And yeah, like I said, I think, I don't know who the auctioneer was or who the dealer was, but I can tell you, I've been doing this for 35 years. This is an important find, and it would flourish at auction, and I love seeing it. And if I, as an auctioneer, I would be, like I said, honored to bring that to market. And so yeah, for them to tell, yeah, and we have this, yeah. Here's another one that sold for $22.50 for a nice little basket. Kind of comes into that same little, that kind of category. Yeah, a little bit bigger. This one was, again, we're at 6 inches, and that one's, I think, at 4 or something. Yeah.
This is the littlest one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that.
So-
It's a different color than the
Yeah,
other.
and here's the thing, is that it goes by quality, and so they not necessarily always by size. So that basket will probably bring just as much as that basket because of the cute factor. Yeah.
I would call it a wine cup.
Yeah, they are water, you can drink out of.
Yeah.
They help.
So, the condition is just incredible. And so look at that one too, look at how much work is in that one. And again, it's about how much pattern
I
there
think
is.
they're amazing.
We really only have the one that was used, so it's got a little bit of wear. A little, yeah, I can see that, yeah.
That one was definitely amazing.
Yeah, so those have,
Those three.
so those would be a little bit less on that spectrum, maybe like 1,500 to 2,500 kind of thing. Yeah. So here's another one you need to look at, 1900, back in 2010 though, which, just look at time, inflation and the dollar today. That was back in 2010. That one sold for $1,800, and that's 12-inch diameter, kind of a What do we have? 12 inch? These are the ones I look at where that's a 10 and a half. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's actually, it's good, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you have my card.
Yeah, we actually have we actually have a big collection we're picking up in North Carolina next week of Southwest items. The fellow lived in New Mexico his whole life, and then he moved to North Carolina and was closer to his kids. And now we've got a collection of Southwest baskets and pottery that we're picking up. So we're gonna be having a couple of spectacular auctions coming up this, in April, May. They would be phenomenal. I would be, you'd be, yeah, there's something like this don't come up and, yeah, these would be phenomenal.
There's not likely to see very many of these
No.
anymore.
I mean, because even, there was one auction record, that was 2018, but most of the stuff was much farther back. That was 2019. 3,000 for that one.
Wow.
Yeah. That was in 2019. That was only 5 inches tall. So.
Wow, okay. Awesome. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for looking at it.
We would love to work with you getting those to the next collector out there.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll be in touch.
Okay, thanks.
What an impressive collection. Jason Adams.
Been a long day.
I know.
But I know. I sold helicopters to important people.
There's still people here.
But we got the lighters. And I'm curious, if they're really under a guarantee. And I heard they were in a James Bond movie. And I've looked online, and I know there's two types. By looking at the bottom, I can't determine which type. That's pretty much it. This is either limited 1 or original 2 or that.
All the little nuances of collectibles.
Yeah, it's good to get the little book in there. I should have. The book says they're guaranteed. Is that really? I could.
They,
I haven't.
Now the James, my battery comes go out. Probably puts her.
I don't know what James Bond
My
movie.
battery finally went dead. That's okay. We're almost. That's okay.
What James Bond.
What's that marking there?
That looks up like the black lacquer, and then that's how I could find black lacquer limited 1 and Chinese black liqueur. That's as far as I get. And then the bottom looks different to what they're saying, so maybe the people online are wrong, or maybe.
Well, I've got the battery. Do you want to change the battery?
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah. Nope. You're on the. No, it should be on. It's on, and then there's just the.
There's a, when you flip it open, there's a.
You're on the mute. No. You're not.
Testing. Did we wear her out? Yes, it's got batteries. There it is.
Sorry about that. Okay.
We've got pennies on deck.
And the batteries might have actually been okay. That might have just been operator error. Okay, we'll take a look here.
We've only got 3 left, so we're gonna get you, I promise. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a look.
And this is a
Lighters.
Lighters, yeah.
Zippos, right?
I know, Saint-Dupont. How do you say Saint-Dupont?
Sunto something.
Saint-Dupont.
Want to take it up for me?
Yeah, you can show it to them. There's the ladies, they were a pair. I say, you know, I got them from a pilot when he sold them the helicopters, and he's gonna sit on the shelf before he passed. And he said, "Go get them appraised." And I'm like, "I'll go get them appraised."
There you
That's
go.
all I care about. I was having the plans, but I looked online, I get stuck on the bottom. Either somebody's wrong, either they're wrong, or
Yeah.
what version, because this is a different loading mechanism.
So again, lots of markings on the bottoms
Mhm.
and on the side. And they, you know, there could be one that doesn't have them and it could mean many different things in value.
I wanted to shop some Paris.
And that's the-
That's a
this one.
lady.
Mhm.
I don't know. It's
Mhm.
set. You know, give it as a set. Then you can even pull it out. It says it's guaranteed. So it's lifetime guarantee. All right. Fix it.
Actual manual.
Yeah, let me see that. Which one was that with?
The gold one.
Assuming they fit.
Well, they both have
They
one.
may have gotten mixed. No, because they're different sizes, right? You can tell.
Yeah.
That one is that one, which is the gold one.
Okay, that's the gold one.
This one goes here.
Thank you.
This one goes here. I'm gonna keep.
I think
it.
it's, I looked, I didn't see anything distinct to the model.
When I set this down, that we get
The name, like this is a model or a version, it just said, I have many languages.
Low trade briquette. Don't know if that's the model. Low trade.
No. So you said you found on the black one that it was called a liqueur?
Yeah, black liqueur, Chinese black liqueur, limited. And it said $450. It was in bad shape, but the bottom didn't match my bottom. So this is single, and it had like two mechanisms to.
They didn't even print this in English.
No, it's in there. It's, you gotta go to the middle to find the English part.
Thank you.
I can get it for you. There's only a few pages about care and warranty and they're not jump up.
Yeah, these are rare. I'm gonna try to find the right ones to compare it to.
And I think it might have been promoted in a TV ad back when they used to have those with James Bond or something. I found that online too, but
It has its own factory series number, which has never been used before and will never be used again.
Yeah, they have serial numbers. Yeah, or serial, yeah.
So there's nothing else that's important. I
I
assume
think
this
this
is
is
the
a
same.
copy. That's why I think, I don't think it tells you this. Oh, there's a picture. Is that what?
No, that's the same.
Yes, this is like a picture that doesn't match the lighter necessarily. It's-
Well, boy, this is,
We should have started in the morning. since
okay, here we go.
Send it to you first.
So here's the Chinese lacquer. ST DuPont line, the black Chinese lacquer and gold lighter. This one sold for $950.
That's nice. And not just the bottom, because that was said.
Yeah, does that match?
That's what my dad said.
It
And
doesn't.
$1,000 lighter. I gotta light it. Like somebody.
No.
Cigarette with that. Boy,
Not that one.
I don't use them. Use them.
it the same? No, it's not that one. It's different. That one only sold for that.
Scroll all the way down.
Oh, that's not the same either. Yeah. This is a special edition one that's just trying to find another comp besides that one.
And you brought them in sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
I know. No, still not it. That one.
That's it. Yeah.
They don't show the bottom.
Nope.
See, here's, nope, it's not that one. It has more there. And like even printing, yeah. Well, darn it. Lots of varieties, variations here. But that's the nature of the collectibles too. You know, it's hard to always find the exact. Yeah, it's nice that it has the box. That's always a big plus. That can add always like a little lighter, always at least $100 or $200 for the box.
Back in the time, you sold a helicopter, and this is like a big kid to take a lighter, you know, when you sell a helicopter to somebody. I had DuPont, they make paint, but this is French Estique. I think they make pins. You've probably seen the pins.
Yeah. I wish it was as easy as just finding this exact one.
Type that number in the bottom, and then it would come up. But it
No, it doesn't. They don't do it that way. Here's the black Chinese right there. They call it. That's got. See, that even has a different little. No, that has a different side.
Oh yeah, different number letters sometimes. No letters.
It had a little circle, like for I don't know what that was.
We call this going down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, we just have pages and pages of results here of different lighters that should fall into our search, but they're still didn't weed it good enough. See that? And there's, if somebody would show us the bottom. Well, there we go, another one. I mean, I'm looking at with the box, I think it's worth about $900. There's one right there for $889. Yeah, lemon tea.
Yeah, I was curious if that's in good shape. I looked at some little things, but maybe that's how it's supposed to look. I don't think they did this.
Yeah, no, it's the gold being soft. It's going to scratch a little bit. Does this one say anything in the manual about what model it is? No.
Nope.
That one right there.
Yep.
There we go.
That's it.
Yep.
Yep.
$750. Yep.
So pretty
I
good.
need some expensive cigarettes.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, now if you know anybody that smokes.
Well, that's thanks for that.
Yeah, thank you for hanging out all day. And
Thank you
watching.
so much. Okay, we need Penny.
I did.
Can I get your photo, Jason, since you hung out all day?
Sure. You're gonna see the light
Thank you,
research.
yeah.
Want water? Want a protein shake or a protein water?
I've had enough water. You've had like all these. Hello.
My friend got into.
See, one of the
My
first
friend
few
got
James
me-
Bond movies, so I couldn't tell me, but.
Uh-huh.
So this is a flyer. I have a bunch of flyers. I actually have 2 of these, and they were limited edition. And they're called Broken Horn. That's the number.
Special run of Charlie the Broken Horn Bull.
Right, and there were 250 of them made.
Oh.
And I have 2 of them. It's never been out of the box.
Only
Did they-
250 made.
Did they individually number them? Did they? Or,
No, there was just, they do have a number on them, but it's the number.
It does say a limited edition, but
Yeah.
they're not
Mhm.
individually numbered.
Yeah. And I have a lot of the Broyle horses and some of the,
Is he broken or is that how his horn
no,
was?
he's called the Broken Horn.
Oh, he's
Bull.
called the Broken Horn
Mhm.
Bull. Oh, yeah, the Broken
And
Horn
his
Bull,
name
duh.
was Charlie. So
Mhm.
it's right here. And
So
I have-
this is Charlie, the Broken Horn Bull. Isn't that cute? He's so cute.
Well, yeah, but people, yeah. And I have 2 of the bulls that are black and white. They aren't quite as desirable as this model. But I have a lot of different ones at home. I have like a spotted, there's one on eBay that's listed for $6.95 right now. And I think, I can't remember if I paid $48 or $50.
yeah, this one sold for $215. It has the silver oval label. This one says it was one of 750, not 250.
This one says 750.
Okay, that is that one then. Okay.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It's 750.
So here one sold at auction in 2021 for $215.
In what year?
221.
Okay. One's listed right now for $6.95.
They're
and
asking.
There's like 26 people looking.
But no
Yeah,
one's made the
so again, a
offer yet.
list price of $695. No money's traded hands yet.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, the last time somebody put one up there to the highest bidder, well, let's see what this one, well, actually, let's see if this one that in 2022. Here's one that actually in 2022, they're not showing the box. They're saying it's one of only 750 and it went for $500 in 2022. Right there. So, but without, and they're not showing the box. So, yeah.
Yeah, I've moved it like 4 different places.
Oh, no.
So.
And you have
I'm
2 of them?
I have
You said
2
2 of this one? Wow.
I'm surprised that the one that's up for $699 hasn't sold, considering 2022, that one sold for $500 without a box, but, so.
Yeah. And you take anything like this on to sell on auction or not?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that, you know.
Because I have like 100 or so
Mhm.
briars.
Yeah, they're very collectable.
And then I have some hidden Rennickers, some older.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with
ones
those.
that are not,
Not Disney. Or,
no, they're Papa Fishing and Mama Fishing.
Mhm.
And I have a moose and I have some horses
Mhm.
too, but they're not the bigger horses.
okay, yeah, the little ones, I'm familiar, yeah, with the cards, having the cards too on them.
Yeah, but some of them don't have the cards, but I have the boxes for
Okay.
them.
Mhm.
That they
Mhm.
shipped it to me in. So my friend got me into buying these
Yeah.
things back then.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
you can
we'll
let
take
us
our
know.
card.
Yeah, take our card.
Card.
Absolutely.
I don't know if I want to put them on eBay myself and do it. I'm just vacillating over doing that.
Okay, yeah, well, yeah, instead of doing it yourself and giving eBay and PayPal the money, you can let us do it and we'll make a little bit.
Well, I mean, eBay makes some too. You would make
No,
some.
I mean, that's what I mean, but you wouldn't have to do anything and
Well, that's
Yep.
what I'm thinking, right?
do it
now
yourself
they're in
and
my
pay, yeah.
living room.
I know, we have a lot of people that, yeah, we have a lot of people that quit selling themselves because they're charging so much anyway. You do all the work and then they charge you so much. Well, you can pay about the same amount commission and let us do the work. Yeah.
Yep. Do you have a certain commission or?
You can give us a call or an email. We'll
Okay.
take a look at what you have.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll count the number I have listed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
We do get asked that about commission, and it does vary based on
Varies.
items and values and how much time it would take.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because I also have.
Tara,
What's that? I'm sorry.
No, you,
No,
we're
go
not,
ahead.
you go ahead.
That's okay.
You're still good going.
Yeah, what else did you have?
I have pedal cars, Hallmark pedal cars.
Yeah, we don't do those.
Gridiron, or what is it? You don't do those
No,
things at all.
no, we do some of the modern collectibles, like the Briar horses and things we'll consider, but a lot of like those home, I know what you mean, the kitty pedal cars, the kitty cars.
Right,
Yeah, we,
the
we,
metal ones.
yeah, they don't do well enough.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I said, thanks. Come on down.
This is, a friend of ours asked me to bring it, so.
Okay.
There's that.
The decanter
Yes, and then,
from a friend.
yes, and then these are mine personally.
And where did you get these?
So these have been passed down from family generations, a couple different generations. And I just think they keep moving.
Okay, from Germany, from passed
Mm-hmm.
down.
Yeah. So first of all, for your friend, for their decanter, the bean bottles, there's not many collectors out there collecting the bean bottles anymore. When that bottle does, when you do find a buyer for that, it sells for about $12 to $15. You can tell. And then this is what's called Bohemian glass. That just refers to this style of glass. This is really nice.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. And the Bohemian glass, originally most of it would come from like Czechoslovakia, but it's, more of an Eastern European produced thing. They could have bought it in Germany. It could have been made in Germany. It wouldn't surprise me, but a lot of it was made in like I said, the Czech Republic and Romania, countries like that. It doesn't, like this here to me, when did they get it?
Like I said, it's just been passed down.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know any history. That's why I won't bring it to you.
Yeah.
I don't know much about it. It was given to me because I have stereo cabinets.
Mhm.
So you have
Beautiful.
space for it. Yeah.
I mean, so like they still make this glass, of course, to this day. And so I think that looking at the bottoms of these, it could be like, and with the design too, this is very more modern, kind of mid-century. It could be like 1950s, and we see that a lot with people who after World War II, there's military families and things like that, people that travel that would bring this back. This definitely just, that design doesn't look like it looks like it's post-World War II. This one's more traditional, but it's probably about the same thing. I think they're probably like 1950s, 60s. This one would be something that in an antique store, you would probably expect to pay maybe like $85 or $95 for that. And then this one, probably maybe $35 to $45. This Bohemian glass, the whole genre of Bohemian glass, they made and still make a lot of it. So there's no real rarity to it. It's a nice, nicely made lead crystal, but it's just not scarce. And there was even, I remember, 20 or 25 years ago, there was even some importers that were bringing in a ton of it. And it was all over the place in all different colors. So, but it's nice. Yeah.
Thanks for bringing it in. Okay, Tara Marvin.
That was me for both.
Oh, I've got for both. Thank you very much. Okay, well, wow. Last but not least, I have Diana. And does that cover everybody? Okay. Awesome. Careful. Might be $10, but you want to take care of it.
Yeah, I have to give it
It
back.
could be priceless to somebody.
Thank you.
Hi.
I just don't know what they are.
There you go.
I like to look on the internet and I can't find anything.
You went down the rabbit hole.
Yeah. I'm tired of going.
So what do you got? What do you think or where did you get it?
This one I got from my dad. I just had it for years and years. And, I don't know, I'm like, what do I do with it? Or do we keep it,
Do you know if he had it for a long time?
I'm not sure.
There's so many family mysteries.
It's family mystery. And I think this piece is like a wood, like if you move it, like, it's just like, I looked on the radio, National Radio Museum, National, whatever. It's on there and I think it lists you like, it has a bunch of numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the old radio equipment definitely has lots of numbers.
Yeah, this one has a serial number, but I don't see a model number. Yeah, it's a Art Deco radio.
Ring alarm, someone's at my house. There is something right here, Grant.
Yeah, that's just another. That's what she's yes. Yep, there's the 56S. This one says here 56S right there. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see the front of it again. Yeah, a little different. That's interesting because this one says 56S. This is also a 56S. The difference here just is a little bit different in the front. This one was 1938 that this was made. This one sold for $89. It looks like this one, does it work? It says all the tubes and dial light up. So, but there's probably a weak or bad amplifier. So it looks like it was not in perfect working order. The volume's very low. So that one were powered up but needed some servicing.
Yeah.
Sold for $89. This one, needs servicing and restoration. But let me make sure that there wasn't.
Yeah, it has the fabric in there. And I didn't know if I wanted to.
Yeah, because that 56S, let me just make sure.
Cord that's old and icky and needs to get not plugged in.
Yeah, exactly. So do I just like toss it? Do I quickly store it? What is my? People do cool things. They put new stuff inside.
Mhm.
There's some old radio collectors that love.
And we get old radios that come our way all the time. And what happens is often, unless it's something that's important to you, that really means something to you, it can be cost a lot more money to have it restored than it's really worth. I know that is unusual. That's what I was trying to look for.
And I couldn't find anything that.
It's just all the different.
With the buttons in the top, yeah.
Mhm.
And I'm looking to see.
And that was wood, and it's just, but yeah, these buttons are.
And they have things on them.
Yeah, they say something.
Yeah. KPO, KYA, KM.
Oh, it's a selector. It's a radio station selector buttons. That's what they are.
So those were the radio stations at the time?
Yep.
The locations? Yeah,
The
this
selector
piece
buttons.
completely fell apart. This was a wood.
Yeah.
It's wood, and so is this piece up front, right?
Yeah.
You can't really.
There's parts and pieces of it that fell down.
Mhm.
So they have a mold, to
Mhm.
at least probably recreate something similar.
Mhm.
And we just sold a bunch of old radios that needed to be restored that were for parts or restoration recently. And they average about $30 a piece is what they're worth when people and some people do refurbish them. Some people just part them out.
Yeah.
One of the things they're most interested in, the questions I get on, once it's published, I get the questions is the veneer in good shape? Because that's very difficult.
Very difficult to fix, yeah. Yeah. I'm not finding the model that had the selector buttons on the top, but I'm finding pretty consistent that the Gilfins, when they're working, they're like $80, $90.
Okay. That's good.
Mhm.
This thing, I know, people keep telling me it's a radio tube tester.
Oh, yeah, a Simpson, yep.
That's-
Model 330.
Don't touch around in there. I see that could be like some sort of acid or.
I think it's
What is
just
it?
moisture, because
Yeah.
it's just water.
Is it? Okay.
It has all the manuals and.
Yeah. So there it is right there, the Simpson Model 330.
You found
with
that quick?
tubes.
Oh, that was
Yeah,
quick.
yeah, I've sold those over the years. These are one of the things where people like to collect these because they're so cool looking, and those are all like Bakelite. I mean, they look like some sort of a kind of weird scientific machine, but they're obsolete technology. So they're worth about $50 to $75. Yeah, but they're, it's because it's crazy because they look so cool. Here's one that was, the person said, that it was definitely guaranteed to still be working. And that one sold for $150 for it. So it's, between 50 to 150, and they're really cool looking instrument, but they're just obsolete technology.
Yeah, I've heard like people that are into radios and tube radios or
Mhm.
something that still use them.
Yeah, they just don't use that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are some tube testers that they do use, but that doesn't look like it's one they go after.
And another market where there's fewer people using the equipment, a lot of them are aging away.
Yes, right, it's aging away.
Yeah.
That's nice.
A nice way to say.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what happens.
That's how we got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm like, what do you do with it, right?
With a box.
I know.
We have tubes.
And a box of tubes, of course.
And resistors or little thingies, a whole box of those and a whole
Yeah.
box of tubes. And I'm like, oh.
I know. And we have this with all types of things. And we have that, there's only so many individuals left that, fix these things.
Yeah.
And then they also there has to be a return for them. Okay, if I'm going to fix it, how much is it worth? And so we're ending up with a lot of these old obsolete electronics that just aren't going to have a home.
Yeah.
Because there just isn't, yeah.
No one to fix them.
And there's a lot of old radios around, and people pick out the coolest looking ones to fix. But and then so we used to sell tubes and stuff, but now there's not as many buyers for tubes either.
Right.
So
Do you guys do art?
we do art, yeah.
I had 2 art things, but I didn't grab them.
You can always send us pictures. Yeah.
That one more. Okay.
Yeah.
So this.
I was just going to say thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
I know what they are.
Yeah.
And this one here, I'm like, that what you said, 1938?
1938 was the other 56S's. Yeah, were 1938.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's all I need to know.
Mhm.
It's a cool piece. Appreciate
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I know that we're at the very end, and we just want to thank you so much for supporting the museum. And
Absolutely.
thank you so much for coming and staying around.
Yeah. A
Awesome.
lot of neat stuff today.
Yeah, very cool. Wonderful. Thank you so much, everybody.
My brother doesn't know, I know what the value is, but my brother who has the storage unit doesn't realize what he's got. And all of the friends from Los Angeles who knew my brother, they know his value of the stuff. And my brother's saying a lot of this is junk, and he's throwing it away, and I'm like, don't throw it away. So what you think is junk, it really, worth something. And, but he lives in Manteca. I told him, I get a storage, I get, U-Haul, and I bring it up and do it myself. Because he doesn't have time. And we've got guitars, we've got celebrity guitars.
Oh, my goodness.
And he's got a whole collection.
Who was your brother?
My brother, his name is David Keeler. He's a freelance photographer.
Who did the things belong to? In the storage locker?
My brother's Denny Keeler.
Oh, Denny Keeler.
And, if you go to, Getty Images. And look at Denny Keeler, it shows all of my brother who passed away, all his celebrity pictures.
Oh,
Yeah, we get royalties from. And, since '79, he's been collecting celebrity stuff from.
So that's what's in the storage lockers?
Yeah. And he's got all of the vintage tour jackets,
Oh.
all the, fruits on all the bands on tour. He's got the original jacket from, that says, made for Dean Martin. He was the family photographer until Dean Martin passed away. I mean, he's got a bunch of stuff, but he didn't put it like in boxes, so they're like in garbage bags.
Oh my
gosh. Because he knew what to collect, but he didn't know how to preserve it. Yes. And so when you go to the storage unit, all you see are these totes and bags and stuff. And backpacks and all.
So it looks like nothing.
Yeah, it looks very disorganized. But when you pull it all out, there's so much.
Oh my God.
And he was friends with Carol Vitale, the Playboy Bunny in 1977 or 76, something like that. And he got her whole bunny outfit.
Oh my gosh.
In fact, she was sent a special beauty bags to my daughter for a slumber party for her 12th birthday.
Oh my gosh.
And we sent up these little individual beauty gift bags for them to do manicures for her birthday.
Oh.
And she
how
took
sweet is
my
that?
daughter, she took my daughter in before she passed away as her own child.
Oh my God.
And we got her pictures of her with her outfit and stuff. I mean, he's got all kinds of stuff that we don't want to get ripped off, and he doesn't know.
So what are you trying to do? I mean, what's your objective?
Well, we want to get an appraisal and then probably sell a bunch of it. And then take the money and split it between him and I, because there's only two of us left in our whole entire family.
Yeah, so you're the heirs?
Him and I are the only ones left in our whole entire family. It's my brother and I, and our family.
And so he left it to you?
Yeah, because, well, he left it to both of us.
To both of you, so you're both.
Well, they're claiming he died of a heart attack, but we know he was actually murdered
Oh my God.
by his roommate, the then time roommate. We just can't prove it because we didn't have money for an autopsy. But he was trying to, the roommate was trying to get him to sign everything over to him and not to the family. And because my brother refused to sign everything over to him, that's why he made it look like a heart attack.
So does he own the merchandise?
Oh, no, he doesn't know any of it, because my brother
He never signed it.
he never signed it over. And he just had it to us. And my brother, picked all this stuff up and moved it before the roommate even knew my brother had come down to get it. Because they found him at 3 o'clock in the morning, my brother was down in LA picking his stuff up at 8 o'clock. The roommate didn't even know we had cleared out the storage unit yet.
I just can't imagine they wouldn't do an autopsy.
Because we didn't want him trying to get stuff out of my brother's storage unit before anyone of the family got there. So we had to surprisingly go down and without his knowledge, go down and get it.
Wow, so you have it, it's still in California?
No, it's in Manteca, yeah.
That's
But
California?
we brought it up from Burbank.
Is Manteca, California?
Yeah.
Well,
And so we've been paying storage for 4 years.
oh, wow.
And on Getty Images, on our royalties, we get maybe $100 to $300 a month.
Right.
Of pictures they still use in the magazines.
Oh, wow.
And so we get his royalties,
Right.
but it barely pays for the storage, and then we usually don't have any money to split after that. And if we do, it's like maybe $50 each.
Yeah.
And he said it might be worth our money to get one of those trailers and put it on the property, one of those pods, and just move it into a pod on the property and then go through it as we can.
Yeah, you gotta be careful though, because you put it, it's like not climate controlled, not animal controlled, in soft goods, it sounds like there's.
Yeah.
You
And
you
like
gotta
I
get it
said,
taken
he's
care of,
got-
get out of those plastic
We
bags.
got lots of the panda bears. Some are from Elvis's, but a lot of them aren't because they don't have the bow tie, you know, or they're different from the pictures. And he said they were all from the backdrops and stuff of Elvis. So we're figuring some probably were, but not all of them, because they made a lot of those pandas at the time. But he's got like material clippings of celebrity outfits. They're just the material, plots of the material. And my brother threw a bunch of those away because he thought, you know, what's the material? Why is it, it's not worth it? But it might be for something, I don't know. Also, I was curious, I happen to have one of the very first Singer portable sewing machines. One of the very first ones.
Is it a featherweight?
With a head foot. Yeah. With the little foot and stuff. Okay, well, I was just wondering about that too, because it was my grandmother's,